the weather, the fact that they're actually getting on board the spacecraft really is a good indication that things are going well. So hopefully, yes, a launch this evening.
Right, and these 4 astronauts, they're making space history, aren't they?
They are. It's funny, I got the opportunity to meet them sort of about a year ago. And yeah, they're just great guys. And I was outside yesterday and I sort of looked up and I could see the moon. And it's the idea that, they are going to be going around the moon and then falling back to Earth. It's sort of quite a mind-boggling thought. And I think a real inspiration for sort of the next generation of space scientists.
Well, it's lovely to talk to you, I must say. And I mean, your enthusiasm just shines through. And how are you feeling about this just personally? I mean, a few hours to go. What are your feelings?
For me, I'm quite hopeful and optimistic. I said I'm a glass half full person because all my life I call myself a self-certified lunatic because I love the moon. Ever since I was a child, I wanted to go there. And the fact that we're sort of opening up space to more people, we've got sort of John McFall, a European Space Agency para astronaut. So space is being opened up to more people. So I'm optimistic. They go to the moon, but maybe I'll make it.
Well, listen, Dame Maggie, I could talk to you for hours, but thank you very much indeed for
My pleasure.
coming on. It was very nice to talk to you. Thank you. So let's go to Kennedy Space Center, and as we watch these pictures, bring in Thomas Moore, our correspondent. And Thomas, well, as Dame Maggie was saying there, it fingers crossed, it looks as if all is going well.
Yeah, certainly they're going through the process. This is the crew walkout. It's in the timeline leading up to launch. The 4 astronauts coming out to say farewell to friends and family. Poignant moment, of course, because this is a risky mission, and for their families, it's going to be very hard to watch. The astronauts themselves, very well trained. They will have rehearsed for a normal launch, but also for every eventuality that might happen along the way, and that's why they're wearing those orange crew survival suits, fire resistant. We saw earlier how they were how they had their helmets being put on. They are tailor-made to ensure that it fits them. They're allowed to able to move around in them, but also that it protects them from the vacuum of space. If something really should go wrong, it can provides them with stability and temperature, but also oxygen to breathe. So all these things will be crucial to protect the crew over the next few hours. And you can see them then walking towards what will be what's called the Astro Van, the vehicle that will take them up to launch pad 39B here at the Kennedy Space Center.
And Thomas, give us a sense of the atmosphere there.
Well, we've seen an explosion in the number of camera crews arriving from around the world. Obviously, global interest in this human endeavour to go back to the moon. It's a big moment for NASA, a big moment for not just America, because remember, there's a Canadian astronaut. He will be the first person, first non-American to leave low Earth orbit. There's also a woman, the first woman to do the same. And so all these things are really significant. And the European life support module that will provide them with water, oxygen, power on their 10-day mission. So this is a shared mission in some ways, although NASA obviously has its emblem on the side of that giant rocket. So this is something that is really going to set the tone for the future, because there will be European astronauts who are going to be going through the same process now, as you see there, clambering aboard the Artemis II Astro Van, and then they will be off.
So far, we're marching toward the launch smoothly.
Do you think they're queuing up the video?
Definitely.
And that's why they haven't left yet. They're like, we can't go without
Gotta get
our
your
point
snacks and
break.
movie ready.
Yeah. Where's the popcorn? Again, good on the timeline. Of course, they do have these very specific milestones, but this is not one that has to be completely stuck to the second and the minute.
Yeah, we will make up that time easily.
They will get a full security escorted ride out to the launch pad. It's a quick trip, 15, 20 minutes.
That's all you can see.
The closeout crew at the pad, still just getting everything ready for their arrival. Configuring Orion, right, Nicole?
Yes, so they're probably laying out.
You're watching Sky News. It's approaching 7 o'clock. We're watching live scenes from the US. The astronauts preparing for today's launch are on board that bus, preparing to go to the launch pad of Artemis II, the first manned mission to the moon since 1972. We had a glimpse of the astronauts, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen. We understand at the moment that they are due to blast off at 11:24 UK time on board NASA's Space Launch System. We've been hearing a lot about that all day today on Sky News. It is the most powerful rocket ever built. Now, it is, of course, all weather dependent. We know that, don't we, with these kind of launches. If the launch does go ahead tonight, that crew will reach the moon on Monday on a route that will take them further away from Earth than any human has ever gone. This really is an historic moment you are watching unfold here on Sky News tonight. Well, our science correspondent Thomas Moore has a front row seat for launch. He's live for us at the Kennedy Space Center, where so many people have headed to watch this launch tonight. And Thomas, talk to us about the atmosphere here, because there is so much build-up. It's not just about launch day, but this is the bit where we start to get so close.
Yes, absolutely, and this is a big moment. I have to say, here along the space coast of Florida, they're used to rockets taking off because SpaceX launches a couple a week, but this is a big one. So they were expecting 400,000 people to travel into the state just to watch this launch. A big moment, and that's why you're seeing camera crews from around the world too, all trained on that rocket on Launch Pad 39B, and we're just waiting, what they call the closeout crew, the team that are in the tower next to that rocket. They are making the final preparations for the arrival of the astronauts, and that's why you're seeing them being held in the Astro van at the moment. That will then drive the 3.5 miles down to the launch pad and begin this process of ingress. That's the moment that they seat them inside the Orion capsule, make sure they're comfortable. And there you can see the van leaving now, the Neil Armstrong Operations Building, heading off towards the launch pad. A big moment. You can see the crowds there. There'll be some NASA workers there, as well as the friends and family of these crews wanting to say goodbye. It's a huge moment, and we might actually get some commentary from NASA TV.
Kennedy Space Center. Now, while the crew make their way to the pad, let's get to know each of them even better. First, Commander Reed Wiseman.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in, and I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is, and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. To me, it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon, and it's always changing. The moon is never the same 2 days in a row. I love that. My name is Reed Wiseman. I'm the commander of NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. I grew up in a little town just north of Baltimore, Maryland, about 20 miles north of the city. there was a National Guard base nearby my house, and there were A-10 aircraft that would fly over every now and then. I just would look up at them and be like, man, I want to be up there. I want to go do that. And then my brother went to the Naval Academy, and I would go every year and watch the Blue Angels fly during commencement. And that just started to grow and grow and grow. For a while, I wanted to join the Air Force, and then I realized Navy flies as well, and they fly from ships in the middle of the ocean. And that was it, like, done deal for me. That is exactly what I wanted to do for my career. Flying is freedom to me.
Well, an introduction there to Reid Wiseman, one of the 4 astronauts, Victor Glover, Christine Cook and Jeremy Hansen, the others. We're going to get to know them really well over the course of the next 10 days or so. Let's bring in Thomas Moore again, who's at Kennedy Space Center for us. And just remind people who may just be tuning our way, Thomas, what stage we're at of launch.
It does it for them. It's a combination.
We've got 4 hours, 23 minutes to go before the opening of this launch window, which is itself 2 hours. Now, they are hoping to get what they call clear air at some point in those 2 hours where the cloud cover lifts, there's no rain, there's no lightning, and conditions are good for launch. Everything has to come together, but they reckon there's an 80% chance that the weather will be good. The rocket then, of course, needs to perform. That is filled with 2.75 million litres of hydrogen and oxygen, super cold, down to minus 253 degrees Celsius. And that is being topped up regularly because it constantly burns off. That liquid turns to gas. It has to vent. So that all seems to have gone really, really well. Of course, they had leaks with hydrogen a few months back, and that's why launch opportunities in February were cancelled. But it has performed really well, and that, as far as I'm aware, we haven't seen any technical hitches so far that have caused a stop to the clock. So we're still targeting that launch at 11:24 UK time. It's not long to go. Just imagine what's going through the minds of the astronauts as they head out to the launch pad now.
I'm going to get a little bit of insight into that. Thomas, thank you for the moment. Joining me in the studio this evening, Dr. Megan Christian, a reserve astronaut and a senior exploration manager at the UK Space Agency. Megan, really good of you to come in tonight for this excitement, this build-up, because this really is an historic moment. There's not been a crew heading to the moon for over 50 years, and I'm so glad that I can watch it in your company tonight. I will confess, I am a launch day space person, so I get excited about these big moments. But you're part of the space community that are 365 days of the year, 24/7. What does this mean to your community?
This is such a special moment. And like you say, it's the first time in 50 years. We are the Artemis generation, you know, that there was the Apollo generation, which, you know, these people were inspired by the 3 years of launches that went to the moon. And, you know, we had astronauts landing on the moon during that time, and those people went off to do amazing things with their lives simply because they'd seen what was happening and they wanted to do something like it. And now it's our turn. Now it's the Artemis generation. And this time we're going there not just to go there, but to stay. So we're going to build a permanent presence on the surface of the moon, which is just incredible to think about.
Yeah, that is the startling thing about this new era that we are embarking on. But it's worth pointing out to people that the crew there in that space bus are not going to land on the moon. They're going to circumnavigate it. Talk to me about why they're not actually going to land on the moon.
Yeah, that's right. So this is a test flight. And if we think about kind of correlating it with the Apollo era again, this is very much an Apollo 8-like mission. So Apollo 8 flew around the moon, and that's where we got that amazing picture, I don't know if you remember it, called Earthrise,
yes.
where you could see the Earth coming out of the side of the moon, and this kind of spurred a whole environmentalist movement. So this is equivalent to the Apollo 8 mission, where we're testing all the systems to make sure that we are ready once it comes time to actually land on the moon.
Talking about being ready, tell me about what will be going through the minds of those 4 astronauts in that bus, because they're making that short journey now to the launch pad. You can see there on the right of your screen, 39B. We've heard a lot about that throughout the course of the last few days. They are trained for this, and there will be checklists, routines to go through. It will be regimented, but there must be a few butterflies, surely.
Yeah, they've been training for years, but I don't think there's anything quite like stepping onto a rocket that has, we just heard how much fuel there is on board. There is always going to be some level of risk involved. And so they will be a little bit nervous. But I've never really heard an astronaut express fear. Because they're so well prepared for it. They know what is going to happen in every single stage, whether that's nominal, as we say in the space community, or off nominal. They will have prepared for all sorts of different situations. And so they'll just be getting down to business.
The weather, of course, a huge factor in launches. I've sat through many of them here on Sky News. This is the most historic, but, whether it's in the private space sector or NASA, some launches just do not happen because of the weather, because they do not want to take the slightest risk. Talk to me about the factors involved, because, is it as simple as a hard no if conditions aren't right? Are they allowed a maybe, or is it a hard no or a hard yes?
So at a certain point, there's a hard no or a hard yes. But we have this 2-hour launch window in this case. And so we can have a hold. So basically, they will hold the
That's
countdown.
why there's that 2-hour launch window, right?
So we can wait at a certain point in the countdown. It might be, in the last 10 minutes of the countdown, we can say, OK, we're just going to stop here and wait until the weather improves. And then at some point, we can have a go. So it could be a hard no, but it could also just go through.
Well, conditions are good so far. Let's go to Thomas Moore, who's down there somewhere in that scene that we're watching now. And the bus carrying those astronauts just about to go past, I think. Thomas?
Yeah, we can see the van, actually. You can see the police car in front, the helicopter above. There is the van, grey van, heading towards the right, heading towards the rocket. It's about to go behind the countdown clock, showing 4 hours 17 to go, and it'll emerge to the other side. I'll step out the way as they head out to the Artemis II rocket there in the distance, 3.5 miles away. It's a long journey. It takes about 20 minutes from the crew quarters where they've been in quarantine, and then suiting up in those crew survival suits. We saw that earlier. Then walking out that elevator ride and emerging through the doors. A ride that every astronaut has made since Apollo 7 back in the 1960s, and they've now disappeared behind the vegetation there as they follow that long straight road that the rocket itself journeyed along as it was rolled out from the assembly hangar last month and heading out towards launch pad 39B. It took the rocket 12 hours to get there. It'll take the astronauts just a few more minutes before they'll be greeted by the closeout crew at the tower, and they will then take over and make sure that the crew are comfortable inside the Orion capsule.
Well, just think how much further these astronauts will be travelling inside 20 minutes in a few hours' time. And Megan, as I said, conditions are looking good. As you said, it's a hard yes, a hard no situation, because it's not just the weather on Earth that NASA have to take into account, but solar flares, what the sun's doing, what the atmosphere is like outside of Earth as well, all these factors that play a part.
Yeah, they do. And perhaps something that you don't necessarily think about is also the weather conditions, not just on the launch site, but also a bit further away in case of for some reason the crew has to abort. And so they're not going to land. If they're aborting, they're not going to land exactly where they've taken off from. So the weather conditions have to be good in other locations so that the emergency services could get to them in that kind of situation as well.
Well, as I said, it seems to be all systems go at the moment. However, we are told there are 5 further launch opportunities this week. Hopefully we're not going to need any of those, because this has already been much delayed. It's worth talking about the level of risk. You touched on it there. Taking fuel on board that rocket, I know Thomas Moore was speaking on Sky News earlier on, that saying essentially that is a bomb that is sitting there. It is so fragile and volatile. Such is the volume of fuel on board. Talk to me about the level of risk in something like this, because as you said, that will be going through everyone's mind, and that is why there is something like 800 steps that, those preparing for this launch have to go through before they consider launch.
Yes, that's right. And in a way, that's something that's completely out of the control of the astronauts. You know, they don't have any input into that, but they will have worked with the ground crews over the past months and years. They will know exactly what's happening at each point, and they have so much trust in that ground crew. They know what's been happening and what's going to happen next, and they have to accept the risk.
Yeah. Talk to me about what happens when that rocket launches, because obviously the astronauts are I think they're in the second compartment. As you look at that rocket, the second bit down below the nose in the capsule, and obviously they're strapped in. It's quite a tight, confined space. What do they actually do when that rocket takes off? Yeah, so in that very top part there, that's the launch abort system. So if something goes wrong and they have to abort, they can get safely back to Earth by using that abort system. Then, like you say, they're just below that in the crew capsule, the Orion, which they've called Ingenuity for this mission. So for the launch, they are strapped in, and they'll be strapped in about 3 hours before they'll close the hatch. And then once it comes to launch time, they will be launched. They'll have a minute or so when they're experiencing up to 4 Gs, so 4 times their weight. And then they'll start to use up all the fuel. So the fuel that there is on the boosters on the side of the rocket, so they'll get used up, and that will get jettisoned. And then another 6 minutes later, we're into about 8 minutes in at this point, the rest of the fuel on the rocket will be used up, and they'll go into main engine cutoff. And then at that point, they'll be in weightlessness. And you might have heard the zero gravity indicator, which is the little soft toy that they have. The soft toy will start floating around, so you'll be able to see that they are in weightlessness. Yeah, I understand one of the reserve astronauts actually took that on board yesterday. Yeah. Perhaps to put it in position, a little cuddly toy, as it were. Let's talk about the rocket itself, because, you know, this is $4 billion worth of kit that's sitting there on that launch pad. It's the size of Big Ben's Tower for UK viewers, and I'm sure many tourists that have been to London, that will need to be moved at 24,000 miles per hour to make it into space. And it's also made up of old technology and recycled parts, which I found fascinating. Yeah, so actually the main engines have been taken from the shuttles. So they're the same refurbished engines that were used in the shuttle era. There's a bit of history travelling with them. Exactly. And I mean, it's great to be able to use something that has that history in it. You know, it worked very well at the time, so that gives a bit more of reliability. You can sustainability as well, which is big now, isn't it? Yeah. So yeah, that's true. On the other hand, a lot of it has been built from scratch. It's been a number of years now in the vehicle assembly building, which is where the rocket was rolled out from. They were building it up piece by piece. There's actually a contribution from Europe, from the European Space Agency, called the European Service Module, which is just below where the astronauts sit. And that is what is providing the power and propulsion and also the life support systems for the astronauts. It's interesting, isn't it? Because obviously the rocket's in America, it's being run by NASA. We're just seeing the space bus pulling up now there to the launch pad. But this is a contribution from space agencies globally. Yeah, that's right. So, you know, the Apollo program was very much a US program. But now this is more international. We even have there's a Canadian astronaut on board. You know, this is the first non-US citizen to go to the moon. We will have European astronauts. We will have Japanese astronauts going to the moon in the future. We can see that the bus has pulled up there at the bottom of that huge launch pad. I mean, what that must be like to be standing next to at the foot of is quite something. Let's bring in Thomas Moore, who's out there in Florida for us. And the astronauts have arrived, Thomas, and this will be our final glimpse of them before they get onto that rocket.
Well, we will see them walking up, taking the elevator up to the level where the capsule is, then walking out on the gantry to be greeted by the closeout crew in the white, what they call the white room. and that's where they'll go through a briefing, make sure that everything is ready before they get into the capsule. This is all a process that NASA, of course, has rehearsed many times, but never before with this rocket. This is the first time that humans will have flown on board, so a big moment. NASA is being extremely cautious, quite rightly, but they are confident that this rocket is ready to fly. They have fixed so many problems since the uncrewed flight back in 2022, make it flight ready for astronauts. And this is a test mission, a practice run for everything that will come as part of the Artemis missions back to the moon. You can see them there, looks like, in their orange flight suits, the crew survival suits, walking into the base of the tower there. These flights are custom made for each astronaut. Back in the days of the space shuttle, they came in small, medium and large. But there's a big difference in the size of these astronauts. Jeremy Hansen is 6'2". He's the Canadian. He's already said he's taken an unfair share of the space inside a capsule which is 5 meters by 3 meters, and that's about the size of a camper van, where they will sleep, eat, live, exercise over the next 10 days. It's pretty cozy, I think you'll agree. But everything that they need will be within that capsule or in the European service module, the life support system that tags along on the back of this Orion capsule as it journeys around the moon, this wide loop, and then comes back without using any extra fuel. Very smart way of making sure the capsule can get there and back safely. Even if something went wrong, this capsule would spin around the moon and come back towards the Earth. We know that what happened with Apollo 13, that could be critical. So it's a really good, safe trajectory that this capsule will be on. Then the European safety module, service module, will detach from the capsule as it nears Earth, and then the capsule itself will plunge through the atmosphere with its heat shield reaching 2,700 degrees Celsius, half the temperature of the sun, as it gets buffeted by the air molecules in the atmosphere and slows down from 25,000 miles an hour down to a safe speed where they can deploy the parachutes and land safely in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of San Diego, California.
And Megan, that's incredible to look at, isn't it? The astronauts getting out of the base of the launch pad, going to the bottom of the rocket and just seeing how small they look in comparison. I mean, the scale of this is huge. Can we just take a moment to talk about Christina Cook, who's about to become the first woman in history to travel around the moon as part of this mission? My daughter's staying up late tonight to watch this. Amazing. She's just been covering space at school. In fact, I've got a picture of her with me as that she's made of her as an astronaut. You know, this is the stuff, as the astronauts that were explaining themselves in their videos that NASA TV put out, this is what they've dreamt of as children, as many children do. But what a moment this is for female astronauts.
Yeah, it is. It's really important. I mean, as the astronauts themselves said, you know, one day we're not going to be talking about this because it's just going to be normal that, you know, anybody can go to space, anybody can go to the moon. But at the moment, she is our first representative, and that's really important. We need to see people who look like us to show that we can do it too.
Yeah. Megan, you're a reserve astronaut. Perhaps you can sort of explain to us what that means and what kind of training you've gone through. Is it identical to what these four have gone through? Presumably it's a little bit different if you're preparing for a particular mission.
Well, the basic training is what everybody does, and so that's what I've been doing. So we will have done the same things, and then once you're assigned to a mission, then you do mission-specific training. So at that point, it can diverge a lot. Yeah. So the astronauts that are going to the moon will have quite different training to astronauts who are spending time on the International Space Station. But as a reserve, so I'm a reserve astronaut with the European Space Agency. I basically have two jobs. So I have my job at the UK Space Agency most of the time, and then some of the time I'm at the European Space Agency doing training and waiting for a mission opportunity to become available. Two of my reserve colleagues have already been to the ISS on short duration missions, so you never know.
There's a pathway.
Yeah.
The scale of this mission and this new era that we've been talking about, we've spoken about the fact that the astronauts will not be landing on the moon. However, they will have tasks up there. Here they are, just coming out of that lift. It's a long way up.
It's a long way up.
It's a long way up, but they're finally there, ready to go inside to their capsule. Look, just a last look around at Earth. They'll be seeing it from a completely different angle very soon. Let's listen in.
174 feet.
Nicole laughs because Nicole is also, like Reed, does not like heights.
I do not like how open that crew access arm is. But Reed made it across, so that's good news.
It looks like they really enjoyed it. You know, they didn't just walk straight past. Christina and Victor, we definitely saw.
Some thumbs up there,
looking out, yep, that crew access arm. And then Reed, he knows where that camera is. Taking the opportunity to, again, just tell folks, hey, we're doing good. Ready for it. Yeah. And it looks like they're actually probably signing their patch.
Yeah, there's a wall with patches there, and so each crew signs when they get up for their launch.
And so this is probably actually the first time a crew is doing this in the White Room of Launch Pad 39B. Don't quote me on that, but I think the signing started with the commercial crew program. So there's a lot of that in the White Room over at 39A. But again, this is 39B. Yep. And so now in this room here, the White Room, again, we will see the crew don or put on their communication caps again, their helmets, their gloves, and remove coverings that they had on their shoes.
Yeah, so they want to protect the suits while they're walking out and up to the White Room, and now they'll finish reassembling those suits. Put the boots on, put the gloves on. You can see they're working their comm caps now, and they'll work the helmets eventually as well.
And so as we watch this process unfold, why don't we take a couple of questions from you guys? What is the most difficult thing about preparing for a flight? Nicole, that question's obviously for you.
Ooh, this is a great question. You know, I think we get such good training. You know, this crew's been training for years. And so they know this rocket and this capsule inside and out. They know all the dangers. They know how to react to anything. So I actually think, you know, preparing your support system and your family, I think launch day is actually tougher for your family than it is for you. And you know, we've heard the crew talk about the difficult conversations that they've had with their family to prepare for this historic test flight. And so I think, you know, the closer and closer you get to the rocket, the fewer and fewer things from Earth you keep. You know, they left their suitcases at crew quarters this morning. They left their cell phones, their laptops, everything. And so you are just a human in a spacesuit about to get on a rocket with all of your loved ones watching. And I think that can be probably one of the most difficult parts about today.
And while you were answering that question, Nicole, we did get a chance to check. Yes, this is the first time crew has signed the wall of the White Room, again, here at pad 39B. Let's take another social question now. All launch windows happen to be in the evening. How come? Obviously referring to the April opportunities specific to Artemis II.
Right. You know, this is a complicated answer. I don't know that I would have the exact mechanics behind it, but it has a lot to do with orbital mechanics and where we are in terms of the Earth and the Moon relationship. And, you know, like we said, we're trying to get on that free return trajectory. And so it has a lot to do with when we can do the perigee and apogee raised burns and the translunar injection. So there's a lot of math that goes behind these launch windows and why they shift and move and why we just so happen to be in the evening for the April launch windows.
Yep. You did answer it well.
Well, with me here in the studio, Dr. Megan Christian, Reserve Astronaut and Senior Exploration Manager at the UK Space Agency. I have the pleasure of her company for the build-up to launch tonight, due at 11:24 UK time. Everything seeming to be going very smoothly so far, Megan. But I was just commenting while we were listening in there to NASA TV about the amount of kit having to get dressed to actually, you know, get onto the rocket and into the capsule. Talk me through some of what's happening here, because a lot of it is to do with the helmet and the communication cap.
Yeah, that's right. So, like you say, there's a lot of kit there. They obviously had their suits on when they did their crew walkout, and they've been wearing it since then. And actually, I kind of wonder what new traditions they're setting up. We saw them signing the wall there.
New era, new traditions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So when, for example, Tim Peake launched from Baikonur, there were certain traditions he followed. And there are traditions that the crew follows when they take a Crew Dragon launch. Like, for example, they play a card game and they have to play until the commander doesn't win. So I'm wondering what kind of traditions they're starting here. But yeah, so the kit, they're putting on their helmets. This is the last thing they have to put on before they start to get strapped in. So it's important that they have good communications, obviously. They need to set it all up so that they can drink, they can scratch their nose. So basically everything is in order and it's well sealed so that if there is some kind of emergency situation, then that suit can be pressurized.
And I just heard the NASA commentator saying there, NASA TV commentator saying there that they were in the White Room. What is the White Room?
The White Room is where they're standing at the moment, just outside the capsule, and it's where it's the White Room because it has to be clean.
You can see the members of their team, they're wearing masks.
Exactly. They're wearing masks. They're wearing a full suit to make sure that nothing, nothing gets contaminated. And so this is where they're doing the last things that they have to do to suit up before they will step into the capsule. And then those guys there that are in the White Room with them will strap them in.
I'm just going to bring in Sky's James Matthews, who's at Space View Park, which is where so many people are gathering to watch this mission, the launch at 11:24 UK time, around 4 hours to go. James, talk to me about what's happening where you are.
Well, I can tell you, Sarah Jane, I'm one of, I reckon, about 3,000, 4,000, maybe more, who have gathered here on the shoreline, just this side of Indian River Lagoon. The other side, and I don't know if you can see it, if we can give you an impossible crash zoom, you can just see on the horizon the Space Launch System, famously taller than the Statue of Liberty. Not sure you can see much here, but come the hour, 6:24 p.m. local time, it will be quite the spectacle. That's what everybody is here to witness. Let's speak to a few of the people who have gathered in their thousands and travelled thousands of miles. I can tell you, Sarah Jane, Ashley and August are here. Hi, Ashley, you've come from Georgia, you were telling me, an 8-hour drive.
Yeah.
Tell me why.
It's history in the making. It's a full moon tonight and all the things are lining up. It's a beautiful day and we want to be a part of it.
Yeah. What do you think, August?
Well, I like the beautiful day and I really want to see the rocket ship launch off.
Why?
Because it's my first time seeing it ever.
Fantastic. I hope it lives up to your expectations. Thank you very much indeed. The man who might win the prize for the longest distance travelled, originally from Birmingham, USAN. You actually are now based in Germany. You've flown in with the youngsters.
Me too. I am from Germany as well.
Well, tell me why you've come here.
To have fun.
And are you looking forward to the rocket?
Yes, but we're also going to SeaWorld and to Busch Gardens as well.
Yeah, the rocket might be good, but right. SeaWorld possibly tops it. Tell me, mate, what do you think about this? You looking forward to the rocket?
Yeah, I like to see humans do like cool things, go so far away. Yeah.
And Yusan, why come here for this? You came specifically for this, yeah?
Absolutely, it was priority number one. I booked this back in January, not knowing when it was going to happen. There was a February window, March window, and April, and here we are. So at the time, it was like 33%, and as the weeks went by, it just got closer and closer to reality. So just absolutely amazed to be here. I was at the Kennedy Space Center yesterday, just getting emotional on the bus, seeing the vehicle assembly building. It's amazing.
Emotional? Why? I mean, why is this important to all of us?
To all of us, I think that's it. Exactly, James. It's not just for the amount of effort that this country and the Canadian Space Agency have also put into this mission, but just humankind, yeah. I think it's for all, like I said, it's for all kind, yeah.
Well, thanks for your time. Enjoy the spectacle. Hello there. Where have you come from?
From Poland.
From Poland? Oh, fantastic. You're taking it lying down. Tell me, why come here? Why is it important to you?
I don't know, to be a part of the history, and actually for research, because I'm a professional Polish writer. Usually crime books, but maybe I will try some science fiction. I'll be ready.
Yeah, I mean, you could bear. This feels like fiction almost, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah, it's going to be a big thing.
Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, it's really a great time here, so I'm really happy.
Thank you very much. Enjoy it when it happens. Hello there.
Hey,
hi. Good. Where have you come from?
Colorado.
Yeah. How far is that? How far have you travelled?
Well, 3.5 hours on a plane, and got in at 1 a.m. last night and got here at 7:20 in the morning.
Why is this important to you?
Well, I don't know. I love space, love engineering, and but mostly for these guys, because Adley and Carly here love space too. And actually, you want to tell them about it a little bit?
Yeah, well, tell me why you love space.
I don't know. I just think it's really fascinating. Like, we don't know much about it. I want to be part of the exploration, and I just want to understand the universe, basically.
Oh, great. And what do you think?
I have the same thing as her.
So, good. And tell me, Mum, of the family, why is it important to bring your youngsters here to witness this?
Oh, it's just an amazing historical moment for not only our country but the world, and just being able to share that with them in person is such a blessing and an amazing thing. Yeah. So,
what's amazing about it?
Oh, just kind of like Adley said, just more into the unknown, and so much to learn, and then just bringing the world together too with the Canadian astronaut and you guys traveling over, and it's just a very cool thing that brings the whole world together. So,
well, certainly our privilege to join you in all of this. Thank you very much for your time. Let's continue to work. In fact, let's just give you a view of the crowd over here. This is Space View Park, which is a well-recognised gathering point for this kind of spectacle. And as I say, Sarah Jane, plenty of media here, that's for sure. But, I mean, just members of the public have come from around the United States. And as you saw, they've come from across the water, travelling tens, hundreds of thousands of miles to witness the spectacle. Let's speak to a group over here. Hello there, sir. You're reading the what's...
Richard Hammond.
Oh, Richard Hammond. Well, very quickly, in one word, what's good about this?
It's pretty exciting to see the first rocket launch that's going to the moon in 50 years, so pretty excited as an American. Yeah.
Pretty excited. We'll take that. Thank you very much indeed. Understated, perhaps. There you go. Clearly, they are excited, ready for the big build-up. 6:24 local time. That's the appointed hour. Everybody keeping an eye on the clouds, the skies, the conditions, clearly, Sarah Jane.
James, thank you. Everybody very excited, travelled from far and wide, because what a privilege to be there for this historic moment. The crew, the 4 astronauts, as you can see on your screen right now, are getting inside the capsule, the Orion capsule that they have called Ingenuity for this mission. They're getting into that capsule a lot earlier than we anticipated, slightly ahead of the schedule that we are operating on, but we will follow their lead. Thomas Moore is at the Kennedy Space Center for us. What can we read into this, Thomas? Are they just ready to go? So why not get in there a little earlier?
Eager to go, Sarah Jane. I think, they waited a long time for this moment, and this one, it's really real. They have rehearsed so carefully again and again this process of getting them comfortable in their seats in the Orion capsule. You had a shot from inside, and you can just see how cosy it is. They've got to get 4 large adults inside there, and they'll do it one by one. They'll make sure that they are comfortable in their seats, that they're properly hooked up as they need to be to their radio equipment to ensure they've got good communications with launch control, which is just to the right of me here, and you can see how tight the space is there. It's not just during launch, of course, those seats will be there, but then when they sleep, they'll sling their, almost like hammocks, across the capsule, and then they'll be able to roll those away during the day when, of course, they will be very busy, not just doing science, but also making sure that the mission's going as is on target to reach the moon and so on. You can see the closeout crew there wearing their face masks. The crew have been in quarantine for the last 2 weeks to try and reduce the chances of them falling ill during their 10-day mission, but the closeout crew also taking the precautions of wearing those masks. They have got into their crew survival suits, those orange suits that you see there. Those are fire resistant. They also have a supply of air and a way of keeping them at the right temperature, and it will keep them safe. So they will wear those suits during the launch and also during the re-entry in 10 days' time, but also as they go around the moon itself. And if there is an emergency during the flight, they will very quickly be able to put those suits on. They train for that too. They've got front zippers so they can get in and out very quickly, because that could be a lifesaver. If there is a problem with the pressurization of the capsule, these suits can protect them from the vacuum of space.
Thomas, thank you. Dr. Megan Christian here with me in the studio, Reserve Astronaut and Senior Exploration Manager at the UK Space Agency. She will be here with us on Sky News all the way through to launch and beyond. Let's talk about that capsule that they're getting in, because, as Thomas said, it is a tight fit for 4 fully grown adults. But Megan, you were explaining that actually the space in that capsule is above their heads for rather obvious reasons.
Yes, so you can think about the size, the amount of volume that they have in there is about the same size as a camper van. That's about how much volume they have. But when we use a camper van here on Earth, we can basically just use the floor space, right? So you can think about the square meters, but really here we have to think about the cubic meters. We have to think about the volume, because once they get into space, then they're weightless, and so they can use all of the volume of the capsule once they can get out of their seats. So they can float past each other. It's a little bit more space than you think.
Yeah,
it's still tiny. I mean, when I saw it for the first time, they told me you were supposed to be able to fit 6 people in there, and I thought, no, you're crazy. There's
no chance, but it turns out you can. And a great analogy there, it's the Easter holidays here in the UK. For everyone going on holiday in camper vans, what a great tale that is to tell on a rainy day when you're stuck inside the camper van. So you can see their team there strapping them in. It is obviously a lot more complicated than putting a seatbelt on in a car, and we can see there lots of switches and screens in front of them. Just give us an insight as to what's in there.
Yeah, so mainly this can all be controlled remotely. So the astronauts on board don't have to do a lot of the piloting themselves. However, we will see that at a certain point, a few hours into the mission, they'll be doing some special proximity operations where Victor Glover will take control of the capsule, and he'll do some maneuvers, actually manually, using the controls. But having said that, it's mostly done remotely. They can control it from within. So that's all the dials and so on that you can see in there. But aside from that, there's everything that they need to live for 10 days in that capsule. So actually underneath their seats, there's a toilet. There's a cabin with a toilet inside it.
Do you know that was one of the questions that the director asked me in my ear. He said, well, they're getting in there rather early, and if they've got to sit there we anticipated 3 hours, it's now going to be nearly 4. What do you do? But now we know. We don't need to go into any more detail.
Well, I mean, they can't access that toilet just yet.
You're joking.
They're probably wearing nappies.
OK, there you go. That is the secret. Well, listen, Megan, we're going to listen in to the commentary from NASA TV, because I think Mission Control is establishing comms with the astronauts. They're just doing some of those checks. Let's listen in.
Commander, OTC, Orion, Earth 1.
OTC, CDR has you loud and clear.
Good, calm. Welcome, sir.
And there you have it, a successful comm check with Commander Reed Wiseman. And so...
And CDR, NTD on Orion Earth 1 for comm check. It's good your voice. I got you loud and clear, NTD. And good to have you on board. Good luck today.
And so now these two closeout crew members will finish up what they're doing here. Again, Nicole, walk us through what is happening here. They're connecting umbilicals, is what we say.
Yeah, they're strapping them in, so they're getting their restraints connected. It's a 5-point harness with a quick release, and then they're connecting the umbilical, which has actually 4 different connections. So it's got the air in, air out, the water for cooling, and then the comm as well, the communication cable. So they're going to make sure that all of those connections are good to go, make sure the crew's receiving the cooling and the air, and then we heard the comm check as well. So they're just making sure the umbilical connection was good to go, getting them strapped in and ready, and then they will move on to Victor and Christina.
And so while we wait for that to happen, why don't we get another check of the launch countdown milestones with Daryl and the launch team?
Alexander and Matthias.
Let's return to Thomas Moore, who is at the Kennedy Space Center for us. And Thomas, it is a case of check, check, and check again, isn't it? So many steps for NASA and their teams to go through to make sure that this launch goes without a hitch. What are the key moments to look out for during launch?
Well, for the astronauts, it's settling them into the Orion capsule. They're expecting to close the hatch with about 3 hours to go. Then once the ground crew are happy with things, they will begin the process of retreating and leaving the astronauts to it. They will be under the close direction of launch control as they count down to launch. There are still many steps, of course, that they still need to go through in the process of firing up the systems of the rocket. Then with about 10 minutes to go, we're into the terminal count then, and things really become, the pressure begins to build as they get down towards the moment where all that fuel will be ignited and the rocket clears the tower, and 8 minutes later they will be in space.
It happens as quickly as that, doesn't it? Megan, that is something we were talking about when we were watching the space bus carrying the astronauts travelling from their base to that launch pad, or a little reference there to camera from one of the astronauts just before they go in. A thank you to the team who have got them this far. But it took them 20 minutes to travel to that launch pad from base. And, once liftoff happens, it's literally a matter of a few minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. It's 8 minutes until main engine cutoff. And at that point, they're in orbit, they're weightless. It won't be until another day after that they actually set off towards the moon.
Because aren't they going to orbit the Earth?
They're going to orbit the Earth, yeah. So first of all, they'll be orbiting the Earth at something like 1,400 kilometres. Okay. And then they will raise that orbit. They'll go very far out, more like 40,000 kilometres out.
And is this just to test that everything is working and everything's okay?
In part. So in that low orbit, they'll be testing some systems, but then they need to raise the orbit to go further out so that they can do this special maneuver, the free return around the moon to come back again. So it's partly to test the systems, partly because that's simply how they get what's called the delta V, so the velocity that they need to get out towards the moon.
And when we talk about this being the furthest that a crew has gone out into space and the moon, what are we talking about there? Talk to me about the journey that they're taking.
So the previous furthest that humans had ever been was during the Apollo 13 mission. And obviously that was not intended. They weren't intended to go so far around the moon, but there were some problems. And they used this free return trajectory to get them back to Earth, to get those astronauts back to Earth without landing on the moon as they had originally intended. This mission is intentionally going around the moon on this free return trajectory, and they're going to be about 4,000 or 5,000 kilometres further out than the Apollo 13 astronauts were.
And I understand that there's a point at which there will be no communication.
Yeah,
with those
that's
astronauts.
right. So when they're on the far side of the moon, there will be something like 40 minutes where we won't be able to communicate with them because we won't have any line of sight from Earth to them on the other side of the moon.
That will be Well, it depends how you look at it. As an astronaut, it probably won't be a long 40 minutes because you'll have plenty to do during that time. But I would imagine for those back at Mission Control, that is a long 40 minutes.
They'll be holding their breath, absolutely.
Yeah, indeed. So it's worth reminding people what the astronauts will be doing up there, because obviously we're talking about this new era and the long-term plan. I mean, it still blows my mind that, eventually we want to settle on the moon, to have humans up there regularly. And this mission is the first step towards that. So what will they be doing day to day? What will they come back from this mission with?
So they'll be doing a mix of activities, and most of it's all about demonstrating the technologies. So demonstrating that the life support systems can work. They'll also be testing what happens to the human body during this mission. As we said, it's the furthest that humans have ever been. So what happens to the human body during that time? Does the radiation shielding work? If they need to shelter from solar flares or something like that, does the radiation shielding work? Do all the systems work? They'll be taking a lot of photographs as they fly around the moon. They'll be looking at potential landing locations for those future missions, and basically just preparing the ground so that, in the not too distant future, it's planned for 2028, we will have humans landing on the moon again.
How important is it for NASA to be doing this against the backdrop of growing private space exploration? Because obviously in 50 years since a mission like this, carrying crew to the moon, happened, a lot has happened in that time in the private arenas. How important is it for NASA to put on this big historic mission?
Well, it's very much a public-private partnership. So many of the components, many of the systems, close to all of them have been supplied by private companies. And so it's NASA giving contracts to those companies to make this happen. And so this is demonstrating that we need those kind of partnerships. When you have companies involved, things can move faster. But you also need oversight of an agency like NASA so that it's done safely and in a regulated, ethical kind of way.
Just looking at the very small space there on the left of your screen, that's two of the astronauts there. Just there again, just highlighting. I mean, they've crammed a couple of team members in there to clip them all in and make sure they're all fine. So there might be a tiny bit more space once they leave the capsule. Can you talk to me about the name Ingenuity for the Orion capsule that they're in? Why have they chosen that name?
Yeah, I'm not sure why they've chosen it. I mean, I know that the helicopter that there is on Mars at the moment is called Ingenuity. So I wonder if it's a little bit of a nod to that. But I think most of all, it's about recognizing the ingenuity of all the engineers that went into putting this mission together.
We are just looking at the capsule there on the left, the launch pad there on the right. They are somewhere at the top of that rocket. Just explain to us where this capsule is in relation to that.
At the very, very top, you can see that pointy bit. That is that is the launch abort system. So if they need to, after launch, if up to a certain point, if they need to abort, they can use that system. Just below that launch abort system is where they are sitting, right at the top of the kind of triangular section at the top of the rocket there.
And the map of that rocket, talk to me about the bits on the side. Are they the rocket boosters?
Yeah, on the side there are the rocket boosters, and that is the kind of first fuel that's used to launch them, and that will be used up very, very quickly in the first minute or two. And then the whole body of the orange part there, that's also full of fuel, and that will be used up within about 8 minutes or so. So then that will be jettisoned as well. And then as the astronauts orbit the Earth and then head out towards the moon, they will just be in that very, very top part, the white part up there, which has the crew capsule. They will have gotten rid of the launch abort system by then as well. And just below the crew capsule, there's the European service module supplied by the European Space Agency, which is providing the life support systems for the astronauts. And it's also providing all the power and and propulsion. So any maneuvers that are done to change the orbit and to get them heading towards the moon will be done using the propulsion from the European Service Module.
Let's talk you through the launch itself, because we are around 4 hours away from launch now. And the launch happens with the same thrust as 32 jumbo jets. That's how much it is needed to get the rocket off that launch pad. In just over 60 seconds, it will already be travelling at more than 1,000 miles per hour and will reach what is known as max Q, the critical moment of maximum physical stress on the rocket's structure. A minute later, the two solid rocket boosters, which will have burned each more than 5 tons of fuel a second, will fall away, as Megan was just explaining. The craft will be in space 8 minutes after liftoff and travelling at more than 17,000 miles per hour. Then the main engines will shut down, the upper stage will separate, and the spacecraft will extend its solar panels. After a 90-minute loop around the Earth, the upper stage will fire its engine to lift the crew into an oval-shaped orbit extending as much as 46,000 miles above the Earth. That is the furthest away from home that any human has been in more than 50 years. Megan, quite incredible that massive structure there, as if we've been saying, it's taller than the Big Ben Tower in London, will all fall away.
Yes, most of it is just fuel. I mean, you need that to be able to store the amount of fuel that you need to get that rocket into space.
What are your reflections as we sit here and wait for that launch about the history that's got us to this bit? In fact, you were there back in January, and you saw the rocket on the pad.
I did. That was really a pinch me moment. I was there for a work trip and happened to get to go to Kennedy Space Center.
One of the perks of being a reserve astronaut.
That's right. And I got to be out there and stand under this rocket. A couple of 100 meters away. You can see the fences around it. I got to go up to those fences, but it really is. It's huge, and it was incredible to be able to see. At that time, it was a couple of weeks before. 1 or 2 weeks before the first launch window. So I was kind of, excited that just very, very soon these astronauts would be launching. Of course, we've had a couple of postponements since then, but now it looks like it's finally happening. So, I mean, this is the culmination of many years of work by engineers and technicians to build this rocket, and then all of the ground support that has gone into developing the mission. And not just from NASA, but from around the world. Well,
as you said, this is much delayed, but I would imagine, given the training of everyone, not just the astronauts, but the whole team, which must comprise of hundreds of people that get them to the point they're at now, I would imagine any setbacks, they just reset and start again. Is it that easy?
I wouldn't say that it's easy, but I would say that it's all part of the job, and it's all expected. So these astronauts will not yet be expecting that they're launching today. They're all strapped in, but they're still not sure that they're going to be launching today, and they'll just take it in their stride either way.
Well, we're just back to those shots there of that capsule, the crew in there, slightly ahead of schedule. They'll be sitting there for some time yet before they get the go. And I understand that, we won't really know until perhaps a couple of minutes before liftoff that it's actually happening, because that's how late it can be called off if anything is in doubt.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's up until, I'm going to say around a minute and a half when it gets handed over to the automated system. Even after that, the automated system could decide that it's not going to go ahead. So really up to the last moment, it can be cancelled. And indeed aborted afterwards if something goes wrong.
Yeah. Can you talk to me about the kind of testing that goes into the launch of something of this magnitude? I mean, we've discussed that, of course, there is always an element of risk with something like this. But has there been as much testing of this rocket for this mission as there has been in the past?
There has already been the Artemis I mission, which
paved
was
the way for this.
Exactly. So that was using the Space Launch System, which is this rocket, not this exact rocket. As we know, everything falls away. You can't reuse it in this case. But that was a first test of most of the systems. Since then, they've built this rocket, they've had it on the pad, they've done a couple of what's called wet dress rehearsals, where they fill the rocket with all the fuel. They go through the entire procedure and basically check that all of that is running smoothly.
That's crucial, isn't it? Because that's seen as perhaps the riskiest and most dangerous part of it. Once the fuel is in that rocket, are there any leaks? Are there any problems? Is that the pinch point? Is that sort of like the biggest hurdle to overcome?
I'd say it's one of several. I mean, other ones are out of your control. You know, we've talked about the weather, for example. But yes, the problems that we've seen in the past do tend to have been around leaks, around hydrogen leaks. The most recent one was about helium flow. So it's all about getting these gases in the right place. You know, this is something we have been doing for years, but hydrogen is a tricky gas to deal with. It's an extremely small molecule and so it can escape from things. And that's why they tend to have so much trouble with hydrogen. But it looks like that has all gone very smoothly this time.
Well, this Space Launch System, as you said, has only been used once before. That was with Artemis I. This is the first time it's been used with astronauts on board. Well, let's bring in someone who also knows a thing or two about space, British astronaut Tim Peake. Tim, delighted to have your company this evening as we prepare to launch. Tim Peake, of course, the first official British astronaut to visit the International Space Station, the first to walk in space. How are you feeling ahead of launch, Tim?
This is such an exciting moment. This crew have trained so long and hard for this mission, but we've anticipated it too. You know, we had the launch attempt in February and the launch attempt in March, and really tonight there's an expectation that this mission is going to go ahead. So hugely exciting to see this crew now strapped inside that Orion spacecraft and start to work their way down that final checklist until launch.
Yeah, you're one of the few people that can look at that image to the left of screen there and know exactly what is going on. You and Dr. Megan Christian, who's with me in the studio. Just explain to me what we're seeing here.
Yeah, this is a really interesting moment, actually. It's one I often reflect back to because there's a real mindset change on launch day where you go from the kind of buzz and excitement of PR, of emotional farewell with your family. You're surrounded by lots of people, and that team of people around you slowly gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And suddenly you find yourself with a small group of people suiting you up. And then you find yourself, it's just you and your crewmates on board that spacecraft, and you look around and you kind of think, hey, there's no one else with us. You know, things are getting serious now. But it's a moment of real clarity, of kind of operational focus, where finally you think after all of this, we can just focus on the task in hand. We can focus on the mission ahead. And that's exactly what they'll be doing right now. They've done this before in the simulator so many times. They'll be working through those procedures and they'll be really enjoying this moment because there's a feeling of, you know, apprehension, a little bit, sure, but mostly it's excitement, mostly it's adrenaline and it's expectation of this incredible mission ahead.
Yeah, adrenaline and laser sharp focus. And Tim, we're just going to listen back in to NASA TV, final comms checks happening. This will take you down memory lane. Let's just listen in.
For 2.
Your initial word was broken, Stan?
MS1.
MS2.
For crew, loud and clear on OE2. We'll use 1 for the default. Houston out.
Tim, how significant a moment is this? I've just been talking with Dr. Megan Christian this evening about the start of this new era of space exploration, particularly when it comes to the moon. And you actually see this as a stepping stone to Mars as well. Endless possibilities, it seems, for this new era.
Absolutely. I mean, it's hugely significant. For more than 25 years now, we've been occupying the International Space Station, this incredible collaboration of nations in space. And whilst you're doing that, it's very hard to have the funding with limited budgets today to run an International Space Station program and also have a deep space exploration program. So as one program starts to come to the end and we start to hand over low Earth orbit to commercial space companies, that enables this international partnership of space agencies to start thinking about going further once again into space. So Artemis II, it represents the beginning of the crewed missions that are going to see us eventually, set footprints back on the surface of the moon, and this time at the South Pole to establish a research laboratory where there's water ice. And of course, don't forget the moon is full of all the minerals and rare earth metals that you will find on Earth, because Earth and moon were once part of the same body. And so the moon can teach us a huge amount about our own planet. It can provide resources. And so this is the cusp of that new era of a space exploration where we go to the moon, but not just on one-off missions every couple of years. We're going there this time to establish a sustained presence on the surface. And as I mentioned, a stepping stone to Mars and potentially, in 100, 200 years' time, maybe even beyond Mars, because the lessons we learn on the Artemis program, they're going to be invaluable for teaching us how to live and work on another celestial body.
And how quickly is our technology keeping up with our ambition, Tim? I know that you've spoken to the chief engineer for NASA's Space Launch System. How crucial is that to this mission, and what can we expect from it on launch day?
Well, the Space Launch System is absolutely vital. It's the only rocket right now which can launch the Orion spacecraft carrying the crew. Now, on future missions, that's going to rendezvous with SpaceX Starship, providing a human lander system, and Blue Origin also providing a lander system. So this combination of different rockets carrying different pieces of equipment will enable us to do the future missions. And of course, with newer technology, we're starting to get even better on the sustainability. The cheapest part of any rocket is the fuel you put in it. So if you can bring the whole rocket back and just top it back up with fuel again and launch it again, it suddenly becomes really, really cost effective to have a deep space exploration program. And that's what we're seeing with new heavy lift rockets such as Starship. So with SLS working with Starship, working with Blue Origin, we're going to see this space program develop.
It's just gone 8 o'clock. If you're just tuning our way, you're watching Sky News. We are following the launch of Artemis II, 4 astronauts currently inside the Orion capsule on top of that rocket. We were just talking about the SLS system there that's going to blast them into space. Tim Peake with me, of course, British astronaut. And I've just been talking to Dr. Megan Christian, reserve astronaut, who's also in the studio with me, Tim, and we've been talking through the fact that, you guys are trained for this. You know what you're doing. You've been through this a million times. You're just going through check by check. It's become routine. But can I talk to you about emotion? Because, as somebody who dips into space travel for the big, exciting moments, I'm getting goosebumps looking at this. There must be some butterflies. There must be some emotion at play, just a little bit for the 4 astronauts we see on screen now.
There will be at times, but honestly, that's not what they will be thinking right now.
Tell me it's planned for. Tell me they're allowed a little 5 minutes within these 10 days.
I know it sounds crazy, but it's for the people who are left behind. It's for us who are watching. We're actually the ones who are feeling the emotion, because we're actually kind of imagining what it would be like to be in their position, but they will just have this absolute focus and clarity of thought about what they're doing right now. Now, during the mission, they will, of course, allow themselves. And I spoke to Jeremy Hansen just last week about this and said, you've got to allow yourself those moments to just pick up the camera, look at the view, take some photos and reflect on where you are and what you're doing. And they will, of course, do that. But now is not the time for that. Now is the time for focus, clarity, making sure everything is going according to plan.
And just one final question before I let you go, Tim. We've been talking about traditions, and we've been talking about, different routines that astronauts go through. I understand that before their walkout, Mission Commander Reed Wiseman and his crew played a quick card game with NASA's chief astronaut, Scott Tingle. It's a pre-flight tradition since the space shuttle era. Losing it is good. It means the astronaut has gotten rid of all bad luck before launching. Did you have any traditions? And also, another quick one, will those astronauts have some words in their head of what they want to say when they make it to the moon?
Well, going on from traditions, first of all, I'm not sure we've even got long enough in the programme to cover them all, because when you fly from Kazakhstan with the Russians, they do everything that Yuri Gagarin did back on the 12th of April in 1961. In fact, before that, because a couple of days before, he had his hair cut. And so we have our hair cut together as a crew 2 days before launch. And then we all sign the door of the cosmonaut hotel where we stay. We're blessed by the Russian Orthodox priest. The backup crew have to drink the rocket fuel. Our coins are crushed by the train that carries the rocket to the launch pad. And then we have to carry those crushed coins with us in our spacesuit. But the prime crew, we're not allowed to see the train or the rocket. That's considered bad luck. So it just goes on and on. Even
all those traditions, do you have time for any training, I wonder?
I know. But it is, I mean, it's part of this culture of human spaceflight. And of course, it's wonderful to see as well the crew here today following some of those traditions as well.
And will they have prepared a few words? Because, this is an historic occasion.
Do you know, I'm not sure they will have. And something that Reed Wiseman said, and we were asking about, what items you would take to the moon, and they've all got personal items that they want to take. And Reed said, I'm taking a paper and a pencil because I just want to write down what I'm thinking and feeling at the time as I pass into the darkness. When we say about them going around the far side, it's quite interesting because it won't be like the Apollo missions where they passed quite close to the moon. And we got that amazing photograph, Earthrise, taken by Bill Anders in 1968. But you have to remember, they were going into orbit around the moon, so they were quite close. This crew, they're still going to be, 4,000 or 5,000 kilometers beyond the moon. And so the moon actually is going to be much smaller. But Reed wanted to be able to think about what he was going to feel at the time and write it down. So maybe they won't prepare anything.
Oh, well, Tim, it's been an absolute pleasure to speak to you. Tim Peake, I know you're watching at home, and I know you're not too proud to admit that you'll be green with envy watching this rocket take off, as all astronauts will be. Even if you're not an astronaut, if you have ambition to one day sort of explore space, you'll be sitting at home green with envy. But it's going to be a hugely exciting and historic moment. Tim Peake, pleasure to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you are watching Sky News, special coverage of this launch of Artemis II this evening, the first manned mission to the moon since 1972. Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen are due to blast off at 11:24 UK time on board NASA's Space Launch System, which is the most powerful rocket ever built. If the launch does go ahead tonight, and signs are looking good, they will reach the moon on Monday on a route that will take them further away from Earth than any human has ever gone. Well, the crew were seen earlier this evening making final preparations and putting their launch suits on. It is a rather slow process. A NASA team, as you can see, making lots of checks to ensure that everything is in order. Here you can see the crew as they walked out, making their way to the Artemis II Astrovan to head to the launch pad, stopping for photographs, visible excitement from the crew and those present as they said their goodbyes and their thank yous to the people who have got them this far. Inside the Astrovan, the crew were taken several miles across Cape Canaveral to the launch pad. It was a journey that took around 20 minutes. Arriving at the pad, the crew stepping out of the Astrovan, the astronauts then taking a lift up to the base of Artemis II, where they made their way across the launch pad itself. Then they headed into what is called the White Room, where they were met by a NASA team who helped them put on their communication headsets in what are the final preparations before entering the capsule. A short time later, the team assisted the astronauts on board, making sure they were comfortable in the Orion capsule. It is a tight space for 4 fully grown adults, as you can see. The team helped to get them strapped in as the final checks got underway. Here we can listen to ground control making first contact with those astronauts on board.
Commander, OTC Orion Earth 1.
OTC, CDR has you loud and clear.
Good comm. Welcome, sir.
Well, it is getting awfully close. I say awfully close. Just over 3 hours to go. In the last hour, US President Donald Trump has taken to Truth Social to talk about the launch, saying tonight at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, for the first time in over 50 years, America is going back to the moon. Artemis II, among the most powerful rockets ever built, is launching our brave astronauts farther into deep space than any human has ever gone. We are winning in space, on Earth, and everywhere in between. Economically, militarily, and now beyond the stars. Nobody comes close. America doesn't just compete, we dominate, and the whole world is watching. God bless our incredible astronauts. God bless NASA. And God bless the greatest nation ever to exist, the United States of America. Let's bring in our science correspondent, Thomas Moore, who has a front row seat for tonight's launch. We understand the president is watching from Washington, so you're getting closer than the president is, Thomas, at the Kennedy Space Center. It's worth reminding people tuning our way what point we're at and what's going on.
So the crew are now inside the Orion capsule. They are strapped in. Their helmets are on. They're going through a process of checking their communications with the launch director, and they will also be having leak checks and so on. Now, the closeout crew that have made sure that they're seated and comfortable inside will then go through the process of closing up the hatch of the capsule and then the launch abort system. Now, that is a really complicated procedure, one they do with great care. Even a hair trapped in the seal can prevent the capsule being able to withstand the vacuum of space. So they have to make sure that this is a tight closure before the closeout crew themselves begin to retreat from the tower. And you heard there from Tim how you're surrounded by people at the beginning of the day, and slowly more and more people retreat, and then it's just the crew themselves left alone in the capsule talking remotely to the launch control. And then this then becomes to feel very, very real indeed. You're not that far from launch, and things start to become automated. The crew have little more to do other than to seat themselves, rehearse through their minds of what they need to do, what they need to look out for. There is the opportunity, if there is an emergency, for them to hit the button and for the launch abort system to eject the capsule away from the rocket in milliseconds, going from 0 to 500 miles an hour in just 2 seconds, but hopefully to safety. So these are the kind of processes that are built into NASA's rocket program ever since those days of Apollo, when we know that there was a fire on the launch pad early on in the Apollo series, and that's why they take these precautions now.
Thomas, thank you. Well, I'm delighted to say we are now joined by Mark Armstrong, son of Neil Armstrong, the first man to set foot on the moon during the Apollo 11 mission. Mark, delighted to have your company for a short time this evening, because I know that you want to sit back and enjoy what is an historic moment. What are your family making of this mission back to the moon?
Oh, we're all very excited, and thank you, Sarah Jane. It's a pleasure to be with you.
In terms of your father and how he would have thought of this moment, a return that, you know, many people thought may never come, but it is now very much on the cards. We're just a few hours away. What would your father have made of this return?
Well, I would speculate he would feel the same as you and I do, and all of your viewers. We all have this jumble of emotions of anxiety and trepidation and excitement and hope. And because this is I think for many of us the promise of the future, and that's a powerful and positive thing.
Yeah, it really is. It does feel like the world needs something like this, a positive step forward, as it were, given the turmoil all around us. Remind me, when your father set foot on the moon, you were around 6 years old, is that right? I just wonder if you have any memories from that. I have a 6-year-old who was watching at home. She's gone to bed now. She'll watch it on Catch Up tomorrow. But I just wonder if you have any divining memories of that moment, of your dad's moment in history.
It was all excitement for me because I was sheltered from the danger, and which was very real for my mother and those around me, because we lived right next to Ed White, who died in that tragic launch pad fire that was just mentioned earlier on the program. So it was very real. The danger was very real. But as a 6-year-old, I was blissfully unaware of that, and so I was really watching the people around me, and our house was full of people, friends and neighbors and family and NASA officials and other astronauts and their families, and we all watched it together. But for the launch, of course, we were there at the Cape on a little boat on the Banana River, and watching this beautiful spacecraft launch off the pad. It was a thrilling excitement that I'll never forget.
Yeah, I mean, that's just some incredible memories of not just a moment in history, but a moment in history that involved your dad. In terms of the legacy that your father leaves, when did you first become aware of that? Because this is history in the making this evening as well. We have the first female astronaut, going to the moon, and other historical milestones as well. How do you reflect on being part of that, of your father being part of that?
Oh, well, it's an absolute privilege to have been part of that program, and to have been able to feel like I was involved, even though as a 6-year-old I was just an accident of birth, if you will. Yeah, I think that my father would be absolutely ecstatic about what we're doing today, or what we hope to do today. It's taken longer, I think, than any of us thought it should have or would have. If you'd had asked us back in the early 70s, late 60s, we thought that this program, this would be happening sooner. But we accomplished amazing things in the meantime. We built this International Space Station. We learned how to live and work in space, and we did so many things that allow us to be where we are today, and to take it not just this step, but all the steps that follow. You earlier mentioned, Sarah Jane, you mentioned the fact that, there's a lot going on in the world. And that was true when Apollo 8 launched. When Apollo 8 launched, we had the Vietnam War, and we had assassinations and civil unrest and all kinds of things happening in the world that were negative and challenging and problematic. But this type of thing, Artemis II, what those astronauts are doing, take us in a different direction. They remind us that we're one species, one people. That we first saw, or we first really understood, maybe when Bill Anders took that famous photograph of the Earth from so far away. We're the stewards of this planet, and we have to work together to make this a place that we can sustain for the long term, that our children's can live in and thrive in. And that's the promise. That's the promise of this mission and those that follow.
Yeah, some really poignant and spot on words there, Mark. Throughout his life and the time that you spent with him following his return to Earth, what kind of conversations did you have about his mission? Of course, everybody knows his words, giant leap for mankind, as the first human to set foot on the moon. And that is what he is known for. But, you spoke as father and son, so I wonder how he talked about that historic mission to you.
It's not so much different than what you heard. I mean, he was the guy that you saw, and he believed that that we weren't just exploring for the sake of exploration, although that can be noble. He thought that we would discover things about ourselves that would help us move forward, and I think that turned out to be true, and I hope that it continues to turn out to be true as we progress through the subsequent missions that will not only allow us to do additional science and things that are hard to do here on Earth, but that will diversify us and allow us to be safer and smarter as the species, as the human race.
Yeah, I mean, Mark, we're talking, in hundreds of years' time, but we are speaking in the kind of language where we're talking about returning to the moon and the next stop being Mars, which I wonder if that was seen as a credible possibility back in your dad's day, the day of Neil Armstrong, or whether that just seemed a step too far, because while we're not on the cusp of it, it is being talked about as a realistic possibility given today's technology.
Well, if you're to that very point, I mean, it was only 60 years between the very first flight of the Wright brothers and Apollo 11, just a bit more than 60 years. And when my father was in college, he said that he didn't even imagine that we would go to the moon in his lifetime. So things happen fast, and we famously don't know what we don't know. So I think that we've proven that we can, if we put our minds to it, we can do amazing things. And as we've sort of talked about, we do have all our eggs in one basket right now on this planet. And we're not doing a great job of taking care of that basket. So the idea of being able to colonize other places, I think, is something that's wise to do. But there are many reasons other than that to go, and we will learn on the way. Just like we took that famous photo of Earth and saw the planet, and it gave us a completely new perspective. There are new things that we're going to learn from pushing our boundaries, and I can't wait to see what those things are.
Yeah, there is so much more to come. Mark Armstrong, a pleasure to have your company this evening. I know that you'll be watching the launch. So much history involved in this, and of course the legacy that your father has left has contributed to what we are about to witness this evening. So thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. A pleasure to speak.
Thank you, Sarah Jane.
Well, what an exciting night this is turning out to be, not just, waiting for this launch, but getting to talk to the likes of Mark Armstrong, son of Neil Armstrong, Tim Peake as well, and not forgetting Dr. Megan Christian, reserve astronaut, in the studio with me, all joining us as we build up to the launch of Artemis II. It is around 3 hours until launch. The clock will be more specific. We'll bring you that shortly. But let's head live to NBC News correspondent Ryan Chandler, who's there with the crowds gathered at Cape Canaveral, patiently waiting. But I would imagine there's a lot of excitement and adrenaline to keep them going.
Oh, so much excitement. That's right. Good evening from here in Jetty Park in Cape Canaveral, Florida. This is really the place to be. We've met people come from all over the world to be here. This is about as close as the public can get to this launch that we're anticipating in just a few hours from now. And you can see as far as the eye can see, people have come here, really the luckiest people in all of Florida with this vantage point. We've met people from all around the United States, from Central America, and from England. I want to introduce you to our friend Cal, who's traveled traveled a long way to be here. Tell me where you come from.
I'm from the Cotswolds in the UK, so yeah, long old way out.
And show us this tattoo here, because you really are a diehard space fan.
So I've got watercolor based on the Apollo 8 launch. Got the moon. This is based on the Pillars of Creation photo from Hubble, and then some sacred geometry in our beautiful solar system.
Tell us, why was it so important for you to travel all this way to witness this in person?
It's it's one of the most important things humanity's done in the last 50 years. I think it's truly incredible. It's about bringing us forward as a species, really, and expanding what we are as humanity, the good of it.
It's so well said, Cal. Thank you. Bringing us together as a species across international boundaries, from Florida to England, and hopefully soon to the moon. We'll send it back to you.
To the moon, and as we've been speaking about on the show tonight, Ryan, possibly Mars, but that's for another day. We're concentrating on this mission to moon at the moment, to the moon at the moment. Right, let's bring in Thomas Moore, our science correspondent, who is out there in Florida, probably not too far from where Ryan is. He's at the Kennedy Space Center, and I understand you've got a special guest, Thomas. I'm intrigued.
Yes, indeed. I'm actually 3.5 miles from the rocket, so not far. And there are a few spots of rain, which isn't a good sign because that would be a problem for the launch. But they're very optimistic that this will clear, and there's a good chance that they will have what they call clear air for the launch later on. But we are joined by two astronauts, German astronauts, Alexander Gerst and Matthias Maurer. Matthias, let's start with you. What are your feelings now watching what's happening today?
Well, I'm excited and I'm hopeful that we are going to launch. I remember my launch day on the Falcon 9. It was pouring cats and dogs, and in the end we launched. So it's like I'm very positive that today we are ready for space.
And you went to the International Space Station on a much smaller rocket. That is an absolute mammoth that we're seeing on Launchpad 39B.
Yes, it is, actually, because the ISS, the International Space Station, is only 400 kilometers away from planet Earth, and the moon is 400,000 kilometers away, so 1,000 times further away. And this 1,000 times means like you need way more petrol, more fuel to fly all the way out to the moon.
Alexander, you were saying as you walked up to us that this is the second best place to be. The best place to be is the top of that rocket. Why are you so keen?
Yeah, it's because it's a historic moment today. This what we're seeing here is the second wave of space exploration. I have to say it like that. We saw that in the past with Antarctica, for example, also with Apollo. So the first wave of exploration is often about politics, about putting a flag there, still doing some science. But then the second wave comes after, say, half a century, when we start listening to the scientists who tell us, hey, we don't have to go there for flags, but actually because we need to do really, really important science. And this is the beginning today. We see humans fly around the moon. Next missions, we will have them on the moon longer and longer. And in the end, we're going to see a moon base there, hopefully a European research base on the moon, just like in Antarctica, getting really, really important data back to us here on Earth.
We know that a European astronaut will be on a future mission, and we know from what the European Space Agency has said, it will be a German astronaut that will take that European seat when it becomes available. This could be you guys. Alexander, how do you feel about that?
Well, first of all, I feel very, very happy that Europe is part of this adventure, because this is going to happen, well, not this, because the spacecraft is half built in Europe, right? But in general, moon exploration is going to happen with or without us. So the strategic decision by Europe to be part of that is very, very important, because, this is how we get our industry set up for the future. This is how we get our science set up for the future. This is how we inspire our next generation. And if I can be a part of that, serve that purpose to inspire the next generation as a human on the moon, that would be a fantastic thing for any of us, right? You could ask any European astronaut, hey, would you be happy to be in that rocket? Of course we would be there, but it's not about us.
We know that Jeremy Hansen is going to be the first non-American to be leaving low Earth orbit if things go well today. And of course, it would be a moment for Europe too, wouldn't it, Matthias, if a European was able to be on board and perhaps even land on the surface of the moon?
Well, I wouldn't call it like if and would. I think there will be the day when Europeans fly to the moon. It's like we have now 26 years of flights, space flights to the International Space Station, and the same program we will see like towards the moon. So today is the beginning of a new era, and we will have lots of flight to the moon, and we do all the stuff that Alex just described. So to learn how to fly there, to land there, but also how to live there and to explore, and all the knowledge how to live off the land, how to extract from the lunar soil oxygen to breathe, how to produce water on the moon, electricity, how to build a house. Everything we need to learn on the moon to have it available as technology later on when we fly to Mars. This will be the step beyond the moon.
Alexander, you know better than most what it's like to be inside that capsule now as people begin to retreat and you're left alone there as a crew, the hatch door closes. What's going through their minds, do you think?
It's actually a fantastic moment because you realize that you're in the center of this storm. It's like the eye of a hurricane. Everything around you whirls and has this buzz, but you're in the center and you're really calm. Because, you know, the biggest worry that you have as an astronaut is that something gets in the way of you and your launch. And the time now gets shorter, so it's getting less and less likely. So these guys get the feeling of, okay, we might be actually going. So what they have to do right now is to do a lot of work, right? They have to do pressure tests for their spacesuit, for the capsule. They go through procedures, they check the systems, and they will do that without much talking because they know each other so well after years of training that they can talk to each other without words. And so you will have this sense of calmness in there, but really concentrated calmness. And it's a magical moment. I know I see it on their faces when I see it on TV. You know, I see the smiles in between, but then the focused looks. So it's a great moment for any astronaut to be in.
Thank you both. I guess they've been rehearsing for this moment for so long. There'll be a sense of relief that they are finally here, they're finally on the rocket, and hopefully that countdown clock behind me will continue ticking over till it gets to zero and all that energy will be ignited and you'll see 2,600 tons of rocket heading into the atmosphere.
What a spectacle it is going to be, Thomas. Thank you. And an added bonus, we just met one of the first Europeans that will head to the moon. We don't know which one of them it will be, but that was a little bonus ball, wasn't it, from that interview? Right, we are looking at the rocket on the launch pad preparing to go. It's under 3 hours now, and the view there on the right is the NASA team just coming out of the capsule where they have checked that the astronauts are in position and all strapped in and everything's going well, and they are preparing to close the hatch. So that is the team just outside the capsule there of Artemis II. As I said, just under 3 hours to go now until launch. We'll take a quick break and we'll bring you more of the build-up after that. Stay with us.
I'm Deborah Haynes, Sky Security and Defence Editor. The reality of life under Russian fire. People don't want to leave even though help is here to evacuate them. They say they want to sort out their belongings first. It's absolute chaos. Fire, shouts the commander. There's a dash to safety as Russian drones will be trying to find this position.
We've now got to wait inside the shelter to see if there is incoming.
I've been covering Russia's full-scale war since it began, witnessing the terror and the trauma.
When rockets fall, I try to hide my head under my toys.
Illustrating Ukraine's lost childhood, hopes and dreams framed by war. Conflict in the Middle East is another major focus.
An incredibly dangerous moment. We saw the missiles streaking across the sky. We saw the intercept going up, and then we saw the explosions when the intercepts were successful.
With global threats rising, I also explored defence and security in the UK and across NATO. This US aircraft carrier is operating in European waters in a deliberate show of force. This is routine training for NATO, but should Russia's war with Ukraine escalate significantly, pilots like these could be called upon to go into combat for real. Tucked away in the National Archives are some of the UK's old defence plans.
The scale of this bunker underlines how seriously governments took the threat of nuclear attack and global conflict. Should allies listen to Vladimir Putin's saber-rattling?
No, they shouldn't, and they don't.
Sky News, the full story first.
Well, hello, and thank you for watching The Wrap every night of the week. We will be joined by the very best commentators to explain the how and the why.
Just cannot stand.
Stupid thing to do.
He did know what he was doing.
You can expect more analysis.
This is going to get deeper. I think it's going to end up with Russia.
Is war inevitable?
What he's interested in is a deal.
That doesn't rule out strikes.
I disagree.
And laughs along the way. Plus, a look at tomorrow's headlines. The Wrap. Everything wrapped up for you from 10.
Hello, welcome back. You're watching a special programme here on Sky News as we prepare for the launch of Artemis II. Let's talk you through this mission. The crew blasting off from Florida, performing safety and system checks in a low Earth orbit. That's going to be the first part of this mission. If all is OK, the propulsion system boosts them even higher. The Orion crew capsule will then separate from the rocket, performing a final high Earth orbit before a trans-lunar injection burn sets them on a 4-day trip to the moon. After 5 days in space, Orion then swings behind the moon, temporarily blocking communication with Earth. That will be for around 40 minutes, we understand. The crew will then use the moon's gravity to help fling them back towards Earth. I'm sure there's a more technical term than fling, but you get the gist. They will then splash down in the Pacific Ocean. Well, with me in the studio tonight, Dr. Megan Christian, Reserve Astronaut and Senior Exploration Manager at the UK Space Agency. So that's just talking through the mission. That's the highlights. Of course, there's a lot more to come over the 10 days, a lot more in between. That was the basic elements of it. But where we are now, under 3 hours to go until launch, I didn't like what our science correspondent Thomas Moore said on that live cross to him before a few spots of rain. But he seemed optimistic that it would still go ahead. What will be happening in these final 3 hours, Megan?
So they'll be going through their final checklists. The crew on board, they'll have their checklist. They'll be going through every single one of those elements. They'll be really focused on what's to come next. They'll probably have a bit of time to breathe as well, because they're now, they're strapped in. The hatch is closed. They're just waiting. So they'll be relaxing a bit, talking to each other, and waiting.
Yeah, 4 people in a very small, tight space. You've described it as the size of a sort of small camper van, strapped in there for 3 hours. They've then got 10 days in that space together. Talk to me about the dynamics at play, the characters, and obviously they're there to do a job. They're not there to socialise, but, that's an intense environment to spend time with people.
That's right. I mean, like you say, they are there to do a job, and they will have tasks planned out for, every half hour, every 15 minutes of that time. So, that's an advantage because it means that they won't get bored, they won't have time to be able to cause problems, let's say. But yeah, it's 10 days in a small capsule with 4 people. They know each other extremely well. They've been training together for years. But yeah, I've spent a year in Antarctica, so I know what it's like to be in a small crew for a long period of time, and especially in these kind of extreme and isolated conditions, you do get more irritable about small things.
Yeah. And is that part of the sort of screening process when they're recruiting astronauts, temperament? Because I know you have to go through a lot of psychological tests and things like that. Is there a sort of standard temperament for an astronaut? Of course, we could all have our own quirks and character, but is there sort of a subtle underlying temperament that is a must?
Well, I think they're looking for people that can be both good leaders and good followers.
Yeah.
And so people that really can work well in a team.
And team player, that's always the key phrase, isn't it?
Don't really tip the balance either way. But like you say, I mean, everybody is individual, and it's not like they're looking for one specific type of person. I mean, if you think back to the very first astronauts, they were all selected from a very specific group. They were all male test pilots, sort of, 25 to 35 years old. And so that it was a very specific type of person. the astronaut corps around the world are a lot more diverse now.
A lot more accessible for people.
That's right. And so it's not just test pilots, there are still pilots, but there are also scientists, engineers, doctors, and so people bring a whole different range of perspectives, and that actually makes a better team.
Let's bring in our US correspondent, James Matthews, who's part of a team. His team, Space View Park, thousands of people there. It's across the river from Cape Canaveral, one of the best vantage points for the public. Crowds waiting there to watch the launch. James, there amongst them. You're going to have a great view, James.
I think I am, yeah. And, you know, it's the best view, actually, in Florida. You can tell that by the number of people who are here. And we got here about 4 hours ago, something like that. I reckon there was 200 at that time. And just look at it now. We're at that stage in the game where everyone is looking for their square yard of space. More camping gear, fold-up chairs than the eye can see on the banks of the Indian River Lagoon. And basically just across that stretch of water. And it's actually something like 10, 11 miles away. That's where the Space Launch System is. And let's just try and give you a sense of the distance and the view as things stand from here. Pretty difficult, actually, Sarah Jane. It's a small speck on the horizon, but come the hour, come 6:24, or in the minutes afterwards, clearly it will be quite the sight. That's what they expect here. I have to tell you, there's money to be made in a crowd like this, and the merch has been changing hands, as you might have guessed. Look at the state of me in my A2 Artemis II T-shirt on the front, and on the back, there they are. Picture of the 4 astronauts right now getting ready for the big adventure. Getting ready for the adventure like everybody here. And I can tell you, the Brits have arrived. They're in the house. Hello, how are you doing? John, let's start with you. You're from Chester, yeah? Now, you came over because I think your son's training to be a pilot, right?
He is training to be a commercial pilot, yeah, for British Airways, him and his friend.
Fantastic. But here, right now, it's all about tonight and the rocket.
Absolutely.
Tell me about it. Tell me your thoughts, the importance, the significance.
I think it's inspirational, isn't it? It's been so long since we've been up there, and to do this whole thing now, bringing everybody together, particularly with the world today as it is, it's great, inspirational.
And of course, you and I were of a certain age where we remember things like this, although this is kind of bigger than what we've seen in the past, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you can see that all the support of the people here now, it is very big. And in today, and then where we are, you need things like this to pull us all together. So yeah, it's perfect.
I'm not suggesting you're as old as I am, by the way, just to clear that up.
I'm going to be younger than you, surely. Yeah.
Hello, mate. What's your name?
Richie.
Richie, hi, Richie. Where are you from?
From the Wirral, which is close to Chester, between Liverpool and Chester.
Grand. Tell me your thoughts about being here and the spectacle that we will see.
Yeah, so it's an amazing atmosphere, and just to be relatively so close. We've travelled several thousand miles to get here, so yeah, really excited.
We have a fascination with space, don't we? What do you think that's about? Where does it come from?
Where does it come from? It's the unknown, I think. Yeah, somebody else is finding something different. Science and technology. I'm an engineer, so I like technology. Yeah.
Don't worry, we're all geeks today. And this, you know, is rather bigger than what we've seen for a long time. What are your thoughts about that?
I don't know. It's I don't know. It's the race, isn't it? It's the race. It's they're fighting to be the first. So it's really good, interesting, yeah.
Great. Thanks very much indeed. Enjoy it when it happens. There are Americans in the crowd, I'm happy to report, here in the heart of Florida as well, Sarah Jane. Let's speak to a couple of them. Hello there. Hi, baby sleeping? Oh, I hope you wake her up in time for the big show. Tell me, what do you think about all this, and what do you think about space and what we will see later on?
Well, I think this is really a monumental moment for us. We haven't been up there for about 50 years, so I think it's exciting that we're going back to the moon.
Why are we so fascinated by things like this?
Well, that's a good question. I think we all have a sense that there's something bigger than us out there, something bigger out in the world, and I think this is one small connection to it.
Let's get a shot of the sleeping baby, Ed. Can you see that? That's young Betty. There you go. The world waits, but Betty is fast asleep. Beautiful. Thank you very much. What do you think, madam, about this, the big show?
I'm just laughing at Sarah. She just fell. What do I think about this? I think that we could not miss it for the world. We couldn't travel all this way and not come to see it. So,
why?
Why? Basically because it's new. It's something different, and it's something that we all want to see happen.
Where are you from?
I'm from the Wirral. I'm married to Rich.
I think we're in the heart of Merseyside, in the heart of Florida, Sarah Jane. Let's work the crowd. Shall we try and find another couple of people who've gathered here? Hello there. Hi. We're from Sky News in the UK. Tell me, why come here, and what's the excitement, do you think?
Well, I've always been fascinated with the moon and the space, so this is the first time that I'm actually going to be seeing one live. Yes.
What's the excitement? Why is it important?
First of all, I believe just being present in this historic moment in my lifetime, just to see a mission to the moon, and also knowing that there is first women going to around the moon, that makes me really proud. So it's just an inspiration for a lot of girls in STEM, so in science.
Yeah. You see that as important, yeah?
Yes, it is. I'm a biologist myself, so I believe science is very important, and it's just an inspiration to see women making it that far. So
Great, thank you very much indeed. Hello, madam. You've got your Superman baseball cap on. There's a few Supermen and women going to be in that capsule later on.
Yes.
What do you think about it all?
Well, first of all, it's Supergirl.
Oh, sorry. It's the same as his, though. It works for both, no?
No, exactly what she said. I'm really excited about the different people that are on that ship today that are representing America and Canada. I'm glad they still love us enough to be here with us and do this. And yeah, this means a lot to me. I was born right after this, so I didn't get a chance to see it, but it's been talked about my whole life. So to finally get back on this bus and go back and start exploring again means a lot to me as a human being, and I really think there's a lot for our future to be explored and found there.
Yeah. One thing that people have said to me today is that, given the state of the way the world is, division, that this kind of unites people. Is that the way, do you see that?
Very much so. Again, Canada is up there or going up with us today, and I'm really happy about that. Thank you for being there.
Right. Unity, that's what it's all about, apart from anything else. Hang on, are you trying to avoid the camera? Well, come on, what do you think? What do you make of all this?
I'm excited. I'm very excited. It's something that we've waited for a long time. It's been over 53 years since we went to the moon, so I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Why are we fascinated by space, the moon, this kind of thing?
The last unknown. That's why. It's something that we may think we know, but we don't really know. So I think it's the fact that it's that last unknown.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. You thought you could escape, but no way. Sorry, excuse me. Let's speak to a couple more, Sarah Jane, if we have the time. Hi there. How are you doing? You got your Artemis II badge pinned to your chest. Why? What's this all about for you?
Well, I grew up here. Last time I saw one, because I joined the military, last time I saw one was back on the shuttle launches. So just give my wife a chance to see this. So it was really interesting.
Why do you have to see it in person, I wonder, rather than sit in the comfort of your armchair watching it at home? What's the difference?
It's a different experience. You get to feel it. You get to feel the rumbles, feel everything. So it's really a neat experience.
And what do you think, madam? What's your interest in this?
Really, I was just coming along for the ride.
Aren't we all?
I've never seen a shuttle launch, a rocket launch, nothing like this. I've never grown up around this area. And so I've never seen anything like this before. So I know how much it means to him. And so I thought, I'll come and check it out.
What are you expecting?
I'm expecting a very huge rocket to go up in the sky tonight. I'm hoping, since we've been here since 10 o'clock this morning. So, it's been great getting to know our neighbors over here and just having a good old time.
Fantastic. Glad to hear it. A good old time. There you go, Sarah Jane. That's what we're all having so far. And of course, it will get better if it all comes to pass at 6:24 or, at some point throughout that window this evening. A crowd growing by the minute, I can tell you, as I look around. I don't know, I reckon 4,000, maybe more, Americans, Brits, people who have travelled between them collectively hundreds of thousands of miles for the big spectacle. Should be great.
Well, I'm glad we're all here for the same thing, a big rocket blasting off into the sky. That lady summed it up perfectly. James, thank you. And before they sell out, can you get me one of those T-shirts, please?
You're on.
Right,
Guaranteed.
We've seen that. We've pressed record on that. A T-shirt on its way to me, Artemis II. Thank you, James Matthews. Well, let us introduce you to the people who are now strapped inside that capsule. This is the view from inside it. 4 astronauts taking part in this 10-day mission around the moon. The mission's commander is 50-year-old Reed Wiseman, an engineer and a US Navy veteran. He launched to the International Space Station back in 2014, and he has spent a total of 165 days in space so far. His wife passed away in 2020, and he has 2 children. He is joined by 49-year-old Victor Glover, the mission's pilot. He was the pilot on the first operational SpaceX crew Dragon flight to the International Space Station and has racked up 168 days in space. He will be the first African-American and indeed the first person of colour to fly beyond low Earth orbit. He is married with 4 daughters. On board 2 crew specialists, one of them 47-year-old Christina Cook. Once an explorer of the Arctic and Antarctic, she has lived and worked on the International Space Station for 328 days. She will be the first woman ever to travel beyond low Earth orbit if this mission is a success. She lives in Texas with her husband. The only non-American on this flight is 50-year-old mission specialist Jeremy Hansen. Born in Ontario, he'll be the first Canadian to venture to the moon. Hansen was a fighter pilot in the Royal Canadian Air Force and spent 7 days living and working off the ocean floor near Florida. He is the only crew member to never have been to space. Hansen is married with 3 children. Well, Reed Wiseman, commander of the mission, tweeted this incredible image of the Space Launch System on the launch pad last night, saying nothing but gratitude for the men and women of this great nation. It is time to fly. And the Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen posted this message a few hours ago.
It's 12:30 a.m. It's the day of launch, so it's time to go to bed. I get about 9 hours of rest before I need to get up and start getting ready to head to the launch pad. But Canada, I am thinking of you, and I am hoping that all of you see your greatness reflected in this journey around the moon. I'm just so proud of all of you.
Oh, the messages of gratitude, the inspirational words. Just hours before they boarded that rocket, Dr. Megan Christian, a reserve astronaut, is with me here in the studio. And Megan, just talking through the sort of CVs, if you like, of the astronauts on board Artemis II. Such varied experience from the bottom of the ocean floor to space and Antarctica and the Arctic, which is where you have experience as well. Because what we learn about astronauts is that they have such varied careers and interests. Talk me through your background and particularly your work in colder climates and how that prepares you for this kind of space exploration.
Yeah, so my background, I did a Bachelor of Engineering and a PhD in industrial chemistry, and then this was in Australia, born in the UK, moved to Australia. Then I wanted some international experience and moved to Bologna in Italy to work at the National Research Council on material science. This has nothing to do with space just yet. But I did have some work that led me to work on parabolic flights. So there's testing
your
materials.
Interest.
Exactly,
Yeah.
testing materials and weightlessness. But then I went and spent a year in Antarctica doing climate change research. And Antarctica is really one of the best ways that we have on Earth to prepare us for these long duration missions. In fact, Concordia Station, where I was, is also known as White Mars. It's the closest thing we have on Earth to what it would be like to go on a mission to Mars. The extreme isolated conditions, also the fact that you're the custodian of other people's experiments. People have put their life's work into designing these experiments but can't be there to be the hands, which is exactly what astronauts do when they're on the International Space Station or indeed in a capsule going around the moon. So it's a really good preparation for space missions.
Yeah, I mean, just reading through, all of their experience, you can see so many elements of that will have pushed them towards what they are about to embark on. James Matthews there in amongst the crowds, talking about the thousands of people who have travelled far and wide, not just from across the United States, but globally. Brits are out there. He said the Brits have arrived, a big contingent there from Merseyside who have made the trip to watch it. And it brings me on to the UK's involvement in space exploration, and in particular in this Artemis programme. There's no UK involvement in Artemis II, but as part of the wider programme, where are the UK making inroads and putting their efforts?
So quite a lot of different areas, actually. The UK was one of the first signatories to the Artemis Accords, which is basically, the Artemis program is not just the US, it's global. It's led by NASA, but it's global. And they're bringing on countries, I think there are 50 or 60 countries that have signed these accords now. And this is about regulating the way that we explore the moon. But in terms of technology being developed, the European Space Agency is providing certain elements, and the UK is providing things like the landing engines for Argonaut, which is going to be this big lander to take large amounts of cargo to the surface of the moon. And that's being done by UK companies, which is really exciting. We've also, we've got companies and universities that are working on power systems for the moon, for example, nuclear power systems. We've got leading scientists. We have a scientist that is on the geology team, leading the geology team for the moon. So we really have some amazing involvement.
This is so inspiring to hear about because, as people watch this tonight, and there will be younger people looking at this, and so many people grew up with dreams of being an astronaut. Everybody had the dress up, watches the documentaries, read the books, plays with rockets. But it's not just about being an astronaut. There are so many avenues into this sector.
Yeah, that's right. We have it's up to over 50,000 jobs in the UK related to the space sector. There are only 3 astronauts, current astronauts, 2 past astronauts. So, that's a very small amount. Most of it is everybody else. And that's engineers, scientists, but also people who work in space law, people doing space policy, people working on the more artistic side of things, design. And, pretty soon we're going to see our own rocket launch from UK soil. Much smaller rocket than this one, but we are going to have orbital launches from the UK very soon. So I think this is inspiring, and then we get to bring it home and have that inspiration here too.
Yeah, so if you are watching at home, there is a way into space for you. It doesn't necessarily have to be the scenes that we're witnessing here, because the internal hatch has now closed on that Orion capsule containing the 4 astronauts on this mission. So what will be happening here, Megan?
So yeah, it looks like they're just closing the hatch, and pretty soon these last people here, the last ground crew, will...
You can literally see them doing the final checks.
Exactly, they're doing the final checks so that they can leave and so that you don't have anybody within, I'm not sure exactly what the radius is, but it'll be a few miles probably. So you don't have anybody within that radius, and it would just be the 4 astronauts in their capsule waiting to be launched. But yeah, it looks like they're just doing the final checks there now.
They've got to make sure that door is sealed tight. And just before we head to a break, we've got less than 3 hours to go. What's the next stage of what we will witness this evening?
So it will continue to count down. There'll be a lot of things that we don't actually see, a lot of those final checks that are going on, and it might look like nothing's happening, but actually there's a lot happening behind the scenes. But then, of course, we will definitely see that launch. And we've talked about how the rocket is a bit like a bomb. So we will see the rocket launching. We'll see that big, the explosion as it launches towards space. And we'll see it going through that the whole process, starting with the 4 Gs that the astronauts will experience, so 4 times their body weight they'll be experiencing. And then about 8 minutes in after launch, they will go into weightlessness and start orbiting the Earth.
Well, you can watch it all unfold right here on Sky News. We're going to take a short break and then we will follow the progress of launch after that. Stay with us.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
We've done the work and the reading, so you don't have to.
Being a Sky News presenter.
Hello and welcome. Westminster, the heart of British politics.
I'm so sorry about what happened to you.
So what on earth is going on?
It's not true.
Can I tell you what I think? It's really unusual. Mornings with Rich and Frost. Let's crack on. Let's get started.
It's 9 o'clock. You're watching Sky News. Special coverage tonight of the launch of Artemis II, the first manned mission to the moon since 1972. Commander Reid Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen are set to blast off from 11:24 UK time on board NASA's Space Launch System, the most powerful rocket ever built. If the launch goes ahead tonight and signs are looking good, the crew will reach the moon on Monday on a route that will take them further away from Earth than any human has ever gone. Let's rewind to a little earlier this evening. Here you can see the crew making final preparations and putting their launch suits on. It is a rather slow process. A NASA team making lots of checks to ensure that everything is in order. This is the moment the crew walked out and made their way to Artemis II on board an Astro van that took them to the launch pad 32B. Visible excitement from the crew and those present as they said their final goodbyes and thank yous to the people that had got them this far. Inside the Astro van, the crew taken several miles across Cape Canaveral to that launch pad, a journey that took almost 20 minutes. Arriving at the launch pad, the crew stepping out of the van, then taking the lift up to the base of Artemis II. They then made their way across the launch pad itself. They then headed into what is called the White Room, where they were met by another NASA team that helped them to put on their communication headsets and make final preparations before boarding the rocket inside their Orion capsule.
A short time later, the team assisted the astronauts on board, making sure they were comfortable. It is a rather tight space for 4 fully grown adults. The team helping them get strapped in and carrying out final checks. Here we can listen to ground control making first contact with the astronauts once they were on board.
Commander, OTC Orion Earth 1.
OTC, CDR has you loud and clear.
Good comm. Welcome, sir.
All on board, the team now going through their final checks. The hatches have been closed and we are preparing for launch in less than 2.5 hours' time now. Let's bring in our science correspondent, Thomas Moore. He has a front row seat for tonight's launch. He's standing right in front of a big countdown clock as well, which is very handy at the Kennedy Space Center. Thomas, it's worth reminding people tuning in at what point we are on when it comes to preparing for launch.
Crew are on board the Orion capsule, just measuring 5 metres by 3 metres. They're home for the next 10 days, hopefully, as they travel around in a giant loop around the back of the moon. It is the size of a camper van, so it is going to be really cosy. And the closeout crew have closed the doors, the hatch. A complicated process. Even a hair in the seal can prevent a proper seal against the vacuum of space, so they take their time to make sure that the door is properly locked, that it can withstand the enormous vibrations of launch, and that will then they will then retreat over the next hour or so, because it is an extremely dangerous place to be. The crew, I've just been speaking to two German astronauts, European Space Agency astronauts, who may well be on a future flight themselves. And they were saying that for the closeout crew, it is quite dangerous. The astronauts themselves will be able to eject themselves with a launch abort system away from the rocket if needed. So you will see people generally begin to retreat, leaving the crew on their own inside the capsule to continue these communications with launch control as the countdown gets down towards zero.
Thomas, I was looking at some of your coverage earlier, and it was said that there were around 800 steps for NASA involved in this launch. And while the hatch is shut and nothing physically perhaps we will see going on in or around that rocket, work will still be continuing right up until the moment that that rocket lifts off. Could you give us a bit of an insight into that as to what will be happening now?
So they want to make sure that all the systems are ready. They will have gone through to make sure that the sensors are registering what they're supposed to. Yet there are something like 100,000 sensors just in the core stage, the orange section of the rocket, 45 miles of cabling. It is an extraordinarily complicated machine. Everything has to be working exactly right for that to take off at the right moment, for all that power held within those giant fuel tanks, 2 million litres of hydrogen, 750,000 litres of oxygen, for that to be mixed at the right ratio and then to be fired out the back of those 4 giant engines at 10,000 miles an hour. That is what is going to lift that 2,600-ton rocket off the launch pad with the same energy as something like 32, 34 jumbo jets. It is a phenomenal force. We will feel it in our chests. It's going to be that loud where we're standing more than 3 miles away. I've been told you might even hear takeoff 45 miles away. It is going to be an extraordinary moment, but imagine what the ride is going to be like for those 4 astronauts. And bear in mind, Jeremy Hansen, the Canadian, he's a rookie. He's never been to space, and this guy could be going to the moon. It is quite extraordinary how the transition, and he's already said that he's going to need the other 3 to help him to adjust to microgravity, because you really are fumbling around to start with, and your ears take a while to adjust. It's like being seasick, potentially. So he's going to need to find his feet, if that's the right word when you're in zero G, very, very quickly, because he has a role to play, a really important role to play in this mission.
Oh, my word, an absolutely huge mission, a historic one. And as you said, this is his first time in space. But as I'm sure Megan will agree, he's got this, right?
Oh, he has absolutely got this. I mean, the amount of training that he's done, plus, everything that he's done in his life up until now has prepared him for this moment.
Yeah, exactly. Well, listen, let's bring in another guest, not far from where Thomas is standing with that famous vehicle assembly building behind him, Major General Charles Bolden. Charles flew on the space shuttle 4 times, and he also served as NASA administrator, leading the organisation from 2009 to 2017. An absolute pleasure to have you as part of our coverage this evening as we prepare for this historic moment. Just a word to start with on the significance of what we are about to witness.
Sarah, I think, first of all, it's a pleasure to be with you, and just an honor to be here at the Kennedy Space Center on this historic day. I think that the greatest significance of this is that humanity is about to venture off on another series of trips back to the moon, and then hopefully in short order onto another planet in our solar system, to Mars. For me, that's the big significance of it.
As someone who has been on the space shuttle a number of times and then served as part of the NASA organization, you have essentially had a foot in both eras, because what we've been talking about a lot tonight, how this is the start of a new era of space exploration. Technology has come on so far that not only are we returning to the moon, but we now have Mars in our sights. And I just wonder if you could give me a reflection on the rapid rate of technology that's got us to this point.
Well, I mean, it's like anything. We have seen a couple of things that I think are made a significant difference in us getting here today. It's the incorporation of the commercial sector as partners in space exploration, where NASA and other space agencies no longer have to be the people that build, own, and operate the vehicles. We can purchase a service. Of course, we're not doing that for this launch because this is a unique mission. This is not a commercial kind of mission. But somewhere down the road, if all goes well, several Artemis missions away from here, after we've landed on the moon a few times and we've gotten our footing again, then we'll open it up for commercial exploration sometime in the 2030s.
Can you talk to me about the Space Launch System, or SLS, as it's known, this huge rocket that the astronauts are on board? It has been tested before, but this is the first time that it will launch with astronauts on board. And I understand that you've been involved in some capacity in the development of this, which is pretty cool.
Yes, sir. I wish I could say I'd been involved in the development. I'm sort of it depends on which side of the ledger you sit on. Some blame me for a space launch system. Others commend me for having held the line and worked with Congress and President Obama's team to bring the space launch system into NASA's authorization bill and to make it a permanent part of our initial exploration effort. It's the largest rocket that NASA has ever contracted to be built. And a difference between the Space Launch System and, say, a Falcon 9 is a Falcon 9 is a truly commercial vehicle built by an American industry partner for their own purposes and their own profit. And we buy a service from them to get our astronauts into space. SLS is owned, operated, and everything by NASA. We have purchased it from the Boeing Corporation. We have purchased the Orion crew module from the Boeing Corporation. So that's the contrast between the two areas of the space world in which we operate today. SpaceX, purely commercial, they own and operate and manufacture the vehicle. SLS and Orion, NASA purchases or pays to have it built by a commercial provider, but then we own, operate, and maintain it. It is the largest rocket that NASA has ever had built and has operated. And you're correct, it has flown once before. It's flown twice before. And we have actually, this will be Orion's second flight. And as you may remember, when we had our first flight, It did not have a crew in it. It did not have a life support system in it. So we were evaluating the vehicle itself and our ability to communicate with it, and its ability to receive our communications and carry out our instructions or our orders. Now we have a crew in it. We have a life support system. So this crew on their way to the moon and on their way back will be testing things like a piece of exercise apparatus, the toilet, essentials that people need if we're going to, travel to the moon and then eventually on to Mars.
Hey, look, all practical measures have to be tested, right? It's
It's
not all the glamorous stuff. It is not all the glamorous stuff.
There's a lot of not glamorous stuff. This is, I don't want to oversimplify it, but we're talking about human beings getting into a spacecraft and then going to do human things as we explore places we have never been before.
That's the kind of stuff that doesn't get covered on NASA TV.
It doesn't, because it doesn't sound, like whoopee and stuff, but it's what makes the mission successful. We've got to have a working toilet. We've got to have a way to get the food and water to the crew. We've got to have a way to dispose of waste, all those kinds of things. And we're going to be evaluating some of all of them on this 10-day mission.
Yeah, it literally is baby steps, isn't it? Because the ambition now, which, blows my mind as someone who, is not directly involved. I'm just an enthusiastic observer, but it blows my mind that we're now talking about, inhabiting space and sort of taking people to the moon as like a regular trip at some point in the, quite distant, but not too distant future. And I just wonder, from your perspective, having seen it from both sides, what it is you want to achieve from this kind of exploration. What are your ambitions, or what would you like them to be for the entire world, for the moon?
Well, you mentioned we were taking baby steps, and since this is baby step number one, here's my objective from this mission. I will call this a successful mission if 10 days from now we have Reed Wiseman and his crew safely getting out of the vehicle in the Pacific Ocean and getting on our Navy ship to come back home to their families safely, with them having accomplished the objectives of this particular flight. That's baby step number one. Baby step number two will be to fly the vehicle again, hopefully next year, and this time just around the Earth, but allowing it to separate from or rendezvous with a proposed lunar lander, to make sure that we can fly proximity to it, dock with it, so that the crew will be able to get into the Orion crew capsule to come home after they've been down on the surface of the moon. So that'll be baby step number two, and that's coming up next year, we hope. Then we move to baby step number three, which is a giant step, and that's going back, trying to repeat what we did with Apollo 11 back in 1969, when we will take a crew of Artemis II and actually have them get into one of those landers, go down to the surface of the moon, stay for, my guess is, a few days, and then come back safely to Earth and prepare us to go on to more ambitious missions. But you're absolutely right in using the term baby steps.
Yeah, baby steps, but exciting baby steps nonetheless. Major General Charles Bolden, Jr., it's been an absolute pleasure to have your company this evening. Thank you so much for being part of our coverage as we build up to launch, an exciting and historic moment awaiting us all. Dr. Meg-Ann Christian, Reserve Astronaut and Senior Exploration Manager at the UK Space Agency, is with me in the studio tonight as we patiently wait. I wonder what it's like as a reserve astronaut watching this. And we spoke to Tim Peake a little bit earlier, who's been there and done it. He's been to space, and he has said in the build up to this, he'll be green with envy. And I would imagine everybody in your position is looking at this and thinking, oh, this will be me one day.
Yeah, that is absolutely the case. I think every single astronaut is thinking now, oh, when is it my turn?
Yeah.
I mean, especially the reserves. I mean, I'm a reserve myself. I have no guarantee of a mission, but, with the
in it to win it.
Yeah, the increase of missions like this, I'm very hopeful. So, yeah, just thinking about that day when hopefully I'll be able to be in their position, whether that is to the International Space Station, one of the future commercial space stations, or indeed on a moon mission.
For those just joining us as part of our special programme, it's worth reminding people where we're at this part of the launch process, because it's under 3 hours now, due to lift off at around 11:24 UK time. As far as we know, that haven't changed. We've not had an official update on the weather conditions, but Thomas Moore, our science correspondent, said he experienced some spots of rain, but he didn't seem too worried. So what stage are we at now?
Yeah, so it looks like, as you say, we're on track for that 11:24 launch. Fair to say that that's the opening of the launch window. So if there is rain, heaven forbid, that it comes by and we need to postpone a little bit. We do have 2 hours. We have a 2-hour window. So hopefully sometime during that 2-hour window, we will be able to launch. If everything goes nominally, it will be at 11:24. So now the crew is strapped in. I believe the hatch is closed now, and they'll be going through final checks from ground. They'll be doing, there'll be a lot of conversation going on between ground and the crew on board.
Yeah, the radio chatter will be intense at this stage.
Yeah. Every checklist that there is, because it's not like there's just one single checklist. There's a checklist for all the different systems on board. So they'll be going through various checklists. They'll be checking all the sensors. They'll just be making sure that everything is working correctly so that these astronauts can launch safely.
Well, let's tell you a bit more about the rocket that has been dominating your screens this evening. The rocket itself is called the Space Launch System. It is the most powerful rocket ever built. It is 98 metres tall. For reference, that's higher than the tower that houses Big Ben in London. Its core stage is filled with an Olympic-sized swimming pool's worth of liquid oxygen and hydrogen fuel. Strapped to the sides, solid rocket boosters, which, like other parts of SLS, are recycled bits of earlier space shuttle hardware. They will fall away once they have sent the astronauts most of the way to space. Once there, they'll lose the rest of the rocket. And on top of the whole thing is the Orion spacecraft, which is housing the 4 astronauts, and an in-space propulsion system. So, Megan, that is the construct of the rocket. Again, you know, it is quite mind-blowing that huge rocket that is taller than Big Ben essentially stripped away as it makes its journey.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, most of that rocket is fuel. All of the solid rocket boosters on the sides, all of that orange part, that is all fuel. So once that fuel is used up, we don't need it anymore. In fact, it's just a hindrance. So that will go back down to Earth, probably splash down in the ocean. And the astronauts will just be there in their small capsule, which has the European Service Module attached. I'm very proud to be, you know, one of the European Space Agency's astronauts, because we have contributed a great deal to this mission. There's the European Service Module, which is, of course, providing the life support systems and the propulsion for that little spacecraft that's sending the astronauts around the moon.
So your contribution is going to follow them for the entirety of the journey. Talk to me about the journey that the astronauts will take, because they won't head straight for the moon. It's not a straightforward journey. They're going to orbit the Earth twice, I understand. Talk me through why that is.
Yeah, so first of all, they will head up into a low Earth orbit, but that's still not that low, because the space station is around 400 kilometres from the Earth.
It's quite low
from the
space
surface of the Earth.
It's all relative, isn't it?
It is.
Space is vast.
This will go about 5 times further than that.
Wow.
But it will be an elliptical orbit. So there'll be a part that's close to the Earth, and there'll be a part that's further away from the Earth. So that's not going to take them to the moon. They have to get out further. So then they'll do what's called a burn, and they'll bring up this low part, the part that's close to the Earth, bring that out to the same distance from the Earth as the high part. That's still not going to be far enough away to get them away from the Earth. So then they have to do another burn to push them out a long way from the Earth's surface. So we're talking, I believe it's 43,500 miles away from the Earth's surface. And at that point, they're going to be able to start really doing this mission. So they'll be able to deploy some CubeSats that they have, and they'll be able to start testing all the systems. They'll be doing some proximity operations with a part of the rocket that they're going to jettison. And from there, they'll be able to head out, if everything is in good order, they'll be able to head out on that free return trajectory to the moon.
Yeah, talk to me about that trajectory, because these astronauts are not landing on the moon. They're going around it, and there is going to be a point where communication is lost because essentially there is no line of sight. They'll be on the other side of the moon, and we know that's for around 40 minutes. How does it work in sort of coming back round? I mean, earlier on in one of my scripts, it said it's going to be flung around the moon. I'm sure there is a more technical term than that, and you can talk us through that, Megan.
Well, yeah, I mean...
Sounds like a slingshot.
I mean, that is basically what it is, but it's using the gravity of the moon to bring it back around to Earth. So basically, it will the moon will kind of capture the capsule and bring it around the far side of the moon and then send it back to Earth. And it will do that without really any major adjustments. So we won't really need any fuel, or not much fuel, to be able to do that maneuver. It's actually what the astronauts used on Apollo 13 to be able to get back from the moon to Earth.
Is that amazing? It's like the least technical part of the mission, of the journey, is using...
Well, it takes a lot of calculations, but it doesn't take...
that's where the maths comes in.
That's where the maths comes in.
Okay. I'm going to bring in our US correspondent, James Matthews, now, who's with the crowds across the river from Cape Canaveral. The crowd's all there patiently waiting. Some have been there since early this morning. It's well into the afternoon. They're going into the evening in Florida. James, where's your merch gone? Have you taken it off to send it to me?
Yes, I've given you the shirt off my back. Quite literally, Sarah Jane. It's in the post. No, the T-shirt's on its way, trust me. But I look around. I mean, there is merch as far as the eye can see, camping chairs, camping equipment, bodies crowding into this place. We got here about 4 or 5 hours ago, and it was relatively quiet. Now, like all the best firework displays, it is rammed. Late arrivals, trying to find that square patch of grass in Space View Park, well named because of the view it gives you of space and the historic developments that are taking place a little bit later in that direction. Let's go in this direction to speak to some of the people who have gathered here for this moment in history. Hi, sir. You got here when we did. You've been here pretty much all day.
3 hours or more,
Yeah, tell me. Why? Why is it important to you?
Just the opportunity to see something that kind of once in a lifetime, or it's been a long time since somebody went towards the moon, so it's pretty exciting, so we're here to check it out.
Yeah, significant, important?
Absolutely.
Why?
Well, I think it's human nature to want to explore, and this is the far reaches, so, going to the moon or going around the moon is pretty significant.
Why are we so fascinated, do you think?
I don't know. I guess it's every night you look up, you see stars, you see the moon in particular, and it's always fascinated people. So, I mean, it's fascinating for sure.
Great stuff. Let's work our way along the line. Hi there. How far have you travelled for this?
We're from North Carolina, so probably, 8 hours away? 8 hours away?
Wow. Why? Why come here? Why is it important to you?
Well, I've never seen anything like this before, so it's my first time, and I'm really excited for it. So.
And what, in your mind, what is our fascination with space?
I think everyone wonders, what's up there, and I think everyone is excited for it because, I don't know, just a few people get to go up there. Not everyone can.
Madam, what about you? What do you think?
I agree. I think it's the unexplored that is very exciting, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to see something that not everybody gets to see in person, and I think it's an amazing chance to do so while we're here.
Yeah, quite the achievement scientifically as well, yeah?
Oh my gosh, yes, absolutely. Putting everything absolutely together has to be absolutely perfect, so that's amazing. Yeah, amazing feat.
And why do you have to see it with the naked eye? Why not sit at home watching it on a 12-camera shoot?
Well, if we had not been here on vacation, we probably would have been watching it at home. But
that's Florida.
It was, yes, exactly. So we were here and thought we would just take the day and the opportunity to come see this. It offered us the opportunity, so we took advantage.
Well, I hope you enjoy it when it comes. Let's go further along. We're on a bridge here, Sarah Jane. The main body of the crowd is that way. And as I look, in fact, every spare patch of grass, beyond that water where you can see people killing time, nothing but a sea of faces now, actually, and a sea of telescopic lenses waiting for the big moment. Hello there. Tell me, how far have you come?
So we're from Atlanta, so about 8 hours, I want.
8 hours. That's a long journey, yeah? Even in America.
Yeah, I think so.
Why?
So one, I think it's a big historic moment for like the Artemis generation. And two, I'm actually a PhD aerospace engineering student.
Wow.
And I work on lunar systems architecting. So actually, it's a problem pretty close to me. So to witness like the launch that actually is going to start it all is probably the biggest reason why I'm here.
Yeah, well, in a sentence then, tell me why this is clever. I'll give you 2 sentences.
Okay. Well, it's clever because there's a lot of firsts, and I think a lot of people tend to equate it to, well, we did it during Apollo, so like, what's cool about it? But there's a lot more embedded things happening in here for like the long term for Moon and Mars exploration. So I think that's why it's pretty sick.
Oh, fantastic. Maybe you can work on the next one, Artemis II.
Yeah.
Hi, sir. What's the fascination for you?
I'm also an aerospace PhD student.
All right.
I've loved space for a very long time. I've never gotten to see a rocket launch, so it feels like a historical one to hopefully get to see. Also, it just felt like kind of a stupid and fun thing to do on a work day. So we just came down here for the day.
Stupid and fun. You can't beat that. Yeah. And your dog's here as well, of course.
Yes. He's very happy.
Dogs don't like fireworks, though, do they?
No, it's okay. We'll give him some weed and he'll feel better.
Is that legal in the States?
Yeah, it's just a little bit it's just to make him feel better.
All right, we'll take your word for it. There you go. A little bit of weed. That's the secret, Sarah Jane. I'll send some with a T-shirt. Back to you now.
Okay, James, I'm gonna come back to me before we all get into trouble. Anyway, James, behave yourself. Right, let's go back across the river from where James is to Cape Canaveral and speak to space scientist Dr. Neve Shaw. Dr. Shaw, hi, good to see you. As we can see, less than 2 hours to go now. How are you feeling? How significant a moment is this for you as part of the space community?
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm here, really. I'm delighted to be here for Irish media. I saw the moon landings years after I was born. My dad worked in an American company and he would tell us about them. And most of the people I know that work in the space sector were inspired by the moon landings, as indeed many of us space nuts are. And so there's an awful lot going on today. I've followed the Artemis launches from the very start, from Artemis I rollout, and I've visited different facilities that have been manufacturing different parts of the rockets and everything, and it's all coming down to 1 minute 53. You know what I mean? It's like, it starts with this kind of like a massive bowl of ingredients, and we're kind of getting right down to the very last moment, and you're feeling it. I'm tired, but so excited. Everybody is happy, exhilarated. There's just magic. There's astronauts just walking around here. Everybody's up for having a chat. You're just talking to people saying, are you having a good day? Can I help with your news coverage? Do you need a photograph? Do you need some water? It's just, it unites, and going back to the moon, it's a seminal moment. And as a woman, in STEM, Christina Cook's presence on that rocket means a great deal to me and many women in STEM. And thinking about, those people there traveling around a full moon that we can all see tonight, and knowing that they're traveling that general direction. It's kind of it's kind of one of those things. It's like, I actually hear. It's like kind of mind bending. I feel like listening to the people there that you just were talking to. I feel very similar to them. Like we have to be here. This is going to be one of those moments. Like, where were you? You know, when we started to return to the moon on April 1st, 2026. Well, I somehow have managed to get here. And that's an incredible honour and privilege. And I'm absolutely delighted to share my experience with as many people as possible. So yeah, it's magic. It's crazy, Sarah James.
Yeah, I would imagine it is magic being there. As you said, astronauts just walking around amongst space enthusiasts. It really is a celebratory atmosphere. We're just going to go back to NASA's official coverage and listening to some of the communications, because there are so many steps to go through for launch. And it sounds like they're having a bit of an issue. Let's listen in.
Firing room. I'll send it back to Megan and Nicole out the host desk.
Thank you, Daryl. Yes, very unique, but I think it speaks to the ingenuity of this team, right? To say, hey, we have this equipment at the VAB. Why don't we leverage it to try to solve this issue and work it?
Yeah, what a great example of human creativity, right? We know this thing exists. Let's go solve this problem. We have time, you know, like Daryl said, we're going to continue to march down the countdown. So we'll continue to get the rocket and the crew ready, but we still have that 2-hour window. So in the meantime, let's try to figure out what's happening with the range. And
speaking of the range, what is the range for people who might not watch rocket launches with us often?
Sure, yeah. So anytime that you launch a rocket, you have to clear the airspace, right, in the launch corridor. So where the rocket's flight path is going to go, you have to make sure that that whole airspace is clear. And so we actually have assets. You know, the Space Force helps us out with this one, but you know, we want to make sure that there aren't airplanes in the way and there aren't other, you know, maritime assets in the way or things like that. So that there's a whole group of people. We talked to, actually, Gary said it great, right? It's a huge team sport. And so there's a whole group here on the ground that is monitoring that launch corridor to make sure it's clear and ready to go. And so if they're having issues, then we definitely can't launch this rocket. We don't want to launch blind into a corridor that we can't see.
Yeah, because as Daryl said, I mean, it is very important, the flight termination system, needing to activate it in case of an emergency. So yes, something that we will closely be monitoring throughout the countdown, and hopefully, again, won't be an issue, that they can fix this issue by going to the heritage hardware that's in the vehicle assembly building.
Right, what a great idea.
Okay, so again, under 2 hours from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew, as you can see there, inside of Orion, relaxing, getting updates from the team, but also just getting in the right headspace for hopefully launch today. Let's learn a little more about each of them now.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that...
Well, let's bring in Megan, who can make sense of what we were hearing there. We understand that there is some kind of issue, and it is the flight termination system, which, Megan, is effectively the abort system, which we know is so important.
Yes, I mean, we don't have the full details of what's going on there, but this basically means that I don't know what the problem is, but
explain to us what the abort system is, because obviously that is a key piece of safety.
Yeah, so the abort system is that sitting on the very, very top of the rocket there, and it's what can basically pull the astronauts away in their capsule from the rest of the rocket. In case anything were to go wrong, then that would be their escape route, essentially, whether they're still on the pad or whether they're some distance into the launch, then they can escape if something goes wrong. So it's quite important.
Yeah, very. So we don't actually know what the issue is at the moment. It might be something minor, as we were hearing there in the coverage from NASA, that they're working through it. It's come up in the checks and the routines that they go through, and we will follow that, because that might be a small problem they can fix. As you said, they don't want to take any chances. But we will return as soon as we have more information on that. I'm going to go back to Neve, who's standing by, Dr. Neve Shaw, science and space communicator, who, again, like so many people there, had to be there for this moment in history. And Neve, I understand that you've actually had an encounter with two of the astronauts on board, Reid Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen.
Yeah. I had this amazing, like, as I say, I've been kind of following this mission for a really long time. I was very lucky during COVID to get to go to the rollout of the very first rocket, Artemis I, on St. Patrick's Day, 2002. Sorry, there's somebody there coming through. And so I followed it. I decided that I was going to follow Artemis II more closely. So I got to go to the rollout of the main part of the Space Launch System, the long rocket, which was manufactured in Michoud in Louisiana, just outside New Orleans. And they rolled out this massive rocket, like it was huge. We spent the day talking to people that had done like the spot welds and everything. And you get a sense of the number of people that are involved in creating a rocket and all the years of all those people and the thousands of hours that they've put in along the way. And on the day of the rollout, you know, it was a really hot day. It was so humid, I'll never forget it. And there was a kind of a car park, and they put seating out, and two of the Artemis II astronauts turned up for this rollout, which was a big deal for the staff that were there. And, you know, Reid came along and Jeremy Hansen, and everybody was like all over Reid Wiseman because I guess they would know him more from, you know, being a part of NASA. And Jeremy was lucky, he got to sit down and we were all sweating. And I was kind of covering, taking pictures of this amazing rocket rolling out. And then to my left was me was there, and he was just sitting there and he was looking at the rocket, and I couldn't resist. I went up to him and I just went, that rocket's going to take you to the moon. And we had a kind of a look, and he goes, yeah, I know, that's mad. I'm like, yeah, that's mad. And now today, here we are, you know. That was July 2024. And that just gives you an appreciation of how many people are involved in, as I say, funneling down into this one moment. And just a few hours ago, what time is it now? Yeah, just about two hours over at the Armstrong building, and we got to see the crew walk out. And there was Jeremy again, and now he's wearing his suit, his orange suit, and he's saying goodbye to his family. And it's a massive day for Canada. You know, all the people around me, they were Canadian, and Reid's family were there, and Christina's family were there, and Victor's family were there, and I was there. It's like, and beside us, Senator Mark Kelly came up, and he was very nice. He came up beside us with the rest of the media, and he started talking to us. And Scott Kelly was there, his twin, and I'd heard him on a call live from the International Space Station, so I went over and spoke to him. That's what I mean. Like, everybody just wants to talk to you, you know. So so it's a day where it feels like everything is kind of coming back down into this one kind of moment of focus. So there's been these disparate kind of stories, and we all have stories, and they're coming to one focus. And I'll give you another amazing story. So I'm asking everybody, like, how is your day? Did you get the footage that you wanted or whatever? And this elderly man was walking towards the bus, because when you're media, you have to get bussed to the Neil Armstrong building and back again. And he stood beside me. I said, did you get some good footage? He goes, oh, yeah. But, you know, this is my first lunar launch. And I was like, what do you mean? And with that, he takes out two laminated kind of pieces of paper. One says press Apollo 11, and the other one says press Apollo 15. And I was like, what? So he had actually been press and had been at the Neil Armstrong building the day Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin and Michael, oh my gosh, my brain is gone. Michael, oh my God. Anyway, you know what I mean. The three of them. And he was there. Amazing.
Just history everywhere you look. Michael Collins,
absolutely.
Of course.
Everyone has a story. Everyone has a story here. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's incredible. You know, so many people, like you said, just say that they just want to be there. You're there because of your job, but I know you're fizzing with excitement as well. As you said, to be a woman in STEM, and I was just talking to Megan in the studio here, you know, you look at that rocket and everybody talks about, you know, if you want to be involved in space, you have to be an astronaut, or you have to work for NASA or the European Space Agency or whatever. But there are so many routes into this sector now, so many exciting jobs, and because of this new era of space, you know, there will be more opportunities, which is hugely exciting.
It is, and see it be it, Sarah. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what kind of career, this is I came to this very late. I started out as an engineer and scientist and then a writer, and now I'm a science communicator. But a lot of that pause was just, I didn't think that someone like me could be a part of space, and it's just fantastic now that this generation, there are so many options. And like what you say, because the space system now is private, public, and we have a lot of companies that are contracted by different agencies, the European Space Agency and NASA and the Canadian Space Agency, Jackson, all these different ones, and then within that to have a career in space. And you don't have to be an astronaut to have an amazing career in space. Like a friend of mine works at ESA, and he's involved in graphic design and everything. He's here today. There are many paths to pursuing the passion that we have. And here's the thing, which I think is why I'm drawn to space, is that everybody shares a passion for space. There's something about it that makes us feel, I don't know, it just makes me feel like that we're all connected, and that, there's hope for us as a species. And that, that view of Earth from a distance, which our 4 astronauts will see hopefully today, if they get over whatever that hiccup is, seeing the Earth in its entirety reminds people that, the words of countries are merely words from that viewpoint. There are clouds, there is water, there is green and brown blobs called land, and from space, that's it. And there are hundreds of thousands of creatures and plants that share that planet. And that's really it. And a lot of astronauts will talk about that understanding of that unifying moment when they see the Earth from a distance. And I think for many of us working in the space sector, whether we're communicators or engineers or graphic designers or lawyers or writers or astronauts, I think we all have that same belief of, that there's a much bigger thing happening that we can't do on our own, but together we can do together. And in terms of leadership, in terms of vision, in terms of living by your values, the space sector has that in spades. You can get into the commercial sector, you can get into the agency, or you can be freelance like myself. But there's a place for all of us. When you share that passion, it's like we're all moving in the same direction, and everybody is kind of putting in their little part of it. So the guy that did the spot wells that I saw in Louisiana that day for the Artemis II rocket is the reason why that's now on the pad. If that guy didn't do a really good spot weld, then we wouldn't have the rocket that we have today. Do you know, these incremental parts? And it reminds us that, sometimes we think, what am I doing with my life? But just keep moving forward, do a little thing.
And it gets us to where we are today, which is a huge moment for the space industry, the space sector. Dr. Neefshaw, so good to talk to you. Thank you so much. As you said, this moment is giving everyone a lift, because there's a lot going on in the world right now. Yeah. And as you said, what is happening really puts things into perspective. Enjoy the launch. Fingers crossed it's all going to go ahead. I'm just going to take people through this mission that is going to unfold this evening. The crew planning to blast off from Florida at 11:24 UK time. There is, of course, that 2-hour window. They will perform safety and systems checks in a low Earth orbit. That will be the first part of this mission. If all of that is okay, the propulsion system boosts them higher. The Orion crew capsule then separates, performing a final high Earth orbit before a translunar injection burn, which sets them on a 4-day trip to the moon. After 5 days in space, Orion then swings behind the moon, temporarily blocking communication with Earth. The crew will then use the moon's gravity to help them slingshot back towards Earth, where they will splash down in the Pacific Ocean. That is the plan. Well, a little earlier on the programme, we heard from Neil Armstrong's son, Mark, about what it is like seeing these astronauts follow in his father's footsteps.
It's an absolute privilege to have been part of that program and to have been able to feel like I was, involved, even though as a 6-year-old, I was just an accident of birth, if you will. Yeah, I think that my father would be absolutely ecstatic about what we're doing today, or what we hope to do today. It's taken longer, than I think, than any of us thought it should have or would have. If you'd had asked us back in the early 70s, late 60s, we thought that this program, this would be happening sooner. But we accomplished amazing things in the meantime. We built this International Space Station. We learned how to live and work in space, and we did so many things that allow us to be where we are today, and to take it not just this step, but all the steps that follow. You earlier mentioned, Sarah Jane, you mentioned the fact that there's a lot going on in the world, and that was true when Apollo 8 launched. When Apollo 8 launched, we had the Vietnam War, and we had assassinations and civil unrest and all kinds of things happening in the world that were negative and challenging and problematic. But this type of thing, Artemis II, what those astronauts are doing, take us in a different direction. They remind us that we're one species, one people. That we first saw, or we first really understood, maybe when Bill Anders took that famous photograph of the Earth from so far away. We're the stewards of this planet, and we have to work together to make this a place that we can sustain for the long term, that our children's can live in and thrive in. And that's the promise. That's the promise of this mission and those that follow.
Yeah, I know. Well, let's bring in Dr. Megan Christian, who has been with me in the studio all evening as we prepare for launch. It is still technically go, we understand, for 11:24 UK time. However, we did say to you before, there seems to be a little bit of a problem. What we understand is that engineers are currently troubleshooting what's called a ground system issue, specifically related to the flight termination system. The problem, engineers have identified a fault with the ground-based receiver equipment used to communicate with a rocket's self-destruct system. They're currently attempting to fix this. NASA safety rules say that this must be fully functional before liftoff to ensure the rocket can be destroyed if it veers towards populated areas. Right, okay. Decode that for us, Megan. What situation are we looking at here?
So basically, we have this flight termination system, which includes the launch abort system that the astronauts can escape from, but it also, it's basically a kind of emergency button that you can use to get rid of the rocket, explode the rocket if something goes wrong, and to contain that within an area that's not going to cause any destruction to people or property in the surrounding area. So it's really important. I mean, this would only happen if something went wrong, but the point is that it has to work in case something goes wrong. So it seems like it's a communication issue, and what we're reading, what we're hearing is that some of the engineers are using they've come up with an ingenious way of using some of the systems that were used in the space shuttle era, I believe, to be able to fix this ground receiver. So it's not something that's actually on the rocket itself, it's something on ground that is communicating with that flight termination system. So they're looking to resolve it in that way. And the countdown is still continuing. So they haven't stopped. But
as if it can be any more highly pressured.
That's right.
The clock is literally ticking for this repair.
It is ticking, and if they are not able to repair this, then it will be a no-go.
Oh, okay. We are talking about the best engineers in the world, though. Right?
That's right.
And they will be used to these last-minute fixes. Give me an idea of how many people are involved and the efforts that are underway right now as we speak.
There are thousands of people involved. I mean, even just at Kennedy Space Center, we will have hundreds of people on site. You'll have people working in, you have the engineers working probably there near the rocket on site, but then you have all the controllers in the ground control rooms. So, hundreds of people that are working on this.
And as you said, no rooms for if, buts or maybes. Everything has to be a tick, a yes, a go, in order for launch to happen. But we have been here before in the build-up to launch. Countdown clocks can stop. When is it that it's paused and then restarted? Because that can happen, can't it?
It can happen at different times during the countdown, depending on what the issue is. Yeah. In this case, they believe that they can resolve the issue while still running through all the other procedures. If it's a different kind of problem where they can't continue working through all the different checks that they have to do, then they will pause the clock.
The working through problems and the checklist, does that stop when that clock stops? Because we know there's a 2-hour launch window. So when we get to 11:24 UK time, there is then an extra 2 hours added onto that in which the rocket can launch. But is that just for weather, or is that also for system and mechanical issues as well?
It could be for anything. So anything that comes up that means that they're not able to launch within, they're not able to launch immediately, they have those 2 hours. Those 2 hours are fixed, so it's between UK time, it's between 11:24 and 1:24 a.m. They can launch any time during that time. They will pause the clock at some time before zero. It will be probably a few minutes before zero, and then they'll be able to start that up again whenever they need to, when they start getting goes from every member of the ground control team.
Yeah. So is the fact that the clock is still counting down a good sign? Or am I reading too much into it?
I would say it's a good sign, because it indicates that they are fairly confident that they can resolve this issue. It also means that they're not delaying the launch. They're able to continue to do the checks that they need to do at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a countdown going on in my ear as well. I've got 3 minutes until 10 o'clock when Gillian Joseph takes over. She will take you right up until launch. I'm going to rush home and watch it on the TV along with all of you, or wherever you're watching from online as well. Just as we count down, as we said, there's less than 2 hours now. Boy, has it gone quick. Will it be going as quickly for the astronauts? Because they're not just sitting there with these seatbelts on. They've got a lot to do as well in this period.
Yeah, and they will be hearing a lot more than what we're hearing about little issues that might be coming up, and working through how to resolve those, working through the checklist that we've talked so much about. At the same time, it probably goes fast for them most of the time, but then there might be a few moments where they can breathe. It goes a little bit more slowly, when mostly it's the work of the ground team, and not so much what they have to do.
Yeah, we can see there the team on the launch pad in the rocket still closing the hatch as normal. It's basically carry on as normal until told otherwise at this stage. So there will be, a group of engineers trying to sort out this particular problem that's come up. But in the meantime, hundreds of others carrying on.
Are still going on with their jobs, yeah.
It's interesting. A final thought from you in terms of, look, it's still go as far as we are aware. It is still go. This has not been called off. The clock hasn't even been paused. But a final thought from you about what we are about to witness this evening.
I'm just really excited to see this launch. It's such a special moment. It's been over 50 years since we have had humans going to the moon. They're going around the moon to prepare us for landing on the moon. We're going to land on the moon to prepare us to live on the moon. And we're going to live on the moon to prepare us to go to Mars.
We have just heard from NASA, so this is good news for me to end my section of the programme on. NASA are saying that they are still good to go. So it sounds like that problem may well have been resolved. NASA reporting that issue with a flight termination system. Megan explaining that is for the rocket when it comes away from the capsule to be disposed of safely should it need to be taken apart so that it doesn't land on any populated areas. But what we're hearing from NASA at the moment is that it is still go. So it sounds like that has been sorted, which is good news for launch at around 11:24 tonight. That is it from me. Gillian Joseph is next. Megan, thank you so much. I've really enjoyed your company and this build up to launch. Stay with us, more coming up at 10 o'clock.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist? I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up. Being a Sky News journalist. Ed Conway, Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is. First off, just the scale of what we're looking at. Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter?
We've done the work and the reading, so you don't have to.
Being a Sky News presenter.
Hello and welcome. Westminster, the heart of British politics.
I'm so sorry about what happened to you.
So what on earth is going on?
It's not true.
Can I tell you what I think?
It's really unusual.
Mornings with Richard and Frost.
Let's crack on. Let's get started.
Good evening. This is a Sky News Moon Mission special programme, bringing you coverage of the launch of Artemis II, the first manned mission to the moon since 1972. Astronauts Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen are now sealed on board the Orion capsule, which sits within NASA's Space Launch System, the most powerful rocket ever built. If the launch goes ahead in just over an hour's time, they'll reach the moon on Monday, on a route that will take them further away from Earth than any human has ever gone before. The crew began their journey to the launch pad by greeting their families as they left the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building in Florida. The astronauts have been in quarantine for the last fortnight there to prevent them from getting ill. There was visible excitement from the crew and those present as they said their goodbyes. Then, after a 20-minute bus ride to the launch pad, the crew took 2 lifts more than 80 metres up to their capsule on board the rocket. After entering the lift, the commander, Reid Wiseman, saluted before heading up with his teammates. Well, the crews then entered their spaceship, the Orion, the only part designed to return to Earth. They were strapped in by NASA technicians and then performed checks and readied themselves for the journey into space.
Commander, OTC Orion to Earth 1.
OTC, CDR has you loud and clear.
Good comm. Welcome, sir.
Well, the crew on board Artemis II are now making their final preparations and are due to blast off at 11:24 UK time. Before that, the launch director at NASA's Mission Control will ask a series of engineers if the launch should go ahead. It's known as the go/no-go protocol. The countdown is continuing, but there does seem to be an issue which engineers are working on at the moment. Let's go live to the Kennedy Space Centre and our science correspondent there, Thomas Moore. Thomas, can you tell us a bit more about this apparent issue?
Yes, within the last hour they've been dealing with an issue with the flight termination system. Now that is the ground control equipment that was faulty and that needs to be operational during the launch because that communicates with the rocket. It is automatic, and if the rocket does veer off towards a populated area, then it can be disabled or destroyed. Now, engineers identified what the problem was with the ground-based equipment. They sent an engineer 3 miles back to the workshop. They picked up the spare part they needed and they went back out to the launch pad, and they're now trying to resolve the issue. You'll see that the clock has not stopped. This hopefully is just a hiccup, an inevitable hiccup, I suppose, with such a complicated machine, and the launch should still go ahead with the launch window opening at 11:24 p.m.
Usual is this, Thomas, that there's a last-minute hitch. We don't know how serious, obviously, but how usual is it?
Well, I've not heard of this particular problem before, and there's normally a problem within the rocket or one of the valves, one of the sensors. The computers don't quite align. There are several flight computers on board and they all have to be in sync for things to operate smoothly. But it is quite common for a rocket launch to be scrubbed. And bear in mind, this is just the second time this beast has actually been on the launch pad. First time with humans on board, and that, of course, makes them even more cautious. We spoke to Jared Isaacman yesterday, the NASA chief, and he was saying that it's a very difficult decision. He clearly feels the sense of responsibility because his family, the NASA family, their lives are at stake. So they're being very cautious about this, but they are very keen to get the rocket off if they possibly can. Now, we've had weather coming through. It did a few spots of rain, and that would be a bar to launch. But at the moment, looking at the direction of where the wind is blowing from, we've got pretty good blue skies. So hopefully everything aligns. They fix this problem, the weather plays ball, and the rocket does lift off on time.
And Thomas, we know that they have something like 800 checks to go through. With this effectively an issue with the abort system that they're looking at now, does that mean that they will pause their checks until that is resolved, or do they continue with the checks around it?
My understanding is that the countdown is proceeding, that they are going through the normal timeline of events that they need to tick off for them to get to zero and lift off. So this issue with the flight termination system, the ground-based equipment, is being resolved in parallel with that. It's just normal troubleshooting when you're dealing with a really complicated machine like this. They are learning all the time on how to perfect this. So it hopefully will be resolved, and that this is not going to delay the flight. But we know that there are 5 more potential launch days this week where they could get off the ground. It's just that the weather today looked so good that they're hoping to make use of this clear air.
OK, Thomas, thank you very much for the moment. Well, still with me in the studio, Dr. McGann, Christiane, who's been here for a number of hours, still sustaining the excitement, I see, about what could happen this evening. But with this flight termination system that we hear that other checks are having to go forth, could that scupper the whole thing?
It could. If they're not able to resolve this issue, then it's going to be a no-go. Although it seems like they're pretty confident that they can resolve it because, as we said, they're continuing with the countdown, they're continuing to do the other checks. So hopefully that means that it's something that they can work through and we'll get to the end of that and be able to launch.
And the astronauts presumably will be aware of this snag, won't they? They'll know what's going on.
They'll be well aware, yeah. They'll have more information than we're hearing. They'll be hearing all the communications from the ground. They'll be hearing exactly what's going on, what's being done to resolve the problem. They're probably being told not to worry for the moment and just stand by, see what happens.
But human nature as it is, will they be slightly nervous that potentially something has gone wrong that could scupper the entire mission?
They could be, but they've said before today that, you know, they don't know that they're actually going to launch until the moment of launch, and they're ready for anything. It would, of course, be frustrating, but they are well aware that things can change. It could happen with the weather, for example. So they know that they may not be launching today, but let's hope that they do.
And just how important is this mission in terms of the space race and America's position in that? How crucial is this particular mission?
Well, I guess there is the geopolitical motivation behind it. You know, there's a new space race with China, equivalent in a way to the space race during the Apollo era. But that's not all it is. I mean, we went to the moon during the Apollo era to do it for this first time, to get to the moon. It's amazing that we actually got to do the number of missions that we did because, you know, we achieved that with with Apollo 11. Then we actually did manage to do a whole lot of great science. We managed to bring back a whole lot of rocks that we've been able to study since then. But then that kind of ended because, you know, we didn't have a reason anymore. We moved on to space stations and learning how to live and work in space for long periods of time. And now we're ready to go back to the moon and not just go there, but stay there and prepare for the future. So be able to have laboratory stations on the surface of the moon where we can prepare to then go to Mars and live and work on other planetary bodies.
So that's the reason that you say wasn't there previously, but now there's the reason to actually carry out this mission.
Yeah, this time we have a reason to continue. I mean, if the reason is just to go there, it's not sustainable. But this time it's to go there and to stay. And to continue to learn. We're going to a different location, so the kind of information that we can collect is different. And of course, prepare for the future.
Well, we're just hearing from NASA, from the little voices in my ear, that we have a go and they have fixed the issue. So that has been solved.
That's wonderful to hear. I'm very excited.
So we'll continue to view what's happening there, and we see these live pictures of the Orion, part of Artemis II. Let's cross back now to Thomas Moore. So, Thomas, we have good news. They have fixed the issue, whatever it was.
Yeah, the problem seemed to lie in the ground-based equipment that communicates with the rocket. Now, NASA rules are that this system has to be working, that they have to be able to disable or destroy the rocket if it veers off course towards a populated area for obvious reasons. This would be a highly explosive event if this did reach a built-up area. So this system has to be working. Now, as we understand it, there was a fault that they identified. They raced back to the workshop. They got the spare part they needed, and they've now tested it, and it all seems to be working. So we are still go for launch at 11:24. There's a 2-hour window that then opens. They could go at any time, and the weather seems to be clearing, so they will want to use it.
OK, Thomas, thank you so much for that update. So 11:24 is still the estimated time, UK time, that they will take off. Well, we're joined now by Daniel Dumbasha, a former Deputy Associate Administrator of Human Exploration at NASA. Welcome to you. Thank you very much for joining us. You will, of course, have heard that there was a slight glitch with the systems there. That's with the flight termination system, but it has now been fixed and everything is still on course.
And that is great news. Ready to go.
So what happens now? We continue the countdown, but what's the process that's ongoing now?
They'll continue the countdown, doing all the checks that you've talked about. I think there's like 500 launch commit criteria that have to be met in order to successfully launch. And they're going to continue that countdown, go through all the checks. They're making sure that all the propellants are loaded and the propellants hit the pressure and temperature requirements that are needed for the engines at the base of the core stage. And just making sure everything's ready to go throughout the whole system. And they'll keep working on it and go through the countdown and hopefully be ready to go at the beginning of the window.
So it's just really about following the process now, as you say, going through all the checks and presumably and hopefully that there won't be any more glitches.
We hope so, but that's why we go through this in a very disciplined, very described process where NASA works out all the abilities ahead of time so that as problems arise, they're ready to address those. And keep in mind that the launch crew on the ground, along with the astronauts, they've been through lots of training and lots of simulations, and so they're ready to handle just about anything that comes their way.
Are you surprised that they're using a part from the shuttle to make this launch possible?
No, I'm not, because the space hardware is very particular, built to very rigid requirements, because it has to, particularly the flight termination system, has to be very ready to go and has to work properly, because as your reporter pointed out, it is extremely important to protect public safety on the ground. And go get the parts that you know work and put them in the system, and that's what I'm sure the team is doing.
In your estimation and experience, what are some of the challenges that they will be facing?
Well, before launch, it will get very, very active in the last few minutes of launch. Lots of computerized checks on the engines and on the entire propulsion system, making sure the safety systems for the crew are all ready to go. And the computer at some point takes over because things start happening so quickly that the humans cannot keep up, so it's all computerized. And then once they get going with that 7 to 8 million pounds of thrust underneath them, it will be quite a ride, and they will get quite an experience going, frankly, from 0 to 17,000 miles an hour in the space of about 8 minutes.
Just to clarify what we're looking at, if I can bring you in, Dr. Megan, Christian, just to tell us what's happening now. We believe that technicians are sealing the final door. Is that right?
Yeah, it does look like the hatch has finally been closed. They're making sure that it's sealed correctly, checking those seals, and yeah, it looks like we're getting closer.
And that process, I mean, are they having to drill the door closed? Will the astronauts be hearing that noise in their minds? Will that be a trigger that this is really go now?
They will certainly be hearing noises from inside the capsule. We're hearing what's happening outside, but they will also be hearing all the information from the ground controllers that are telling them exactly what's happening at any given moment. And they will have also trained for this. They will have gone through lots of simulations about this whole process, so they'll know exactly what's happening.
And how long does this process take? How long does it take to seal the door. And it is incredibly crucial, isn't it? It's very, very serious, this part of the operation.
Yeah, it's extremely important that it is sealed off properly. It's funny, we've been thinking that it's been sealed many times throughout the evening, but it looks like that door actually is closed now. And I think it just depends on how long it takes to do all those final checks. I'm not sure exactly what that is they're doing at the moment. Maybe checking some wiring there. I'm not sure, but it looks like they're very, very close.
Yeah, NASA's saying that the hatch is closed and they are almost ready to launch.
Exciting.
It is extremely exciting, isn't it? And also, there's so many people involved in the process. For the technicians there that we see sealing the door, they will be incredibly excited.
They will be, and it's a huge responsibility for them as well. They'll know the crew very well because they will have worked through this with them, and so they'll feel the responsibility of this moment. But also, I expect they're quite proud of being involved in it.
Yes, they're all part of the mission, whatever role they've played. Well, our US correspondent James Matthews is at Space View Park across the river from Cape Canaveral even, with the crowds waiting to watch the launch. James, how's it going? You've taken your T-shirt off? No tie?
Sarah, that's spoken for. Sarah Jane claimed the T-shirt. Sorry, Gillian. I'll try and get you another piece of merch somewhere along the way. There is plenty of it because there are plenty of people. Just let's do a 180-degree turn. Take a look at that crowd. I can tell you, I knew it was going to be an occasion this morning at breakfast. We were kind of having our breakfast, and this family came and gathered round a table. The granddad turned up in full astronaut kit. A man in his mid-70s, I reckon. So I thought, that's what's special about today. A concept, a spectacle, a moment in history that captivates the imagination across the generations, I suppose. Let's speak to some of the people who are here and prove that point. Let's start young. Hello. Where have you come from?
I've come from Pinellas Park.
Fantastic. Great. Tell me, why are you here today?
Because space is really important to me and because it's a historic day for space travel.
And tell me, mate, are you excited?
Yeah, I'm very excited.
Why is that?
I've been waiting like 6 years for this rocket launch. I'm ready to watch it launch today.
Why are you fascinated with space?
I don't know. I really like the rockets and stuff. It's just so cool, all the technology that goes into it.
And you're here with your grandma. Tell me, many of us have lived through moments like this. Why is this special, do you think?
Well, I watched Neil Armstrong walk on the moon when I was young.
Yeah, those were the days.
Those were the days. So this is like a real opportunity to watch the next phase going forward for history, to see this rocket go back to the moon.
Thank you very much indeed. People have travelled quite a distance. You have travelled, remind me.
So I've traveled about 16 or so hours from Indianapolis, Indiana, and I actually fell in love with space 33 years ago on a trip with my family to Cape Canaveral, just a stone's throw away from here. So I'm back with family once again.
What happened then, and why did that captivate the imagination?
I was actually on a family trip with my mother, my grandmother, and my great-grandmother, and my mother was pregnant with my sister. And so space has just stuck with me ever since then. So I'm back 33 years later to do it again.
Runs through the family. And why is this more impressive, or will this be more impressive, do you think, than what we've seen before?
Well, this is the biggest trip of in my lifetime, so I get to hear a lot of people around at an event like this say that they were alive to see when Neil Armstrong walked on the moon or one of the major launches, but this one is the biggest one of my lifetime, and so I couldn't miss it.
Thanks very much. Enjoy it when it happens. Gillian, I have to tell you, I'm standing on this bridge. We were about to broadcast, and this lady said to me, "Who are you from?" I said, "Sky News in the UK." She says, "Well, we've got a rocket club in town." I said, "Oh, we want to speak to them." They are here, the Rocket Club. Hello there, hi. Where is the Rocket Club, remind me?
So it's a part of our school at Frederica Academy, and so for the past, this year and last year, we've been designing, our own rocket and stuff like that. This year, we did it at our school. It melted a little bit, but this year we got it back. It's going to be better than before. It's really exciting. We get to learn all these really cool research methods and how to write papers and stuff like that before research, after research, and stuff like that. So it's really fun.
I hope this one doesn't melt. Tell me, why is this exciting for you?
For me, this is the first one I can really remember. I've seen some other ones, so I've been told, but now that I'm kind of older, I'm really excited to be able to remember this and see it launch and be here in the moment.
Yeah. What about you, mate? Why is this important?
So I've never been able to go see a rocket launch in person, and that's a big part of it for me. And second of all, I would really love to make this a big pivotal moment of my life. My father in 1969, when we went to the moon back then. So it's kind of my generation's version of that. So I find that very important as a pivotal point of my life.
Yeah, great stuff. Thank you. Let's work our way down the line. Hi there. Tell me, why is this important to you? What's significant about this?
I mean, it's just such a big step for space exploration as a whole, and the fact that it has women on it, it has people from Canada. I just think it's a really special opportunity that I'm really glad I get to be here for and actually get to see it in person. I think it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and tell me about that. There is a woman on board, there is a Canadian on board. Why is that important?
It's good to have representation. Not too long ago, you'd see people who didn't look all too much like you. It seemed like a far-off dream that you couldn't achieve yourself. But seeing women and other people that are close to you makes it feel like this could be me. I'm helping someone. I look like someone who could achieve this.
Let me ask you, mate. What's the fascination of space for us?
It's really, to me, it's about being stuck on Earth and knowing that there's something out there, but not knowing what. And I think there's a real desire to learn about what we don't know. I think that's really it. Not knowing something, wanting to know about it. And I think that's something that drives all things that we do. Like why we crossed the ocean to get to America was because there was something out there we wanted to know.
Where do you think this might take us?
I feel like sending men back to orbiting the moon could take us back to landing on the moon, and with new technology, finding things, exploring in ways that we couldn't have with the first men on the moon.
Listen, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your time and good luck. Hope you enjoy this spectacle. So there you go, Gillian. That's the excitement. That's the anticipation. Big relief here that things do appear to be back on track after the brief wobble. The rain is starting. I don't know how that's going to affect things. Certainly a lot of cloud in the sky, but weather-wise, however much that impacts on things, we're told the clouds are going to disappear. The sun will be back out at the appointed time. So, yeah, it's all looking good. Big excitement here.
I can see, James. Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing us all of that excitement, particularly the Rocket Club. Love to hear from them. Well, we are being told that the technical crew that we just had on the screen a moment ago that were actually drilling the doors shut, sealing the doors, they've got about 18 minutes before they clear the pad. So just tell us exactly what they will be doing now in those few minutes remaining, Megan.
So they also have to close the hatch on the launch abort system. So I think that's probably the last thing that they'll do. And then they'll head off and clear the area because we can't have any humans in the area when we actually have the launch, except for those that are sitting on the rocket there. So they're just doing those final closeouts. They're getting rid of any cables that are still lying around. They're cleaning everything up and making sure it's good to go.
OK, well, let's talk you through the crew of Artemis II. Its commander is NASA astronaut Reid Wiseman. Orion's pilot, Victor Glover, will become the first person of colour to go to the moon. NASA colleague Christina Cook becomes the first woman in lunar orbit. And Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency, the first non-American to make the journey. Well, it is it will be a test flight of firsts, won't it? We do have so many firsts there, not least the first woman.
Yes, the first woman, the first person of colour, the first non-US citizen, the furthest that humans will have ever been away from the Earth, beating the record of Apollo 13. And actually, they will also become the fastest humans after they re-enter at the end of the mission.
Oh, on the re-entry?
Exactly, yes.
So what sort of speeds will that be at?
It is, I believe, 40,000. I have it written down here. So it's 25,000 miles per hour or 40,000 kilometers per hour.
Wow.
So that's faster than any human has ever been. And that's as they re-enter the Earth's atmosphere.
Another record-breaking fact there. And when they re-enter the atmosphere, there's a burn-off, isn't there, of the outer...
Yeah, so there's a heat shield, and that is protecting the astronauts inside the capsule. And that will heat up to about 2,000 degrees Celsius, so it has to work very, very well. It's one of the things that was tested in the Artemis I mission, and they've had to do a bit of work on that. So it's a crucial part of the whole process.
And the suits that they're wearing, I believe that they can survive in those for up to 6 hours outside of Orion. So do they have a cooling system within them for that re-entry and the height that the temperatures reach then?
They do have. The module inside is climate controlled. So they have the temperature inside the module will stay comfortable, but they also have cooling inside their suits. Those suits are also made that they can be pressurized, so they can have oxygen air inside them, so that if there's a depressurization for any reason, then the astronauts can survive.
Daniel's still with us, listening to all of that. And Daniel, just talking there about the astronauts and the suits that they have, and actually they're in themselves, they're a life protection unit, aren't they?
They definitely are, and it's a very important part of the system, and we want to make sure we take care of the astronauts.
That is something that's uppermost in NASA's mind, that there's the safety of the crew. And we know that they've got something like 800 checks to go through. And that the most important thing the director of the mission was saying is safety. And if there is anything that is not as it should be, the mission will not proceed.
That is absolutely true. And if you remember back to Artemis I, you will recall that we scrubbed the launch a couple of times to make sure things were right. And it's important. When you know the crew and everybody at NASA is part of the family, part of the mission, and when you are lucky enough to know crew and their families, as Megan has mentioned, you take this very seriously. The responsibility is real.
And what will the level of nerves be like, do you think, Daniel, this evening? Is it because they've been through the systems and they know the protocol and have rehearsed and rehearsed and rehearsed? Will that put them in a different plane? Will they sort of transcend ordinary nerves, do you think, the crew?
I think the crew will have nerves. I'm sure if you were watching their heart rate monitors, as you get closer to launch, you will see the heart rates go up. They know they are professionals. Is the whole crew on the ground and all of the team that and put this launch vehicle together. They are all professionals, and they work very hard to make sure they have it right. They're always, even myself, not directly tied to this, although having had something to do with getting the program started, set of nerves because you want this to go off right. You understand. We all understand that there are millions of parts and millions of things that have to work together perfectly to make this successful. And you think you've done everything you can, and you still want to make sure that it's right. And so you're always going to be a little nervous.
And Dr. McGann, just speaking about the human element, these are pretty spectacular and impressive people. But at the end of the day, when they were first sort of introduced to the public, we heard them, go through their perhaps little rituals before going on board and their checklist. I think one of them was saying that, they say a little prayer before they go off and they see their family, and that's one writes a little note to his family. It is still, it's momentous, but it's still a human experience that they are going through.
And I think that's what makes us connect with it. Because, you know, there are many missions that have been to the moon or have been to Mars. But when there are humans on board, there's just some connection that we feel because we can put ourselves in their shoes. We can imagine what they're going through. And, you know, some people would want to experience that. Some people wouldn't want to experience that. But it's still an incredible feeling to be able to think that, you know, that could be you.
Yeah, I'd be absolutely terrified. I think I know I wouldn't want to experience that. Well, joining us now from the Canadian Space Agency's astronaut Joshua Kutrick. Good evening to you. You have a very good friend on board.
Yeah, I do. Jeremy and I have known each other as friends and as colleagues in the Air Force and at the Canadian Space Agency for close to 2 decades now.
Tell us a bit about him. What sort of person is he?
Jeremy is an exceptionally talented astronaut. He's very dedicated to the space program. He is a perfect fit, I would say, for this seat aboard Artemis II. But more than the astronaut skills part of him, he is and always has been a really good ambassador for Canada. I was speaking to him yesterday, the last night before he came out today and got onto this rocket, and he was talking about Canada. And he wants this to be seen as a beginning for Canada, a beginning of continuing this legacy in space onwards to the moon and beyond someday. So for him, he's excited, he's waited, he's prepared a long time to go fly this mission, but he's also really hoping that it resonates in Canada for what it is. It's a historic achievement for us to be aboard this flight.
And why is this mission so important to Canada? Can you explain that to us?
Space has always been important to Canada. I think that in Canada we see space as opportunity. You know, whatever lens you view it as, space has historically been for us economic opportunity. It's been opportunity for security, for collaboration, for leadership on the world stage. It's led us to scientific discovery and research innovation. So there's all these reasons that we have always valued space exploration. We were a prime partner with NASA during the space shuttle. We built some of the robotic systems that helped to assemble and still run the International Space Station. We were the first partner to sign on with NASA to the Gateway program and to the Artemis missions themselves that we're here about to view this evening. So space has always been important because of the benefits it brings to Canada. And we really view this as testament to the history that we have in space, but also hopefully as an eye into the future.
And just hearing that our King has sent his best wishes to Jeremy Hansen, your Canadian colleague, and wishing him in particular the very best. How do you receive that?
Yeah, I noticed that, and thank you for bringing it up. It's received here. I'm in Florida right now with many people from the Canadian Space Agency. It was received by Jeremy. It's received in Canada very gratefully and with a lot of respect. You know, the significance of this mission, it's hard to understate it. It's the first time humans are going back to the moon since Apollo, of course. They're going to go farther than any humans ever been. But the fact, again, that from the entire world, the one country invited to participate was Canada. I do think that speaks volumes to what we do in Canada and to who we are, Canadians, but also wider-wise across the Commonwealth. And so the letter was certainly received with a lot of respect.
And in your opinion, why should we be returning to the moon? Not that it's a moon landing, it's an orbiting of the moon, but why should we be doing this and why now?
Well, you know, practically for this mission, we have to do this mission to test out the technology that's necessary for the subsequent mission. So the spacecraft is new, the rocket is new, some of the procedures, the approach, the orbits, it's all new. And so it has to be verified and validated so that we can go forward and do the next harder steps to include landing on the moon, doing science on the moon, all of that. But if you peel it back a little wider than that, I think that fundamentally we have to do this again because of that word opportunity. The metaphor is often used, but it's true. Space, the moon now is the next new ocean. And we've never, it seems to me, been content to stop and sit idly and to not go and try to advance into those next new oceans, to try to cross them, to try to bridge the gaps of the impossible, to invent the things, the technologies that we need to go and make those new discoveries, do the impossible. The moon is the new frontier for that. We're going to run into a host of advancements and innovations in the process of going there. And that's really why we have to go. It's part of humans' innate personality, I would say, is to explore. We have to go and look at what's beyond the horizon. We always have. This is the contemporary example.
Joshua, we're just hearing that after the issue with the flight termination system was solved, NASA are now saying that there's an issue with a battery or a sensor. That's as much as we know at the moment. That's the latest update.
Thanks. I hadn't actually heard that. I've been the last update I had heard was we were all go after the flight termination issue was cleared. But I'll check in as soon as we get off the line here. Yeah, I hadn't heard that. Still 50 minutes to go. So.
Yeah. So it's just a bit more detail. It's a battery temperature issue with the launch system. We're being told. Actually, it's the launch abort system.
We will see what happens. Thanks.
Have we lost Joshua there? We have. Okay, well, McGann's still with us in the studio. So, as I was just saying there, that flight termination system issue seemingly resolved, but now a battery temperature issue with the launch abort system.
Yeah, so the launch abort system is still part of that flight termination system, but it seems like this is a completely different problem because before it was a communications issue that we had with a ground terminal. Now it sounds like it's a battery issue that's actually on the launch abort system itself. So, I mean, we'll have to just see what they do to resolve it.
I think we've got Joshua back now and he can still hear us. Joshua, I was just clarifying that the issue now seems to be a battery temperature issue with the launch abort system. Yeah,
I was saying I hadn't heard that. I would let it run out a little bit. It's not unusual to encounter something like this. My previous job, I worked with the first flight of the Boeing Starliner CFT. There's still a number of minutes left, 45, and there's still hours left actually in the launch window. So I would encourage everyone to rest assured that the world's smartest experts will be looking at it, and there's still several hours available for troubleshooting. So we'll just see where it leads.
So you're not worried at all? Josh, I think he's gone.
Yeah, sorry, I think we might be losing you.
Yeah, I think we'll leave Joshua there. Thank you very much for speaking to us, Joshua Kittrick. Daniel Dumasha is also there standing by for us. And Daniel, you'll have heard us describing this latest issue with the battery temperature issue with the launch abort system. How worried are you by that?
I'm not worried because I think they'll make sure that they do the right thing and make sure the batteries are operating within limits. It is essential that the launch abort system work. When we put this program together back in the 2010, 2012 timeframe, we very purposely, and I was involved with a lot of the discussion, we very purposely made sure that we had the ability to get the astronauts away from the launch vehicle if there was a problem, and the launch abort system is the critical element. We tested it multiple times on the ground. We want to make sure this is right, because if we need to get the astronauts safely away from the launch vehicle, we need the launch abort system. So I'm sure the team will make sure they get it right.
And how long will they spend on trying to correct this fault if it is that?
That's a good question. And that depends how much time they're allowed in the countdown. Now, keeping in mind that they can pause the countdown because the launch window is about 2 hours tonight. So they can hold things off and delay it for 2 hours. If they can fix it and verify the repair is, they'll try to do it in this launch window. If not, then they will make a decision to go get it fixed and get it right and launch when they're ready.
So if we don't see the countdown pause, that is a positive sign, would you say?
I would say that's a positive sign. As long as the countdown clock is proceeding, then things are, they're still planning on going.
So
and it's not unusual to be working these kinds of problems through a countdown in preparation. We used to have this kind of thing on shuttle on a regular basis. So the team is well prepared and well trained to handle this.
But how many sort of interventions are there that they could go through? I mean, how long could it take? How many glitches could be thrown up before they can actually say, you know, we have takeoff. We are going to make this mission today?
Well, that's I don't know that there is a number because it's always dependent upon what the issues are. And the NASA industry team, all of the contractors will be very sure to make sure that as they are assessing each problem that arises, they will make sure that they're getting the proper fixes done, and they won't hurry it. They will make sure they do it right in preparation because, as you mentioned earlier, the astronaut safety is the key criteria at this point, and we want to make sure we get it right. We will not do anything that NASA will not do anything that will put the astronauts in greater risk.
We're just hearing that the technicians are preparing to leave the pad, having completed all of their work. So that definitely is a sign of things moving forward, isn't it?
It sure is. It's to see the closeout crew going to the elevator on the screen and know that they're going down to get on their transportation away from the pad is progress.
Yes, and Dr. McGann, this is what we were hoping to see, that they've completed that sealing of the capsule. Their work is finished and they're moving away.
Yeah, that's right. And it's exactly within the time frame that was expected. So it's supposed to be between 40 and 50 minutes before launch that the closeout crew departs from the launch complex. So looks like that part of things is on schedule.
And what will happen now?
Well, next up, there should be a director briefing coming soon, and then after a little while there'll be the launch director who will ask the different teams whether they'll go for launch. We've got a little while to wait before that, though.
So that go, no-go period, are we through it now or not?
No, there could be a go, no-go right up to the last moment.
So it's as close as that?
Yes, yeah. We could have a hold at any point, of course, for the weather, but we have that 2-hour window. Things are looking reasonably good, so even if they have to hold for some period of time, hopefully sometime during that 2-hour launch window, we'll be able to go.
OK, we've just got an image on the screen. We believe it's the booster rocket. Can you advise?
That does look like the engine to me. Yeah. I think that's the rocket engine. We're looking up from the bottom up into the belly of the SLS by the looks of it.
Right, OK. So that's the belly of the beast, as it were.
Yeah, that's the what is going to make this rocket go.
And let's talk about what does propel the rocket and how much of it is discarded once it actually is in orbit.
Yeah, so we have on the side, you can see those 2 white pillars on the side. That's the solid rocket boosters. And they will be used up within the first couple of minutes of the launch, after launch. So after about 2 minutes of launch, they will be completely used up and they'll be ejected. So we'll just have that middle part from then on. And then the fuel, the liquid fuel in the middle of the rocket, so all that orange part will continue to be used up to around 8 minutes. Then that part of the rocket will be jettisoned as well, and we'll just have the very top part, so that white section that's continuing on with the crew on board.
And that's where Orion is
that's Orion,
encapsulated
yes. Yeah.
within, right. So we've taken us through the ascent into space. More now on the current technical problem with a battery temperature. This from NASA TV ground control speaking to the astronauts.
And we're still working here, trying to get through everything. So we're getting close, and then trying to talk that other issue that we just picked up a little bit ago. But I think work-wise, we're doing really well.
Sounds good, NTD. We're doing great on board.
Glad to hear it.
So, Dr. McGann, some reassurance there, certainly.
Sounds positive, yeah.
And with that, the communications with the crew, as we said earlier, they are constantly abreast of what's going on, the glitches, the resolutions, so they know exactly what's happening throughout the process.
Yes, they'll be kept informed of what is happening. They're also hearing the different call-outs from the different people on the ground, so they'll know what's going on. Is
Daniel Dumbasha still with us? You are. We're just talking about the communication with the crew, and they're entirely across the process as it unfolds.
Yes, they keep the crew very well informed. You heard the call to the NASA test director, NTD. They stay in constant contact with the crew to make sure the crew.
Oh, are you still with us, Daniel? We
Yes,
lost
I
you
am.
for a second. Okay, continue. Thank you.
I think that the crew will stay well informed, and as we get closer in the countdown, then the crew will be hearing all of the calls as we go through things, and they will have the crew tied into the mission management team go no go discussion at about T-minus 17 minutes. And the countdown clock is still going, so that's all good.
Excellent. We're talking about the rocket. Just want to bring a graphic of the rocket, and perhaps we can just explain what we're seeing. It is coming up in any second, any second now. So just describe what we can see here. So the rocket is called the Space Launch System, and it's the most powerful ever built. It's 98 metres tall. That's more than Big Ben. Its core stage is filled with an Olympic swimming pool's worth of liquid oxygen and hydrogen fuel. Strapped to the sides are solid rocket boosters, which, like other parts of SLS, are recycled bits of earlier space shuttle hardware. Well, they'll fall away once they've sent the astronauts most of the way to space. Once there, they'll lose the rest of the rocket. And on top of the whole thing is the Orion spacecraft, housing the astronauts and an in-space propulsion system. So, Dr. McGann, just remind us exactly of the proportions of the rocket. We mentioned there that it's taller, a little bit taller than Big Ben.
Yeah, it's 98 metres high, almost 100 metres. And I was there in January. I got to see SLS on the launch pad when it was out there the first time, and it is spectacular. You can see it from a really long way away. I did get quite close to it, which was really exciting, but it's huge. It's the largest, most powerful rocket that has yet been launched to space.
Yeah, the equivalent of how many jumbo jets?
Something like 32 or 34,
yes, I think,
yeah.
Yes, 34 jumbo jets, where you need that sort of energy to propel it into space, don't you?
Yes, and not just into Earth's orbit, but then to get to the moon as well, which is, escaping to some extent the gravity of Earth.
And describe for us what happens, because they're not landing on the moon. What exactly is going to happen?
Yeah, this is a test flight, which is equivalent to Apollo 8 if we look at the Apollo missions. So it is going around the moon. So we don't yet have the landing system that allows us to put boots on the moon, as they say, but we're doing everything we need to check out the systems, check the life support systems, make sure that it all works correctly so that next time or the time after that we can actually have humans landing on the moon. So these astronauts will be going the furthest that any human has ever gone before. The previous record was Apollo 13, and that was by accident because there was a problem, but they used this free return trajectory to get back to the Earth using the moon's gravity. And this time, the astronauts are going to be going 4,000 or 5,000 kilometers even further beyond. So it will be one of the many records that this mission has.
Why isn't there the provision to land on the moon this time around? Because we have done it before.
We've done it before, that is true, but with very, very different systems. So if you think about the amount of technology that has changed in those years, I mean, I could draw an analogy with, how many people are still around that can manufacture VHS tapes, I mean, things have changed. The whole systems have changed and it's a completely new rocket now. So We're kind of working from scratch. We're working with new technologies. And so it takes time to put that together. So it's also using some of the things that we've used before. So we talked about the rocket boosters, the engines as well that have been used on space shuttle. So using what we've learned since Apollo, but also starting in a brand new way.
So it is almost like starting from scratch, because
in some
not
ways,
everything that went previously can be utilised now, because completely different science, technology.
Well, you just think about the amount of computing power. I mean, the amount of computing power in the Saturn V, the Apollo rockets, was less than your average mobile phone, whereas what there is on this rocket is huge. It's completely different.
That is something to think about, isn't it?
Yeah.
That our mobile phones now have more technology than they had available to them of, say, Apollo 11.
And that just tells you, I mean, how amazing it was that humans got to the moon in 1969 and went back again, several times until 1972.
So let's bring Daniel back in. So Daniel, just speaking there about the fact that although we have landed on the moon previously, Apollo 11, it isn't something that we can do now, almost half a century later, because the technology has changed so much.
Well, and the technology has certainly changed, and also the team has changed. We spent many years building the International Space Station, operating the space station, doing the research. And back in the 2010, 2012 timeframe, we canceled one program to the moon and then decided to start a new one, and that is now Artemis. So we're taking advantage of some hardware we had left over from the shuttle program, of knowledge that we picked up from the shuttle program, and we did not have, frankly, the budget to start the lander part of this until the 2019, 2020 timeframe. So it takes some time to get the lander built. SpaceX and Blue Origin are working on the lander system, and in the meantime, we have to test out the systems, as you guys have been discussing. In particular, this time around, we want to ensure that the environmental control and life support systems, the abort systems, everything necessary for the astronauts is operating, and as McGann said, it's very similar to Apollo 8 on purpose, because we want to test the systems out, and then Artemis 3 and 4 will give us next steps to the moon, and ultimately we will land back on the moon and start to use the water ice and go to other parts of the moon that are quite intriguing from a science perspective, and even from a resource perspective for helium-3 and other things.
That's the hope, isn't it? We're just hearing, Daniel, at the moment from NASA that it's more of a sensor issue than a battery issue. Does that make a huge deal of difference?
It could make a difference because they probably have redundant sensors, two or three sensors measuring the same thing, and they have different ways to verify the health of the battery, and they'll work through all of that, make sure that that's correct. And if they, it's actually better to hear that it's a sensor problem. Hopefully they have ways to work around that. We'll see what happens. They will, if they can make it work, they will, and it's going to be safe. They will make sure we go today.
Dr. McGann, is that it's less of an issue, the fact that it could possibly be the sensors rather than the battery?
Yeah, I tend to agree with Daniel. I mean, if it's just a sensor, then it's the reading that's wrong rather than the actual temperature of the battery. But of course, we have to have assurance of that. So we need other sensors to verify that the temperature of the battery is okay.
And is that something that's more readily resolved than if it were a battery issue?
I would say so. I don't know the exact technology, but if the battery's not actually overheating, then that's great.
Just want to bring Daniel back in terms of the wider Artemis programme. It is behind schedule. Would you say that there have been particular problems that has delayed the progression of the Artemis programme?
Well, building launch vehicles and spacecraft to go to the moon is not a trivial matter. From the beginning, the program was rather budget limited. And so we had to plan the program in a way that still accomplished it, but recognized the budget limitations. It was not the same setup as Apollo, where Apollo was basically done with its own separate budget. And they had allowed plenty of margin. The budget situation has been different since the early 1970s in the United States for space exploration. And so this Artemis program has been planned to work within the existing budget. And the team has done a tremendous job getting the hardware ready and keeping in mind that you're building tanks that are 200 feet tall and carrying all the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen that they are. It's quite a feat, and the team has done a tremendous job getting it all together and getting it ready to launch. Is it behind schedule? Every new launch vehicle has always been behind schedule at some level, and you see that with the commercial launch vehicles as well as the government launch vehicles. So we're here. They're about to fly Artemis II, and then pretty soon, in the next few years, we'll have Artemis 3 and 4 and return and land on the moon, and it'll be successful. We're not happy that it took longer than planned, but you want to make sure you get it right.
A positive prediction there from you. But how do you characterise the space race itself, and where do you position the United States in that?
Well, the way I look at it is there are basically a couple of key objectives. The first one is to return to the moon, and also the second one is to put a long-term permanent base on the moon for resource utilization purposes, scientific purposes, national security purposes. And we have to recognize that there is a competition. It's not the same space race as the 60s with the Soviet Union of just trying to get to a place and make sure you beat them there first and get home safely. This is about building the long-term presence, figuring out how to utilize the moon, build the space economy, making sure that we, the United States and our allies, help establish the rules of the road of how the power infrastructure, the communications infrastructure, the operational protocols, all of that will operate. And we want that to be based off of the United States and its allies' value system, not of our competition. So China has made it clear that they intend to put humans on the moon and also to build a lunar base. And if you look at the Chinese track record, when they make predictions of when they are going to do something, they do it within a year of their prediction, even when they predict a decade away. So there is an urgency level, and you see that with NASA now and the latest announcements they made a week ago at their ignition event. You see this urgency to get back to the moon. Artemis II is our next step, and ultimately build that moon base, that long-term presence, and we'll move forward from there.
Daniel, for the moment, thank you. If you are just joining us, it is just gone 11, and this is the Sky News Moon Mission Special Programme, bringing you coverage of the launch of Artemis II, the first manned mission to the moon since 1972. Astronauts Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen are now sealed on board the Orion capsule, which sits within NASA's Space Launch System, the most powerful rocket ever built. If the launch goes ahead in just over 20 minutes' time, they'll reach the moon on Monday, on a route that will take them further away from Earth than any human has ever gone before. Well, the crew began their journey to the launch pad by greeting their families as they left the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building in Florida. The astronauts have been in quarantine for the last fortnight there to prevent them from getting ill. There was visible excitement from the crew and those present as they said their goodbyes. Well, the crew are now sealed on board Artemis II and are preparing for blastoff at 11:24 UK time. Before that, the launch director at NASA's Mission Control will ask a series of engineers if the launch should go ahead. It's known as the Go, No-Go protocol. But there have already been some issues which could delay the launch. Let's go live to the Kennedy Space Centre and our science correspondent there, Thomas Moore. Thomas, how are we looking at the moment? Because as I say, we've had a couple of glitches.
Yeah, this latest glitch is to do with a sensor in the launch abort system. That's at the very top of the rocket, above the capsule. And it is the automated system that would pull the crew to safety if anything went wrong with the rocket. And that should be fully armed from about 6 minutes before launch. Now, at the moment, it's not an issue. At this point in the countdown, you can see there's just under 21 minutes to go. But at 6 minutes before launch, they need to make that decision. That's the point where they switch over power to the internal battery on the rocket, and everything has to be working at that point. They can pause the countdown at 6 minutes for the entirety of pretty much the entirety of the 2-hour launch window and try and resolve the issue. And then if they can, we still have the opportunity to launch tonight. But at the moment, I would say it is touch and go. And this is the second issue they've had in the last couple of hours. They had an issue with the flight termination system where the ground kit wasn't communicating properly with the rocket. They had to go and get a spare part. That was resolved. Hopefully they can resolve this issue too.
Positive news, though, when the countdown isn't paused, isn't it?
Well, look, I mean, I think we have to be realistic. They will continue as normal, as if this wasn't an issue, until the point where they have to make a really hard decision. And we know that there is this no-go decision at 16 minutes before launch. They may well decide to continue as far as they can. I guess it depends how big an issue they think this is going to be. Originally, there was a thought that one of the two batteries in the launch abort system might be overheating, that there was a problem with an abnormal temperature of the battery, and that could be a safety issue. Now they think that it is a sensor, but that too would be enough for them to scrub the launch if they can't resolve it within the launch window.
OK, Thomas, for the minute, thank you very much. Well, back here with me in the studio still, Dr. McGann. I mean, how likely do you think it is to run to schedule? And it's an impossible question to ask, but we're, 20 minutes or so away?
Well, I mean, the good news is that the weather has been increased to 90% chance of good weather, increased from 80%. So that's good to hear. This sensor issue, it's impossible to say. I'm sure they have redundancies there. They should have other sensors that they'll be able to test with, and I'm sure that's what they're working on. But we just have to wait and see what they say.
NASA TV, I'm told now, are reporting that the issue is clear. So that's good news, that everything will be proceeding according to schedule, and we will see, hopefully, that liftoff in about 18 and a half minutes' time.
Yes, yeah. So next up, we're waiting for this go no go conference. So that's when the launch director will talk to all the different teams and ask if their particular section is okay to go.
So that's in 2 minutes' time.
It's very soon.
And hopefully we'll listen in live to that go no go conference, as it were. 2 minutes to go and counting. We've got our own little countdown here to the go no go. They'll be taking them through what exactly? We know that there's something like 800 checks that they go through. I mean, that's not what they're going to go through in the go, no go. What exactly will they be taking them through? Yeah, so these 800 checks are what they've been doing up until now. Yeah. Basically, the launch director will be talking to each of the teams. There'll be the teams that are, just for example, the life support. Are we go for life support? Is that working correctly? Are we go for the electronic systems, avionics, go, no go? So we'll go through each of those. We'll have the commander will be one of those if the astronauts are ready to go. So basically the launch director will ask all of those teams whether they're okay. Weather is one of those as well. Yeah. Very, very tense time, isn't it? Yeah, I'm getting very... I know, I am as well. The hairs are standing up on my skin. Yes, we're getting very, very close indeed. And I mean, I'm obviously nervous, not that I have to do anything in particular, but how will the crew be feeling? Will they be feeling nervous? There are probably, they will have something in the background there. They probably feel a little bit of butterflies, but really they are getting down to the moment of launch, and they will be so focused on exactly what they need to be doing. They've simulated this many times, and so they know what's happening, and they'll just be concentrating on the tasks at hand. But there is one crew member that hasn't been to space. Yes, so Jeremy maybe might be a little bit more nervous than the others. Yeah, that's right. And he will have taken on board all the suggestions that he's had from his other crewmates and all his other colleagues that have been to space. But I know that he mentioned he was a bit worried about whether he would experience space motion sickness or space adaptation sickness, because about half of astronauts do experience that when you move into weightlessness. So that's probably one of his concerns. But we'll wait and see. But don't they get taken through that in the training, that the weightlessness, the feeling of it, that's simulated for them before they even go into space, isn't it? To an extent. So, I mean, you train for spacewalks underwater, so using the buoyancy of the water, but that doesn't really make you feel that motion sickness. Probably the best way of experiencing it is on parabolic flights. I've done a number of these as well, and yes, I did feel sick on a couple of them, but it's quite different, because in that case you're going rapidly between double gravity and microgravity, and so it's that kind of movement between the two of them. And in fact, the second time I had one of these flights, I asked, it was when I was about to apply to become an astronaut, and I asked the doctor on board, is this going to be a problem? But he said, actually, it's quite different to how astronauts experience space sickness in space. It's a different mechanism. So it's not very well understood. Right. There's some sort of evidence that doing virtual reality training with a microgravity engine can help. Working a lot in virtual reality. There have been, and that there is some kind of correlation perhaps between whether you feel sick during those simulations and whether you'll be sick in space. Either way, it doesn't last for long. Most astronauts adapt within the first 24 hours. And what does it feel like? Does it feel like seasickness?
It feels like seasickness, yeah.
Exactly like that. Okay, but perhaps heightened. Let's cross back now to Thomas Moore. And Thomas, we hear from NASA themselves that everything is clear now, and so everything should proceed according to schedule.
Just a hiccup. What a relief, I think, for everybody involved in the launch team and the astronauts on board the Orion capsule. It would be soul-destroying to get to 13 minutes to go after so long and to find that there was an issue. But, of course, they have to put the safety of the rocket and the people on board first, and that's why they pause and look at what's going on. That clock is still ticking, 13 minutes to go. We should be having that go-no-go conference, as McGann was saying, just going around all the different teams, confirming that they were happy with their allocated system, and so that they can proceed to launch. And then with 10 minutes to go, we're into what's called the terminal count, and that's when things get really interesting. They begin to switch all the systems over to the internal battery on the rocket. They activate the launch abort system. And as I was saying, that would pull the crew to safety if there was a last-minute problem with the rocket while it's still on the pad, but also for the first 3 and a bit minutes of the launch. So a critical system. And all this goes on while those fuel tanks are topped up with oxygen and hydrogen, because all the time, you may well be able to see on your pictures, it looks like steam. That is venting gas boiling off as the super cold liquid as it is just vaporizes.
The observation the CI's had
listening to the go-no-go.
Confirm with BCI photos that the condition that they observed has been there since 2025. Our manager has had a chance to review the findings, and they do not have any constraints from either a CI's or MER manager perspective.
Okay. Copy all. And Launch Director, NTD, you copy?
Yes, sir. I copy. That's good news.
OTC, CCL 212.
OTC.
ARS primary loop isolation valve configuration is complete.
Copy.
And CGLS NTD, cancel pending, please.
GLS copies, and that's complete.
All right, and for all personnel, we got a little bit more work to do before we pick up the clock, and we're about a little over a minute from getting to T-minus 10 minutes, but we've canceled the resume time there, and then we'll pick it up after we get through all of our work and anything else that we need to do to get through the remainder of count. So we'll continue working that to get to our T0 today. So when we get to about 50 seconds from now, we'll extend that hold.
CVSE OTC. CVSE 400, 290, looking to verify that we are configured for ascent. Yep, give me about 2 more minutes. I'm going to start CMA2 streaming. Copy.
NTD COSE hold requested.
Copy that.
I have an LCC violation of O-CT-004. S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm when it should have been between 10 and 13. It is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock, which would be indicative that we lost our lock with the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that. But again, this is transient, so we're back in a nominal range.
All right, let's see, LPE NTD.
Yeah, we're not seeing that hit. So I guess the question for COSE, was that less than 3 samples? Is that below our persistence?
Stand by, let me look. It did look like it did persist for several seconds on mine, but let me take a look at the number of samples.
Could I get a repeat on the affected LCC, please?
Yes, ma'am. That's going to be O-CT-004.
Thank you.
Let's just bring in Dr. McGann now. It seems that they have paused the launch. What is happening?
Yeah, so it basically, just listening to that communication there were a lot of three-letter acronyms that even I don't necessarily understand. But basically, there's just a little bit more work to do before they can start that final 10 minutes. And this was planned for. I mean, they could always hold at this 10 minutes. They can hold until right up to the end, near the end of the launch window if they need to. So this is not unexpected. They just need to complete the checks that we've been talking about, and then they'll pick up that countdown again.
But that launch window can't go past 11:24 UK time.
It will open at 11:24, and then they have 2 hours from then. So until 1:24 UK time, they'll be able to launch.
Okay, let's go back to Thomas Moore. Thomas, as you will no doubt know, the clock has been paused.
Yes, as Megan was saying, this was a planned hold at 10 minutes. It sounds like they're going to extend that. There's an awful lot to do at this last minute just to make sure that everything is good to go. And I think they're just giving themselves some time. It is not a scrub at this point. As Megan said, they have a 2-hour launch window minus this 10 minutes that they can use to make sure everything is nominal, as they say. Here at NASA. I think it's just, they've obviously had quite a few issues in the last couple of hours. I think perhaps they're just a little bit overwhelmed by all the checks they need to do. At least we hope that is what the case is.
But Thomas, this period could be extended, you're saying, well, indefinitely within the window.
Yes, absolutely. They need to get the rocket off the ground by 1:24 in the morning. So they've got in a little bit over 2 hours, but they have to obviously still account for a 10-minute terminal count. So that in effect gives them 1 hour 50 minutes to get it off the ground. So they have got quite a bit of time to just to make sure that go through their checklist once more, perhaps, to make sure that everything is okay. The weather really has brightened up, so the weather doesn't seem to be an issue. It is just making sure that everything on board that rocket is working perfectly.
So we're going to go back to NASA and listen in, because they have just given the go-ahead. Let's listen in.
All right, let's see. OTC, are you still waiting for com config, or are you...
That is affirmed, sir.
Okay, yeah, you only open item?
Yeah, OTC, this is CVSC. That 400 step 290 is complete. Copy.
Okay, so OTC, you're complete with all of your work?
That's affirmed.
All right, copy that. STC?
STC is complete.
And GTC?
GTC is complete.
Okay, excellent. All right, and LPE, just want to verify we have no open constraints at this time.
No open constraints. We have a clear board, sir.
Okay, tracking the same here. And Launch Director, with that, we are clear and ready to pick up the launch readiness poll with your go.
All right, sir. I am go for the poll.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis II launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
OTC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC.
C's go.
MCO.
CO is go.
Safety Console.
The Safety Console is go.
LPE.
LPE is go.
RTD.
RTD is go.
Houston Flight.
Houston Flight is go.
ROC.
ROC is go.
And CDR.
Crew is go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch. Verify no constraints and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT Chair.
MMTs go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good to hear your voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2. This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go. And into the launch director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. You have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR, NTD.
Go.
Get risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSE NTD, start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
Copy.
Okay. Well, there you heard it.
RSR NTD.
RSR.
They're getting ready to start terminal count.
Arm rotation enable at this time, please.
It's currently at T-minus 10 minutes. Once we wrap up this last bit of work,
SNA arm rotation enable complete.
We're going to start that clock.
Copy that. Thank you.
Integrity crew, close and lock visors.
You heard an issue, worked in real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory. It was very short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion. Worked through that issue, looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching. Impressive work by the launch team. So we have a 2-hour window, which starts in just a few minutes at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and goes until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time.
And ECL NTD will be waiting for your verification on the short purge.
ECL copies.
And for all personnel, once we get that short purge verification, we'll verify that we are clear to go, and then we'll proceed with the terminal count.
So,
ECL time estimate?
We wait.
About a minute.
We wait. Dr. McGann, still with me in the studio as we wait for the countdown to start. But we had a smiling, beaming launch director there, didn't we? And sending them off. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go. We are ready to go.
Yes, yeah, we had goes from all around. So they're going to start the countdown from 10 again very soon. They're just waiting to do the last little piece of work that they have to do, and then they'll restart that countdown, and then there'll be 10 minutes to go.
And we heard there that no constraints, ready to go for launch. All the various steps, I won't guess what the acronyms are, STC, GTC, LPE, they all came back positive.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, so that was what we were talking about before. This no-go conference where the launch director goes around and asks each team whether they're happy with the systems, whether they're getting all the data that they need, and whether everything's functioning correctly. And it sounds like everything is. So yeah, we're a go.
It's all go. Thomas Moore still with us, and Thomas, quite sort of funny responses from the crew themselves. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen. And Jeremy, the most sort of historic of all, we're going for all humanity, he said.
Yeah, and they are going for all humanity this time, you know. Apollo was all white men, and this time it's not. And I think that really speaks volumes for the journey that NASA has been on. And this is a much more representative crew. And you can feel emotional about that. It's a big moment for this team, and who have been together in training for so long. And there you can see the clock beginning to turn, ticking down towards zero, and that's fantastic. They've worked their way through so many issues in the last couple of hours, and you can hear the tribute that was played to the launch crew, the launch team there. This has been really hard work to reach this point. And remarkably, you know, I mean, the rocket has had problems over the last few months getting to the launch pad with the hydrogen leaks, and then there was a helium leak on the upper stage of the rocket too. But today, everything has gone really, really well. And to be perfectly honest, for the second flight of a machine like this, that is quite remarkable.
Thomas, talk us through the crew. I ran us through the names there: Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, Jeremy Hansen. And as you say, the last time anything of this magnitude happened, it was all men. Very diverse crew, and a number of firsts amongst them as well.
For sure, yeah. Look, I mean, there's been just white American men who've left low Earth orbit up to this point. So tomorrow, when they press the button to go for the translunar injection burn, it will be a historic moment, and it will be really great. And I think that is why this is beginning to engage a new generation. This is the Apollo moment for a new generation. You've heard from James Matthews at Spaceview Park, just over the water, not very far away from here, how big a deal this is. People travelling for hours across country to be here to witness this historic moment. And we're not far away now.
OK, Thomas, let's take the viewers to our US correspondent James Matthews, who's at Spaceview Park, across the river from Cape Canaveral, with the crowds waiting to watch the launch. And then the excitement must be building there because the countdown is back on.
Yeah, and you know what? Every time there is a development, Gillian, there is a ripple through the crowd. Cheers, and in fact, a cheer just a little while ago when the countdown news reached the thousands who are crammed in here to Spaceview Park in Florida. Let me give you a sense of the numbers here. We'll do a 180-degree turn, and you can get an idea. Crowds building throughout the day. Phones now being raised in the air, which is surely a sign of something. And, well, you can see it. People just jammed in for the best vantage point. It's not just within something like 100 yards radius of where I am. Take a look at that bridge to the left. You can see that Memorial Parkway bridge, people lined up for the spectacle across the Indian River Lagoon. And in the lagoon itself, take a look at this, just beyond the barrier, if we can get a shot of people in the water itself. So you get a sense there, Gillian, of the enthusiasm, the numbers, the distances travelled to be here, hundreds of thousands of miles. People telling me about 8-hour journeys, 10-hour drives. We heard them earlier on Sky News, people who'd come from the UK, actually, people from Germany and so on. Let's speak to some of the people who are here for the spectacle. Hello there.
Hello.
Hi. There's me talking about 8-hour drives. How long have you been, did you travel to get here?
We traveled about 7 hours. We're from South Carolina. And we've been here since about 12 o'clock. Yeah. So we've been waiting.
Well, I tell you, what do you think about the news? Because there's a lot invested in this, you know, with a lot of people here. And we're all kind of on tenterhooks because the news seems to change by the minute.
The news changes by the minute, but it's more important for the children. They're here both, trying to get them here, and they're wanting to see this rocket launch. It's very exciting. I mean, it's something that we really want to do. So as a family, and this is just one of the coolest things.
Yeah, tell me why are you excited?
I'm excited because I've been interested in space ever since I watched like the Life series. It was like a show where each window got like a celestial symbol, and I've been interested in like space and celestial symbols from that.
Yeah. So tell me about standing here waiting for news, you know, in a situation where it might happen, it might not, but things are looking good right now.
It's very stressful, you know. I might be growing some gray hairs.
Gray hairs. Well, welcome to the club. Tell me, mate, what do you think about this moment right now?
I think it is it's a big advancement for humanity, and I'm just excited to see where we go from here.
Why is it exciting?
Because, like, a lot of people know we are planning on putting a base on the moon, and with that, I know that some people, well, we could open up interplanetary refueling, stuff like that, and if we do that, you can extend a lot farther out into space.
Great, thanks very much. What about you, sir? What's the attraction here for you?
This is my first big launch. I'm from Pennsylvania.
Oh, wow.
Actually, I worked at a hydraulic shop, Tri-State Hydraulic Machine, and we rebuilt the cylinders for that crawler that hauls it out.
Oh, tell me about that.
They're huge. Yeah, there's like 8 or 12 cylinders on that, and they have to keep it level as it's going out to keep the nose in the diameter of a basketball hoop, so it don't, lean over.
Your contribution to world history, eh? What about you, mate? What's the excitement and the attraction for you?
Well, I drove down here from Minnesota, and this is the future of the world, going planets first, trying to get I think it's a base on the moon, something like that. So yeah, it's just want to be a part of history, see some history.
Yeah, and what about you, madam? What's the interest for you? Tell me about standing here and not quite knowing if it's going to happen.
I mean, I think it's pretty exciting just to get to see something that probably we'll never see ever again.
Why is that? Tell me about that.
Well, we're from Minnesota, so we don't come down here a lot. It's a far drive. But also, this is the first time, people have gone farther than before, and it's just going to continue to keep breaking, but it probably will be a while.
Thanks very much. Enjoy it when it happens. I think we'll leave you, Gillian. I'll give you my eyes view of what I will see and people here will see. You get an idea of how close we are, but also how far away. Just beyond that row of heads in front of us, we can see 4 white sticks, effectively, something like 10, 11 miles away. And, it's a speck on the horizon right now. That will change clearly when the rocket starts to rise, assuming it does. But right now, well, you get a sense of the number of people who have gathered here, invested, I don't know, many hopes and dreams in what they are about to witness.
Now we're going to start moving the power from both the upper stage and the lower stage of the rocket to internal, taking ground power away and now going to battery power.
GLS is go for upper stage to internal power.
All right, power is removed from the rocket's upper stage, the ICPS, and it's been switched to battery. Same milestone for the lower core stage coming up at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. Right now, the 4-person Artemis II crew is 248,000 miles away from the moon. And if all goes well, they will fly by it in 6 days.
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
All right, there's the rocket's core stage, which houses 3 flight computers, is now on its own power. There's no more hold time because there's no more margin on these batteries. So we would have to recycle back to T-minus 10 to recharge if we had a hold.
One minute.
Right now, the rocket does not know what the T0 is, but coming up at T-minus 33 seconds, control shifts from the ground launch sequencer to the rocket's onboard autonomous launch sequencer, or ALS. The rocket will count itself down, but honor any holds that could come from the ground. Now, shortly after liftoff, Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague Gary Jordan will take over commentary.
GLS, go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the ultimate MECO. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the four main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same.
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis II mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state, ahead of service module fairing separation. 3 minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour. Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on Tigris at the Carmen line.
Outstanding, Stan, we have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis II, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Approaching 5 minutes into the flight, Commander Reed Wiseman confirms he has visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software finishes internal checks and sends to navigation channels.
Integrity, 3 engine press.
3 engine press.
On time, now passing 5 minutes 20 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. At this point, 3 good main engines are all that's needed to carry Integrity to a nominal main engine cutoff target. Though at this time, we're seeing 4 good engines here in Mission Control Houston. Integrity, 75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes.
Same on board, Stan.
Good trajectory and engine performance. Booster officer will soon report the shutdown plan to Flight Director Judd Friedling, expected at the 7-minute mark. Integrity, 78 miles in altitude, 460 miles downrange.
Integrity, expect nominal shutdown.
Integrity copies nominal shutdown.
Six minutes, 40 seconds of mission elapsed time. Shutdown plan is as expected. Again, the time of MECO was confirmed at 8 minutes, 2 seconds into the flight. Seven minutes of mission elapsed time. Throttling down as we approach the abort once around option. Milestone at the 7-minute 30-second mark. Now 84 miles in altitude, 650 miles downrange, traveling more than 15,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, AOA open.
AOA open.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time. About 10 seconds remaining until the main engine cutoff of the Space Launch System core stage. Standing by for confirmation of MECO and core stage separation.
Integrity, nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Eight minutes, 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft. Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
Integrity Houston, looking ahead to PRM numbers so far per the pad.
Copy that, Stan. Numbers for the pad.
Capcom Stan Loves Now reminding the crew that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition is as expected prior to booster ignition. That time being 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
Okay, well, we're paused temporarily, but it does seem to be proceeding as it should. We definitely saw that blast off, didn't we? Exciting it was too.
It was amazing. I mean, you could feel it just through the sound, here. Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine what it would have been like to be there, witnessing it in person.
But yeah, the power and the spectacle, as you say, the roar of that craft taking off into the atmosphere, very exciting.
Yeah, and everything looks like it has gone to plan so far. So, after about 2 minutes or so, the solid rocket boosters on the side, their fuel had been spent, so they were jettisoned, and then about 8 minutes in or so, we saw that the core section, so that big orange section, all the fuel from there had been used up, so that was jettisoned. And now we're left with just the what's called the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, as well as the crew capsule. We're heading into the first orbit. So now they'll be in this first elliptical orbit. They'll be going about 1,400 miles away from the surface of the Earth. And that's where they'll be for this little period until they'll move up into a wider orbit.
And we heard their speeds are approaching 15,000 miles an hour. That's the speed and the trajectory it's travelling at.
Yes, you need to be very fast to be able to circle the Earth, but then they're going to need to burn even more to head out towards the moon.
And then they swing round the moon, don't they?
Exactly, yeah.
So that will happen. I mean, it's going to take them 6 days to get to
They'll be doing their flyby on day 6 of the mission. So yes, first of all, for the first day, they'll just be orbiting the Earth. And then around this time tomorrow, we'll hear whether everything is okay to perform that maneuver, to the translunar injection to head out towards the moon.
And will they go through a similar system of the go, no-go checks before they attempt that?
There will be those kind of checks happening all the time. Not necessarily a conference like we heard before, but everybody is constantly in contact with the crew, making sure that all the systems are operating nominally.
OK, let's cross back now to Thomas Moore at the Kennedy Space Centre. So we have liftoff, Thomas. I can see in your face the absolute joy and excitement.
Do you know, I'm pretty choked. That was quite extraordinary. I've never quite witnessed the sight and sound like... I saw Tim Peake take off in a rocket half the size. That is such a powerful rocket. The sound just... it just rumbled across the water, and you could feel it in your chest, that crackle. It wasn't so loud when it actually came off the launch pad. They have millions of gallons of water, sound suppression, just at the bottom of the rocket to try and reduce the vibrations, which could be catastrophic for the rocket itself. It could shake itself to pieces. It's so powerful. But it was once it got up into the air a bit that the crackle just came and hit us. And then it was so bright. The flame coming out from those RJ-25 engines at the back of the core stage was extraordinary, painful to look at. And then it left behind that vapor trail snaking up. And as the rocket arced towards the east, the trail, of course, just followed behind, just linking it back to what was now an empty launch pad. It was really extraordinary to witness.
Yeah. We did hear some of the crowds, perhaps closer to where James is, when it actually took off, that sort of roar to match the roar of the rocket.
Yeah, this is a big moment, and I think people get that. You know, so many people have travelled such a long distance just to be part of this. It really does feel that this is the Apollo moment for a new generation, you know. People who live along here, the Space Coast, they see rockets taking off all the time. They barely look at the Falcon 9s, the SpaceX rockets, because they're just so frequent, just taking satellites up. But this is humans on board a new rocket going to explore the moon for the first time in more than 5 decades, and to stay. You know, this time it's not just a stick the stars and stripes in the grey dust. This is to go and build a lunar base, to go and explore the moon properly, to understand the origins of the moon and us, because it was a Mars-sized planet that smashed into the Earth soon after the creation of the Earth. You know, the early days of the solar system that spun off the moon that we now see, and that is a time capsule for the solar system. We will learn so much about not just the Earth but the solar system if we understand the moon, and there are also the commercial opportunities, but perhaps of mining there too. So all kinds of things could come from this moment. This is the start of something new. This is NASA's golden era, as they say.
Thomas, we'll let you go and slow your heartbeat for a little bit now. We're going to speak to Daniel Damata. Yeah. Quite a moment there, Daniel. I don't know if you could hear some of that. Our correspondent there saying truly emotional and a complete spectacle. He could feel the roar of the rocket as it took off. It sort of trembled through his body. Quite a moment.
It is quite a moment. I will admit, having been part of the team that helped make this happen, it's quite emotional. I have to say a tremendous thank you to everyone that has been working on this program since the 2010 timeframe to make this a reality. The engineers, the scientists, the business people, the attorneys, the communications people, the astronauts, everybody that participated, and particularly for your audience, would want to highlight the European Service Module and the great team that has been part of the Orion program, providing that service module from the European Space Agency. It's just been an honor to work with this team and be part of this team, and it is absolutely fantastic to see this happen.
Daniel, how are you feeling in this moment? Is it emotional for you also?
I will admit it's very emotional. There was a lot of work put in over the years to make this happen, and I know the families, the colleagues, the friends, the co-workers throughout the years, and I just can't help but think about all the hours and all the effort and all of the challenges that have been faced on multiple fronts. And as I think about all that, I just am moved emotionally for all of the great work that everyone has done and what's ahead for us, opening up this next pathway to the moon and all of the future that holds for us. Not just for the United States, but for all of the global citizens. And it's quite a moment. And yes, it's very emotional. And I want to openly say thank you to all the families that have helped support the people that have made this happen. Because it's everybody on the team, and it's been an honor, and it's just great to see the success.
Because it is a huge sacrifice on the part of the families, isn't it? The people that support all of those that are a part of this mission.
I think if you ask my family, who I know is watching, because they've told me, you'd hear all about it. And it is when people put their hearts and souls into making this mission a reality, making sure the astronauts get there safely and return safely and accomplish the mission. It is a true labor of love, and it's extremely important for all of us. And we recognize the value to humanity as well, and how important it is to open up this pathway to the moon. So we're glad. It's an honor to do it.
What you're feeling at the moment is a large part of that relief. Will you spend the next 10 days on tenterhooks, or are you now in a position where you can be calm and follow the trajectory of the mission?
I will not be calm until I see the crew out of the capsule and on the boat out in the Pacific Ocean. We have a lot ahead of us. We've gotten across one of the first major hurdles. We've learned with shuttle that reentry, launch and reentry are your two high-risk areas. We are now going out further than humans have ever gone beyond the moon, and that is not a trivial thing. It has a lot of risk associated with it, and I will be on tenterhooks and nervous until I see the crew back on Earth and safely on a ship.
Okay, well, we hope it's not too painful a period for you, but we understand the fact that you will be on tenterhooks for that entire time. We're going to cross now to James Matthews, who's at Spaceview Park across the river from Cape Canaveral, with the crowds watching. They were waiting no longer. What was the moment of takeoff like for you, James?
Well, it was quite something, I can tell you, Gillian. Just the sound, the rumble, the sight, the smoke as it rose into the sky and ultimately disappeared. The crowd here numbered, I don't know, I would say 5,000-6,000 more, ripples of applause, cheering, certainly, chants of USA, USA. And, I mean, people were emotional, people who'd waited here hours today, people who'd travelled many hours to get here, and just take a look around. They are sort of drifting away, but still, I think, digesting the moment. The people who have witnessed history, who from this vantage point saw it on the horizon rising up into the sky. Let's speak to a few of the people who were there and are still here. Hi, how was it for you?
It was amazing. I absolutely loved hearing everybody cheer when it was going up. That was pretty cool. There were so many people here.
I mean, people were emotional. I think that's fair to say. Did it get you that way?
It was definitely emotional. It was really cool to watch that. And it's definitely something going down in history for sure.
Tell me, what did you think of it?
I cried the whole time. I didn't want to pick up my phone, so afterwards I had everybody airdropping me their videos because I wanted to be fully present. We sat here for 8 hours, so I wasn't going to be watching it through my phone screen. I cried the whole time, and he knew I was crying because he was like, she's being quiet. She's got to be crying.
So I just let her be. I just had to let her enjoy the moment, so... Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to see it on video, but to actually be here, it was incredible, so...
Tell me why it's emotional.
The most miraculous thing that humanity can do. That is the best thing humanity can do. That is the absolute extent of the science that we have. It is the coolest thing that we can possibly do, and we just did it, and we got to watch it, and
Alison, thank you very much indeed for your time, enjoy the moment. Nice sharing it with you. Let's just speak to these two guys here. So tell me, we're from Sky News in the UK, we're live.
Oh, hi, Sky News.
What did you think of all that?
It was so cool. It was really fast, though.
Really fast, but moving, I think, for a lot of people.
It seemed to be moving, yeah. Oh, moving. Yeah, it was moving. Yes.
Emotional. Yes. It was for some. What did you think, mate?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks very much indeed. The generations were out here, small kids, parents, grandparents, people who've seen this kind of thing before, but not this actual event. Sir,
universal.
What did you make of it?
A universal event, not just a historic, but a universal event. Yeah. And I think that most of the people here had an inkling, but not really. We don't really know what the meaning and what the value of all this is. But
quite the spectacle.
No question about that. Thank you. Thank you for recording it.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much indeed for your time. Very pleased and honoured to share the moment with you. Thanks very much. That's the mood here. close to the launch site, just across the Indian River Lagoon. Quite a moment for several thousand people here to witness history.
James, thank you so much. That gentleman there describing it aptly, a universal event. He's not wrong. Well, if you're just joining us, this is a Sky News Moon Mission special programme bringing you coverage of the launch of Artemis II, the first manned mission to the moon since 1972. And the news is good. A successful launch and the 4 astronauts are in space.
10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour.
Well, let's rewind and look back to earlier in the launch process for you now. Well, the crew began their journey to the launch pad by greeting their families as they left the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building in Florida. The astronauts had been in quarantine for the last fortnight there to prevent them from getting ill. There was visible excitement from the crew and those present as they said their goodbyes. Well, the crews then entered their spaceship, the Orion, the only part designed to return to Earth. They were strapped in by NASA technicians and then performed checks and readied themselves for the journey into space as the ground control team did their final checks.
And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis II launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
OTC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC.
C's go.
MCO.
CO is go.
Safety console.
Safety console is go.
LPE.
LPE's go.
RTD.
RTD's go.
Houston flight.
Houston flight is go.
ROC.
ROC is go.
And CDR.
Crew is go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2. This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
Well, let's take you live now to the Kennedy Space Center and our science correspondent, Thomas Moore, who has had all his Christmases at once. Thomas, we know how excited you are. We can see. I'm hoping that you've calmed down a little bit. But it was quite interesting. We heard there from Jeremy saying we're going for all humanity.
Yeah, and I think it's a big moment. I think that's why people felt emotional. I think that it really caught the mood over at Spaceview Park with James, you heard there. And I think people generally feel that, look, it's natural for humans to explore, right? Once upon a time it was the Arctic, the Antarctic. Now we're going further into space, and this is the start of a new era because it's not just the moon, this is a stepping stone to Mars. This is quite extraordinary that it is a much more representative crew going further out into space. And who knows where that might lead. And it was quite a moment to witness. And I know we captured that moment, and we can just rewind and see my reaction as I saw it going off the ground. Wow. I can feel the rumble coming across the water there. Extraordinary sound. The vibrations in my chest. That bright light, the fiery trail. It's crackling. That is the most extraordinary sound. The crackle as the rocket powers off the ground. You can feel it in your chest. And the bright light, it's almost like the sun. That was the most extraordinary sound. That was the most extraordinary sound. The crackle as the fire burst through the engines there. You could feel it in your chest. You can see now that long trail of smoke as the rocket arcs up towards the atmosphere. It lifted off Launch Pad 39B with a thrust equivalent to 32 jumbo jets, burning 5,500 litres of hydrogen and oxygen every second. Look at that absolutely extraordinary cloud in the bright blue sky. Florida sunset. It's heading towards the east, heading towards space, heading towards the moon for the first time in 53 years. 4 people on board that rocket. It is an extraordinary sight.
Thomas, you've probably got your breath back now, but just remind us of what it felt like, what was going through your mind as you saw that spectacle.
Well, hoping that it was going to go well, I have to say, because this was only the second flight of the rocket. That was first and foremost. But look, I mean, this is an all senses experience to see a rocket of that size taking off just over 3 miles away, and it is a sound you just can't repeat. Really, you can't replicate. There's nothing quite like that crackle, and that bright light. It really doesn't show up on the screen. It was quite painful to see. To watch it, and it went well. The 4 astronauts now in space.
You described it as a sun ascending into the sky. That was the power of the light that it was emitting.
It really did hurt. You could also feel it burning into your retina somehow. It was quite extraordinary. It just, the power of that rocket is extraordinary. That mixture of hydrogen and oxygen, and then ignited and burning, as I said, 5,500 litres of fuel every second, and that all coming out as superheated steam out the back of those thrusters at 10,000 miles an hour, and lifting a beast of a rocket. It weighs 2,600 tons, and you could see how it slowly raised off the launch pad, clear of the launch tower, and then it began to accelerate extremely quickly. And within less than a minute, it was travelling at 1,000 miles an hour. It is phenomenal how it picks up speed as it races through the atmosphere.
Yeah, and that power that you describe, the equivalent of 160 747 jets taking off at the same time. There's a stat for you.
Yeah, all kinds of stats for that power, and this is the most powerful rocket that NASA has ever built. But you wait for Starship to start launching on a regular basis, because that is an even more powerful rocket, and to hear that go will be quite a moment, as well. And of course they have done launch. They haven't done a launch for quite a while now, but we are expecting the third version of that rocket to be ready potentially later this month, and that will be going off from Boca Chica in Texas. So this is these mega rockets are part and parcel of getting all the equipment to the moon that will be needed to build a moon base that will become a semi-permanent residence for some astronauts.
This is just the beginning. Thomas, thank you very much for the moment. We're still with me, Dr. Megan, in the studio. And I know we're only in the studio and we haven't experienced it to the likes of Thomas out there, but it was still really exciting.
Yeah, it was exciting from here. I mean, that sound, you could hear it here. I mean, obviously through the studio, yes. but it was amazing. I mean, you think about going and seeing a fireworks display, and you can feel that a bit in your chest when you hear it going off. But something like that, it's a completely different level.
Can you understand why people in the crowds that we saw with James there, some in tears at the heightened emotion of it? Why do you think that emotion is present?
I think that there are lots of reasons for it. I mean, I think just the physical experience of it gives you an emotional response. But also it's the fact that there are 4 humans on board and they're going to the moon for the first time in over 50 years. And that's just incredible to think of. So, I mean, I think of what I would be thinking if I was on board that rocket. It would be amazing.
Yeah, well, I would be terrified. I would be terrified. And we heard from Daniel previously saying that he actually will be on tenterhooks the entire duration of the mission and will not relax until they are back on terra firma.
Well, that's right. I mean, the mission is not successful until the astronauts return safely to Earth.
So take us through what exactly will be happening now. There some however minutes we're into the mission at the moment. So what will be happening now? Yeah,
I mean, I think we're close to about half an hour into the mission so far. So at 20 minutes, the solar arrays would have deployed, so that gives a bit of extra maneuverability. But at the moment, the astronauts are in weightlessness. So that even after about 8 minutes into the flight, they're in weightlessness. And so Christina and Jeremy will have unstrapped, and they're starting to set up the systems that they will need. For example, they're setting up the toilet, they're setting up the water dispenser, just to ready everything for what's to come for this 10-day mission. And so they're sitting in this elliptical orbit at the moment. Then when we get to 49 minutes, there will be a burn of the engine so that the orbit will become circular. So you no longer have a part that's close to the Earth and a part that's far away from the Earth. The whole orbit will be circular around the Earth. And then later on, another hour after that, there will be another burn to go much, much further out, and they will sit in that orbit about 43,500 miles from the surface of the Earth, and they'll sit in that for about a day, doing some operations, testing the systems, and we'll have a go, no-go on the translunar injection, taking them out to the moon in about a day.
Wow. Just so exciting. Well, the rocket is called the Space Launch System, and it's the most powerful ever built. It's 98 metres tall. That's more than Big Ben. Its core stage is filled with an Olympic swimming pool's worth of liquid oxygen and hydrogen fuel. Strapped to the sides are solid rocket boosters, which, like other parts of SLS, are recycled bits of earlier space shuttle hardware. They'll fall away, and they have fallen away since they were sent up, the astronauts most of the way to space. Once there, they'll lose the rest of the rocket. And on top of the whole thing is the Orion spacecraft, housing the astronauts and an in-space propulsion system. In terms of communication between NASA and the crew, there is a point at which there will be no communication, and that's completely lost. I mean, that is a terrifying prospect, isn't it?
Yeah, so on day 6 of the mission, the astronauts will be doing their flyby of the moon. And what will happen during that time is they will go behind the moon, so there's no line of sight between the Earth and the capsule, and so we'll lose comms with them. And so that's a pretty scary kind of moment, especially for those back on ground, because they're just really, really waiting to hear that first news back. The crew will be extremely busy at the time because that's when they'll have their cameras out, photographing everything they can of the moon, making observations, because part of this is about looking towards where we will land sometime in the future. But the crew will actually be quite a long way from the moon. It won't be like the Apollo missions where they get right up close to the surface. NASA has said that the moon will look like about the size of a basketball held at arm's length outside the window of their capsule. So they'll be able to see the entire far side of the moon in one.
Right. And that's the type of experience that, astronauts say is life-changing for them when they look at the moon or even look back at planet Earth, that it's almost a spiritual experience that they go through.
Yes, I mean, even when astronauts are on the International Space Station looking down at Earth, they're looking at this map of the planet that doesn't have borders drawn on artificially like a map. And so they feel this overwhelming desire to protect the planet because, we are all in this together, even more so as you go towards the moon, as you look back at Earth from the far side of the moon. And in that vision, you have the entire history of humanity. Anybody who has ever lived has been within your view.
Wow, that's an overwhelming prospect and thought. I mean, would you say that it is life-changing once you have seen that?
I expect it will be life-changing, yes. Yes, every astronaut comes back from space talking about something called the overview effect, which is exactly that, that feeling of changing your perspective. And I can only imagine, how much your perspective would change when you see Earth from the other side of the moon.
Daniel's still with us listening in. And Daniel, would you echo that it is a completely life-changing experience in terms of how you view the world, particularly at the times we are in at the moment?
I can confirm that every astronaut friend of mine has said exactly that. That it's life-changing, the overview effect is real. And I think it's also real for those of us on the ground because we get to experience it through other humans. And I think what the astronauts bring back, they represent all of us on Earth. And it is definitely a life-changing event. And even for those of us on the ground that get to watch from here, it's life-changing as well because we can see now that our next steps to the moon and beyond we will continue to move the human neighborhood further and further out. And pretty soon we'll be living and working on the moon, and who knows, in future generations, walking and living on Mars. So this is life-changing for generations to come.
Wow, that sent tingles down my spine. Daniel, thank you so much for the moment. Still to come on this historic night, we'll bring you the latest progress on Artemis II as the astronauts begin manoeuvres in space. Hello again. We are bringing you this special programme on the launch of Artemis II. A little earlier, Sarah Jane Mee heard from Mark Armstrong, the son of the first man on the moon, Neil Armstrong, about what it's like seeing these astronauts follow in his father's footsteps.
It's an absolute privilege to have been part of that program and to have been able to feel like I was, involved, even though as a 6-year-old, I was just an accident of birth, if you will. Yeah, I think that my father would be absolutely ecstatic about what we're doing today, or what we hope to do today. It's taken longer, and I think than any of us thought it should have or would have. If you'd had asked us back in the early 70s, late 60s, we thought that this program, this would be happening sooner. But we accomplished amazing things in the meantime. We built this International Space Station. We learned how to live and work in space, and we did so many things that allow us to be where we are today, and to take it not just this step, but all the steps that follow. You earlier mentioned, Sarah Jane, you mentioned the fact that there's a lot going on in the world, and that was true when Apollo 8 launched. When Apollo 8 launched, we had the Vietnam War, and we had assassinations and civil unrest and all kinds of things happening in the world that were negative and challenging and problematic. But this type of thing, Artemis II, what those astronauts are doing, take us in a different direction. They remind us that we're one species, one people. That we first saw, or we first really understood, maybe when Bill Anders took that famous photograph of the Earth from so far away. We're the stewards of this planet, and we have to work together to make this a place that we can sustain for the long term, that our children's can live in and thrive in. And that's the promise. That's the promise of this mission and those that follow.
Mark Armstrong there. Well, those last missions to the moon came during the Cold War, with the US in a space race with the Soviet Union. Thomas Moore has been looking back at the Apollo missions and the political parallels to today.
The first men to travel over 250,000 miles away from their home planet to orbit the moon.
Florida, 1968, and the United States was far behind in the Cold War space race. The Soviet Union had already put the first satellite, the first man, and the first woman in orbit. But with Apollo 8, the race began to turn. The crew were the first to loop around the moon, taking the photo of our fragile planet that sparked the modern environmental movement.
God bless all of you on the good Earth.
And from deep space, they broadcast a message of peace. This was a year America was fractured by the Vietnam War, civil rights protests, and assassinations of both Martin Luther King and the presidential hopeful Bobby Kennedy.
It is interesting timing that we have this push to go back to the moon at a time when there are similar cultural divisions and political conflicts within the United States. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some propaganda that is wrapped into the Artemis project that is useful in terms of trying to bring people together to rally around a collective project.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
The lunar landing followed a year later, the checkered flag for the space race. But the risks were brought home by the near disaster of Apollo 13, the crew limping back to Earth with just a few hours of oxygen left. For the British astronauts of today, the Apollo missions were an inspiration.
Growing up,
I was seeing these things and I was fascinated by them, but didn't necessarily think that that could be something that I could do. The Apollo generation was one that went on to do incredible things in the space sector and just across technology in general. And we're now seeing the Artemis generation, you know, we're seeing the people that are going to build the next generation of spacecraft, you know, getting to Mars and perhaps further beyond.
Space rocket Apollo 17 on the launching pad at Cape Kennedy.
But in December 1972, the Apollo era came to an end. Costs were soaring, public interest fading. Gene Cernan was the last man to walk in the dust.
We leave as we came, and God willing, as we shall return, with peace and hope for all mankind.
More than 50 years on, there is once again a race to the moon, this time with China, and the United States is just as determined to win. Thomas Moore, Sky News.
So with me in the studio, Dr. McGann, Christian, and there we had a little potted history of everything that went beforehand, and really you get the sense that we are now walking in the footsteps of giants on from the mission of 1969, Apollo 11.
Yeah, that's right, but it's for a different purpose now. So when we went to the moon in 1969, we were going there to get there, to be the first, you know, to plant that flag. So that's not exactly a sustainable way. And indeed, after several missions, the program was cancelled. But now we're going back to the moon and we plan to stay there, have a sustainable presence on the lunar surface, and to use that to learn how to live and work. You know, in the intervening periods, we've learned how to live and work in space with the International Space Station and the other space stations that came before that. But now we need to learn to live and work on another celestial body, so that one day we can then translate that through to Mars.
It's almost like starting again, though, isn't it? Because you were saying that the technology was so different back in 1969 when we did actually land on the moon. We're not actually doing this time round. We're orbiting the moon because the technology isn't, seemingly it seems counterintuitive, but it isn't available for us to land on the moon today.
Yeah, it's not the same. I mean, this mission is sort of equivalent to Apollo 8, which went around the moon. We're following the kind of testing that happened during the Apollo program, but with completely different hardware. Completely different software as well. I mean, during the Apollo missions, the amount of computing power was less than what's in your average mobile phone today. So you can just imagine the kind of leaps and bounds that have happened in both hardware and software since then. And we need to incorporate them to have the safest system possible. At the same time, the budget for the Apollo program was 5% of the US budget at the time. Now the NASA budget is about 0.5%, which is still huge, but nowhere near what it was in the Apollo era. So things are happening in a different sort of way. The culture has also changed because, like I said, we're trying to do this sustainably. We're trying to do this as safely as possible, learning from the lessons that we've had in the past.
So lessons that have been learnt from the Apollo era. Mark Armstrong saying there that his father would be really proud of where we are today.
I think so. I mean, I think maybe he would have expected it to happen sooner, that we were back on the moon and that we were, you know, potentially building a lunar base. But it's happening now.
And how far away, I mean, it's a very difficult question to ask you, but how far away do you think we are from having a lunar base, from having life sustained on the moon?
Well, the current program is that Artemis II will launch next year. That will be another demonstration mission. So that's actually not going to the moon. It's doing some demonstrations in Earth orbit to practice some of the maneuvers that we'll need with the landing systems. And then Artemis 4 and 5, in the current plan, both of them will happen in 2028, and they will be human landings on the moon. From then on, we'll be able to start building the infrastructure that we need. At the same time as these human missions, there's also going to be an increasing cadence of robotic missions that will be able to be setting up that infrastructure.
Wow. Lots to look forward to, and very quickly, actually, in the scheme of things. We're talking about 2028. We're going to take a break now. Still to come on this Moon Mission special programme, all the latest on NASA's successful launch of the Artemis II, now in space, looking back at Earth. Hello again, if you're just joining us. This is a Sky News Moon Mission special programme bringing you coverage of the launch of Artemis II, the first manned mission to the moon since 1972. And the news is good, a successful launch, and the 4 astronauts are in space.
10, 9, 8, 7, RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1, booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour.
Let's take a look back to earlier in the launch process. The crew began their journey to the launch pad by greeting their families as they left the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building in Florida. The astronauts had been in quarantine for the last fortnight there to prevent them from getting ill. There was visible excitement from the crew and those present as they said their goodbyes. The crew then entered their spaceship, the Orion, the only part designed to return to Earth. They were strapped in by NASA technicians and then performed checks and readied themselves for the journey into space as the ground control team did their final checks.
And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis II launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
OTC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC.
C's go.
MCO.
TO's go.
Safety console.
Safety console is go.
LPE.
LPE's go.
RTD.
RTD's go.
Houston flight.
Houston flight is go.
ROC.
ROC is go.
And CDR.
Crew is go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2. This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
Let's speak now to former NASA rocket scientist and citizen astronaut Aisha Bowe. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. What was takeoff like for you?
Wow, Jillian. We're watching this generation's Apollo moment. We have not sent humans to the moon in over 50 years. And tonight, a picture-perfect launch from NASA. And when you hear the go and you hear we're going for humanity, I mean, I just got chills knowing personally individuals who are in the spacecraft and just how much this means to exploration. I mean, we're going from observing to humans' presence on the moon in 2028. And that's incredible.
Did your heart skip a beat when we had those couple of glitches?
Yes. I literally hopped up and I was looking at my TV and I kind of wanted to tap it and make sure it was still working. But, you know, like any good tech demonstration, there's always something that might go wrong. But at the end, it was picture perfect. Just a spectacular launch. Well done.
How important is this mission in the scheme of the space race? What could be discovered in terms of us having sustainable life on the moon, potentially further to the future, Mars?
This is the first in what I believe is truly a transformative leap. We are going to be living on the moon and eventually Mars, and we're seeing that progress, and we're trying to get there in less than a decade. And the way we're doing it, I mean, this wasn't just a U.S. mission. This is a global mission. We have international partners. And I was watching an interview with Victor with Lindsay Davis on ABC. And I was struck because he said, I might be launching and have an American flag, but once I leave this orbit, I'm representing Earth. And that's truly what they've done so masterfully here today. We have so many firsts, and it's really a solid step towards science and gathering the data that we're going to need in order to have long-term presences on not just the moon, but beyond.
You've had some experience of leaving Earth's orbit as a citizen astronaut. Tell us a bit about that and your experience.
The day of launch is controlled chaos. I mean, you're literally going from 0 to thousands of miles an hour. And I remember being totally and completely locked in. Now, I'll be honest, I was also a little nervous, right? It's hard not to be nervous when you're rocketing towards the sky. But the number one feeling that I had was a sense of gratitude that I was able to participate in a mission that not only allowed me to see the Earth from space, which is just riveting and is impossible not to leave you forever changed, but to conduct meaningful science. And for me, watching today, it brought back a lot of the emotions that I felt on that day. I'll tell you, I had to take a walk after we got to the 8-minute mark because I was just so emotional about what just happened. Not just knowing the crew, but all the people that turned out, whether they were at Cape Canaveral or they were around the world, people looked up to the sky and they saw a symbol of hope that I think is really going to transcend generations. And we're watching a picture that's going to be in history books for decades to come.
And you describe it as a forever change moment.
My life could never be the same. I spent days after the launch just trying to figure out how can I communicate what it feels like to see Earth, what it feels like to experience humanity from that perspective. And what I would say is that we are all the miracle. Every day I used to get so caught up in all these little things that just didn't matter, Jillian. And when I looked at Earth and I realized how lucky I am to not only live here, but that this Earth, it's the only one we got. It's plan A, not plan B. I've been back every single day trying to communicate how much we not only have to protect the Earth, but how important it is for us to go out in order to better understand life here.
Last question, just expand a little bit on what you mean or on what it feels like to feel the miracle.
What I mean is that when you look at Earth from that perspective and you see how every day we're spinning on this beautiful blue rotating orb with all these incredible animals, but we're so close to space. We're always just so close to something that looks almost impossible that it really makes you have an appreciation for the living, like the daily act of living. I have seen more sunrises and more sunsets. I have greeted more small animals in my neighborhood. I have grown more plants. I have enjoyed more life since I had the opportunity to go to space. And it's been part of my mission to also help educate and inspire people every day to do the same. And I know that's exactly what Victor, Christina, Jeremy, and Reed are doing today. They did this for humanity. They did this for Earth. And I'm sure they're inspiring generations to come to do the same.
Aisha, your enthusiasm is making me want to go, and I'm absolutely terrified of it going anywhere near space. But the way you describe it, it does sound like an experience that we all should try and achieve. Thank you very much for speaking to us, Aisha Bowe there, former NASA rocket scientist and citizen astronaut. Still with us, Daniel. The enthusiasm from Aisha there shone through, and we were talking a bit about this before, how it's an experience that changes the human.
Yes, it absolutely does change the human. I always wanted to be an astronaut, but I learned very early that I was too tall to make it.
Is that the only reason?
The height criteria. So I decided to go get involved other ways with the engineering and other things. But it's like you hear out of Aisha and others, it is life-changing, and everybody says that's had the chance. Whether it's been a suborbital flight that can see above the Kármán line or orbiting the moon or orbiting Earth, it's a life-changing event. And again, it's about opening up those doors for the next generations to follow and to extend that human neighborhood again further and further from Earth, low Earth orbit to the moon, to Mars and beyond. And we have a lot to learn and a lot of work ahead of us, but it's well worth it.
In terms of opening doors, which doors have been opened today with this successful mission?
Well, with this successful launch, we're on our way to go prove to ourselves that the Orion crew capsule can do what we designed it to do. And that it can actually take the crew out to the moon and even to Mars and beyond. So that's an important step. Ahead of us is to figure out how to get the landers built and also how to get the starships and the new Glenn vehicles built. And we also have to develop some technology along the way that we haven't developed yet. How do we refuel rockets and launch vehicles on orbit with liquid methane, liquid hydrogen, and other propellants that we haven't figured out how to do that yet. We need to do that to make the landers successful. And so we have lots of work ahead of us but today, that first step of proving that we're on our way, that the Orion crew capsule, the space launch system can perform as planned, and then we can hopefully grow it later. We're on our way back to the moon, and then we'll figure that out, and then we'll learn from the moon, and then go to Mars, and then beyond, I hope.
Is there much more work to do, though, in your estimation? Where are we on the scale of achieving what you describe?
There is a lot of work ahead of us. We have to build the lander. We have to have Starship developed, and I am sure SpaceX will be successful on that front. And the New Glenn system, getting those new systems in place, figuring out how to operate and how to get the water ice from the lunar regolith down in the permanently shadowed regions, and then how do we get the helium-3 and the other rare earth metals that we know are there that we can use to basically live off the land and also provide opportunity and new solutions to problems on Earth. So when I think about it, when I was a young boy and all I wanted to do was go work at NASA, and we were going to the moon for the one trip. Now you look at it and all these commercial companies, all this new economic opportunity, the global engagement, the news, all of the countries getting involved in space, great opportunity, and we have to build the workforce and we have to build the technology to make it happen. But we're on our way.
Daniel, thank you so much. Much accomplished, but much more to achieve. Still to come on this Moon Mission special programme. More reaction to NASA's successful launch of the Artemis II mission to the Moon.
I'm Deborah Haynes, Sky Security and Defence Editor. The reality of life under Russian fire. People don't want to leave even though help is here to evacuate them. They say they want to sort out their belongings first. It's absolute chaos. Fire, shouts the commander. There's a dash to safety as Russian drones will be trying to find this position.
We've now got to wait inside the shelter to see if there is incoming.
I've been covering Russia's full-scale war since it began, witnessing the terror and the trauma.
When rockets fall, I try to hide my head under my toys.
Illustrating Ukraine's lost childhood, hopes and dreams framed by war. Conflict in the Middle East is another major focus.
An incredibly dangerous moment. We saw the missiles streaking across the sky. We saw the intercept going up, and then we saw the explosions when the intercepts were successful.
With global threats rising, I also explore defence and security in the UK and across NATO. This US aircraft carrier is operating in European waters in a deliberate show of force. This is routine training for NATO, but should Russia's war with Ukraine escalate significantly, pilots like these could be called upon to go into combat for real. Tucked away in the National Archives are some of the UK's old defence plans. The scale of this bunker underlines how seriously governments took the threat of nuclear attack and global conflict. Should allies listen to Vladimir Putin's sabre-rattling?
No, they shouldn't, and they don't.
Sky News, the full story first.
Well, hello and
and thank you for watching The Wrap.
Every night of the week.
We will be joined by the very best commentators to explain the how and the why.
Just cannot stand.
Stupid thing to do.
He did know what he was doing. You can expect more analysis.
This is going to get deeper. I think it's going to end up with Russia.
Is war inevitable?
What he's interested in is a deal.
That
doesn't rule out strikes. I disagree.
And laughs along the way.
Plus, a look at tomorrow's headlines. The Wrap.
Everything wrapped up for you from 10.
Welcome back to what is our special programme on what is now NASA's successful launch of the Artemis II mission to the moon. Still with me, Dr. Megan, who's been here throughout, on air with us from 7 p.m. right to the bitter end. Let's just rewind to the moments that we saw the rocket actually take off.
It was so exciting. I mean, we've been waiting for this for a long time, right? It was supposed to happen years ago. Then we had launch opportunities in February, in March, but now it's finally happened. And it is incredible to think about the next steps and where this is taking us, because, you know, this is only the first step.
Only the first step in terms of exploration, in terms of being able to sustain life on the moon, potentially Mars. This is really an exploratory mission, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. So this is a test flight. We're learning, we're testing the systems, making sure that everything works well so that we can land humans on the moon. Then so that we can set up a lunar base. We can live and work there. We can learn about the moon, because there's still a lot to learn from a different region from where we've ever been before. We can learn how to live and work on another celestial body so that one day we can do that elsewhere, like on Mars.
And there's still Artemis 3 and 4 to come, and those will be the missions that will hopefully actually land on.
So Artemis 3 is the next one, which will be next year, and that's going to be a demonstration in Earth orbit, demonstrating how to bring together, dock the landers with the Orion capsule, so that then that can be done for the later missions, which will be the landings on the moon. So from 2028.
2028, that's not that far away. I mean, just sitting here and listening to you saying that, you know, we could be sustaining life on the moon in a matter of years is incredible, mind-blowing.
It is, but I mean, it's been something that we've been dreaming of since the 1960s. And it's finally getting to a point where we can do that, because this time that is what the goal of the Artemis program is. It's to live and work there. It's to stay there rather than just to go.
Dr. Megan, thank you so much for spending so much time with us from 7 p.m. this evening. We can release you now. Thank you so much. Thanks for watching.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. 1 minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation expected at the 2 minute 9 second mark.